Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier. Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trick Shot.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side, as well as her strength, and her femininity, as well as her violence. and her endless optimism, as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champions, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games. I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like Evelyn playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer.
Hi everyone, and welcome to World of Possibilities, creative and healing power of games. Hello, my name is Miriam Melgoza, and I'm co-founder and digital artist for Visual Studio. We're a small indie team located in Querétaro, Mexico. I have a degree in graphic design, and as many devs, I have to wear many hats at Visual Studio. I'm also a PR representative, and I'm currently working on several entertainment-related projects. And I'm delighted to get a chance to work in something that I feel very passionate about, which are video games. Beyond that, what makes me really happy is what we can achieve without them. There's a wide range of possibilities that can add joy and comfort to your life. So let's begin.
Hi, my name is Veronica Butlira. I have a BA in clinical psychology and an MA in family therapy. I specialized in teenagers and video games. I'm the founder of MVG Therapy, also mental video games therapy, a community formed by psychologists and psychiatrists and a historian located in Mexico City, Mexico. I'm currently working as an external therapist for a company and treating patients privately in my office.
It's good to see you, Veronica. I'm
Good,
so happy that we can share this space together.
good to see you, Miriam. A new place to share.
So, we're gonna begin talking about the Gnostic tropes, a gamer's look through society lens. So, video games are bad, but are they? I hear a lot of things said about video games, which could be like, I wish my kid would listen to me instead of playing all day long. Their grades are dropping, must be those video games. What? You're a grown adult and you still play video games? Or how about video games make people violent? And that's a fact. Well, I like to begin talking about my own experience. I'm a 90s kid who grew up in a very Catholic and strict household. Having video games as the hobby was seen as an oddity. And to be honest, being a girl who liked them was something outrageous to them. Times have changed, that's for sure. But back then, no one would cut me any slack for being a big fan of video games. Mexican society see gamers as good for nothings, straight into the path of becoming delinquents or dropouts, and of course, they're labeled as violent people. And it's not only in Mexico. Even the World Health Organization, also known as WHO, between 2018 and 2018 included a gaming disorder, to its 11th edition of the International Classification of Diseases, based on reviews of available evidence and reflects a consensus of experts from different disciplines, which can be really negative for us gamers as an impact that how society keeps looking at us.
Wow, that I'm so I don't know how to feel about that classification, diagnosis. I don't know. It was a surprise for me to read about that because playing video games is a common activity for all of us.
Of course. So I'm gonna keep talking about my personal experience, Veronica. So what's the point of hearing all the bad things that video games are? Well, I like to introduce someone very dear to me. This is Raul Melgoza, a hardcore gamer as well, and even as a grown-up, a Mexican macho man, a family guy, and a great friend, he didn't escape the judgment of our family. He was constantly asked about why would he waste his time playing video games. Well,
Wow.
he didn't have an answer to please them, but that didn't make him stop. So we would spend many days and nights together playing, and it seems that video games were a middle ground, a bridge to enjoy something together. And there was little judgment for us because we would enjoy and cherish this activity together. Sadly, he passed away 9 years ago. And whenever I get the chance to play a new game, I always stop and wonder, will this game be of his liking?
Wow. So you have the school of video games from from your house.
Of course, I did.
That's incredible.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to make games. And I started as any other kid, drawing fan arts. And as I grew up, I realized the many implications I had to deal in order to achieve this. When I was a child, I used to spend hours trying to mimic pixel art in my drawings. I thought that video games had a very unique look. They didn't look as cartoons. So I always tried to achieve that with my art, and I was really frustrated that I couldn't make it look as those pixel funny looking square things. So it wasn't until I got to middle school that I got in touch with the first computer equipment ever in my life, which was an IBM computer. And this IBM computer contained a very special program that is very dear to me nowadays. It's called the Logo Turtle. It was a programming software, and I felt like I was getting closer to video games. The software was very simple. You needed to input commands to a tiny turtle in the screen, and it will go spaces up, down, left, right, like that. So I was really delighted to see, like, oh, they look like that. So given my opportunities, I tried to get closer to this. And I didn't have any video games career or studies or academic formation for doing so. So I enrolled to the university and studied graphic design. The way I tried to approach to game development was just drawing a lot. And then I got contacted in 2014 for my very first game-related job, which was UI and icon illustrator. But as soon as I got there, the company just vanished in thin air. So I thought that I will never be able to do games again. I was really frustrated. And as a 20 mid something, I was just looking for a decent job. And after a while, until 2017, I went to this animation festival in which I happened to come across with many Mexican developers that were doing well actually on mobile games. I got really inspired by them. So we decided to give it a chance. I was going with my friends. And maybe we should go and try to make our own independent studio. And so my journey on game dev began, thanks to friends.
Wow, that's inspiring, Miriam.
Thank you.
Friends always makes us do the things that we love.
That's right, Veronica. So the true reason behind making games, well, I got a lot of new experiences now that I have the ability to make my own games. And one of them is getting in touch with people through our game was a new fun experience for me. And I wanted to people to keep connected through them. So we developed a game called Lunchapalooza, which is a party game, and you can find it already on Steam on Xbox One. Back while developing, we didn't know how to promote it. Of course, we were so new, and we started to go to local university and expos and museums, and they will lend us tables so we could display our games. You see, Mexico is a country where not everyone has had a chance to play with a video game console, let alone a PC gaming experience. So while kids currently gather to play our game, I realized that parents will shy away from them. And I could understand why. So there's a technological illiteracy, and it's a result of different opportunities in life. And the impact of poverty will make them adverse to play video games, which in turn will make them the butt of the joke of their kids. So since I saw that big gap between children and parents in Mexico, I would encourage parents to play your game. I will be patient with them and I will teach them how to play since our game is very easy to learn. You just need a joystick and a couple buttons. So then I will see how their kids will also patiently explain to them how to play, which was absolutely fantastic. And that sent me back to my days. It was like an epiphany for me. It reminded me when I made a deep bond with my dad playing video games with him, and I wanted to connect people as well, and families through my games. Let them develop those precious memories that I shared with my dad. So that's my experience, and that's why I want to keep making video games, so people can keep connecting to them.
Wow, that's nice. That's beautiful. And let me tell you something. I remember your game Lunchapalooza uh, uh, briefly. The last year I was on Pixelado looking for all the Mexican video games, and I saw Lunchapalooza and said, "Wow, that's interesting." I saw that, and I saw also Combate Monero, and and I said, "Wow, it's the first time that in Pixelado I see video games." That was wow, a huge experience for me. And then the time passed, and then I meet you and say, "Hey, Miriam makes Lunchapalooza." And there's a lot of work, and I now love it. I'm waiting the Switch version to play it, and I say, wow, it's beautiful to talk to you, to work with you, because many people can imagine that a lot of the friendship that we have in common are made because video games.
Yeah, that is correct, Veronica. And I want to keep having this kind of deep connections with people.
Yeah.
And if I can make it as a developer, then I'm happy to keep making games.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
My experience, it's a little bit different. Sometimes we tell, well, not me, sorry, many people said that the video games are the uncomfortable member of the family. Yeah, it's so common. And let me tell you a little bit about that. It's really that video games are disintegrating families. Do you think it's true or false?
To me, they do integrate families because I haven't spoken about my mom yet. Back then, she was a big fan of Dance Dance Revolution. As my dad and I would play, a little bit more story or narrative driven games, she will just be happy to dance a little bit with Dance Dance Revolution.
Yeah, it actually is false. Video games don't disintegrate families.
I'm sorry, I got the whole thing wrong. Yeah, it's false.
Yeah.
They do not disintegrate families.
No,
My
they
bad.
don't disintegrate families.
Yeah.
Also, what does the video games in the family do? They can reveal the unsolved problems that a family has, such as a lot of problems that I saw in my private practice, like lack of communication, emotional disengagement between the family members. They don't truly know each other. Difficulty to setting appropriate boundaries on problem behaviors, or like use of materialism, no compensation, affection. Yeah, it's so common. Unfortunately, a lot of parents said that video games are the technological nanny. But that was for me weird. Because let me tell you about a little bit of my personal experience. It's weird for some people the why a clinical psychologist work with video games, why a family therapist work with video games in his practice. Well, my first memories are related to video games are from more or less when I was 4 years old. Yeah, I was a little kid. And that was thanks to my mother, Veronica. She used to go grab a cup of coffee with our neighbor. And for some reason, she has a NES. Yeah, it was weird. At her house, and she let me play with it and say, okay. This is fun. It looks weird. Let's try it. And that was when I first discovered Mario. At the same years, around that year, uh, in my mother's family, I was the youngest niece. And for some weird reasons, my older cousins gave me an Atari.
So cool.
2600. Yeah. But not only the Atari, also with a basket full of cardigans.
Best cousins ever.
Yeah. I saw it, and it was really the heaven. A lot of Atari games. I think it was not their ET, fortunately. Well, and then occasionally I connected to the TV that I have in my room, and I start play. Although I did it for a short time, uh, I don't really understand at that time what I had to do in some of those games. But in those moments, what I really understood was that video games were really fun for me.
I think that's a beautiful experience you have told us today. I think that in Mexico and probably most of 90s kids' childhoods, we
Yeah.
didn't own the actual consoles. We usually go to a neighbors or with our family members in order to get to play those video games. Which, if you see, that will connect us to our community and families.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. I thought that as 90s kids, we have a lot of privilege technologically talking about because we have the both parts. The we could say the analogical part
Yeah.
that was ride a bike, play football,
Yeah.
play with plushes, and at the same time we had the digital part that was video games.
Yeah.
I think we have that. We can play. We have that.
Opportunity to
Yeah,
play in
to
the
calibrate.
analogical
To
game.
yeah,
Yeah.
to calibrate. To plan. Yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
you got a point.
yeah. And with this, let me tell you that a lot of times, my mom had, how can I say it, were criticized because I play
She
video
was,
games.
yeah, she was
Yeah,
probably asked a lot, why would she let you spend your time playing video
yeah,
games?
yeah. So a lot of people, family, friends, always told them, "Why did you let your daughter play video games?"
Mm-hmm.
And my mom always said said to them, because her friends play video games, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't want her to feel left out when they
Sure.
talk about them. That's the social part.
She's so supportive.
Yeah, it's the way she bonds with her cousins. Yeah, video games were so important for me and for my cousins. Video games are for both girls and boys. That's
Impressive.
something that I love about my family. Uh, my family, my mom and dad always said, "Yeah, do you want a G.I. Joe? Take it. Do you want a Lego? Take it. Do you want a Barbie? Take it. Do you want a ball? Take it. Do you want a video game? Take it." Toys and video games are for everybody. That's what I love a lot. And the most important thing that she always told to all the people, and that's so appreciated for me, it's that she said always, because I love her and I love seeing her happy when she plays.
Aw,
Yeah.
that's really beautiful.
Yeah, she really enjoys a lot when I was playing. And let me tell you more about this beautiful life history. As the years went by, video games become an important part of my life and my family. Well, also about my social life and my love life. Yeah, that's nice for me. When I was kid, on the weekends, I enjoyed playing with my cousins. We spent hours playing video games, but not only video games. We played video games, soccer, in the tumbling, seek and hide, a lot of games. But what we really enjoyed together was video games. We used to trade card decks with each other, or also with their neighbors. That was really fun. And sometimes, here's the nostalgia part. Yeah. Sometimes we rented them from Blockbuster.
Yeah. Memories.
Oh, yeah. I remember Blockbuster. I love it. But then, some years later, one Christmas, Santa Claus brought me a Super NES. Yeah.
Neat. So neat.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
An amazing gift.
Oh, yeah. I was so happy. And my sister and I had hours of fun. And sometimes my dad and my mom would sit and watch us play for a while and try to understand what our games were about. From that moment, playing video games became part of the living with my family. That was for me so really important, video games in my family and in my life. Consoles that we had, my sister and I always took time to play together. To date, we try to continue doing so. The last game I remember we played together was Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I was playing in my house, and she came to visit us, and she goes to watching me playing and said, "Oh, you're so bad, give me that." and she started playing, and then my dad and my mom were seated with us, like, "Hey, no, be careful, they're going to discover you." Yeah, it was so funny and reminds me when we were little.
Those are really precious memories, and this is something you really, even that, sibling rivalry, it's really important to have it.
Yeah. And also, when we were kids, obviously, I'm the big one, I'm the player one, and my sister always was a player too. But in Mario was something weird. I always loved to play with Luigi, and I always choose Luigi. That it's a character that people think that the little sister, the little brother sister.
But you will trade that. You will trade that, right? That role.
Yeah.
So what made you be interested with part of working that with your patients? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, that was so part of my work. Also, as I told you, the video games started being important part of me and my family. Also, a really good hobby. But then the video games start to getting immersed in my professional practice until the moment they became the central axis of the therapy in some cases. And let me tell you about how does all this start. I need to thank to three of all of my professors of my master studies. Because one day, one of them invited me to participate in her radio program. Yeah, to talk about the importance of playing in development. I remember that the day I decided to talk about playing in adolescence, and it obviously featured video games. Since the approach that until then I had in therapeutic information was little, fortunately, but it turns out to be enough at that time to give a logical argument why they are important in the development of adolescents. Then, months later, I began to plan what would my master thesis. So I decided to take the risk and opportunity to write about the inclusion of video games in therapy, a subject little explored at the therapeutic level, which I would voice my experience at different levels. In one side, a personal level, and in the other, as a professional of mental health.
Amazing.
Yeah, and this is why I decide to. Oh, sorry, this thing goes crazy.
Don't worry.
Yeah, this is what I decide that video games were part of working with my patients. I start looking a lot of problematics, but some of them are related to video games. Why? Because main of the form of entertainment for a lot of them, a lot of adolescents, a lot of kids, are video games. In a lot of cases that I saw in my practice are the emotional outlet for all the problems that they have. They have difficulties when with their families for playing video games. There's still a stigma that video games are for people that don't want to do anything. And I start looking at other patients that are so passionate about them that they want to dedicate themselves professionally, such as developers, esports pro players, streamers, designers, and it's also a huge thing for the parents to say, "Whoa, why my kid, my boy, my girl are not going to study medicine, laws? Why does he want?
Games?
Yeah, why video games? Why a developer? Why a sports player? Yeah, and actually, for a lot of them, it's one of their most important ways of socializing. And we can saw that in this period of our life about of what we are facing in the world. A lot of my patients are talk with her friends at, on video games, and the pandemic it's not a pain in the ass. Sorry for the word, but it's not that for that kids that socialize through video games.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe we can discuss that it's not only for teenagers
Obviously not.
going through puberty. So
Yeah.
what we can achieve, how games are used to improve our lives. Maybe we should discuss a little bit more about that. And I'd like to begin with something that I don't have experience yet, but I think it has a plethora of opportunities, which are the VR technologies. So I'm going to talk about something that I find really impressive is how VR technologies now focus on health.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to talk you about the VR vaccine project, which is a fantastic project developed by collaboration with Hermes Pardini Laboratories, Ogilvy Brazil, and Lovo, which is a design studio based both in Sao Paulo and New York. And this project changes the whole game. It changes the way kids behave when it comes to vaccination. So their fear for needles and the pain this can induce can be easily forgotten through a VR cutscene in which Of course, they have this gaming system in which whenever the cotton ball is dipped in alcohol and put on their arm, this little elf character like will tell them that it's a special gem. Then it's gonna
Yeah.
feel cold on their arm. And after that, she brings up a special red gem, which is the fire gem. So you need both gems in order to protect this land. So whenever the red gem is put on their arm, that's the moment where the nurse or the doctor would apply the vaccine to their arm. So everything is explained in such a very whimsical fashion. So that makes the children believe that they're the heroes of this universe.
Wow.
And their courageous act and bravery will shield this land from um that protect this fairy tale land from all the enemies. And I think the cutscene there's a lot of rocks thrown at them, and there's a magic shield. So they are learning the importance on this. So this is not the only project dedicated exclusively for vaccination, but also it could be used for blood collecting and as training simulators in much complicated medical procedures. So no more tears, no more fits. Thanks VR.
Yeah. Oh, and I imagine this project to use it in kids with disability that
Yeah,
fear afraid about goes to the doctor, to dentist, and see the world with another part, like be a hero, be a, I don't know, whatever they want.
yeah, whatever they want. There's a
Yeah,
lot of choices, and that's why this is called World of Possibilities. So I
yeah,
like to talk about some other sectors that can be benefited with this VR technology. So they can be used as well as a form of therapy for the elderly.
wow,
And the elderly population suffer from different mental illnesses. And you know this.
yeah,
Throughout the world, they can be suffering from dementia to severe cognitive impairment and also from social isolation. This loneliness poses health risks for this vulnerable group. So how can we help them through games? Viva Vida is a company that uses VR technology to bring social interaction to our seniors. They use this VR set, and they organize them so they can go to trips together. They can go for excursions to museums, they can take a stroll in nature, or they can even relive bits of their personal stories on ah sorry about that. They can relive personal stories like visiting their former homes.
yeah.
So this is amazing because this creates a sense of community between them. They feel comfortable and they actually expect every session to come up with. So they can discuss what they felt like. They went to a museum and they happened to see a painting that they've never been able to visit before. And now that since they are older, they cannot actually do that. So that's a really interesting way to treat depression. And this is not an exception, as you were
Yeah.
also commenting on this. Physical disabilities such as motor disturbance, paralysis, can actually be treated with virtual reality.
Yeah, yeah. The benefits of video games, virtual reality, are huge. I remember that uh, in psychology faculty of UNAM,
Hmm.
they used to use the VR lenses to treat phobias.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's really
you
cool.
need to be in touch with the stimuli that gives you phobia, but it's not an aggressive. You're going to be step by step control with the VR lens, and you're fighting your phobia. That's so impressive. That's so interesting. And there are a lot of usage of VR video games. Also, the part of some part of the Faculty of Medicine. I use video games to rehab patients with neurological problems. They start making their own video games, adapting the VR lenses and the Kinect and the peripherals of PS4 to start working with neurological patients. There are a lot of benefits to work with video games.
And
And
not only VR,
yeah. And that's amazing because you see that the video games are going to be seen from another areas. Imagine when I saw VR lenses, I remember the Virtual Boy, and we thought, oh, that
Yeah.
doesn't work. It's horrible. But now,
Yeah,
uh,
but now we come so much
yeah,
through time that we can all enjoy how virtual reality, how
yeah,
many landscape virtual reality has to offer. So
of
I like
course,
to talk a little bit about my experience with grieving, with coping with grieving.
yeah.
So yeah, video games in some cases can help you cope with grieving, and it's not exclusively throughout VR solutions. I'm going to talk about another personal case, which is Animal Crossing New Leaf. You
Oh
all are
my,
so
yeah.
aware of how the franchise is perceived. So, in my experience and with my father's passing, that was something I was still struggling with. So, back when I got the game back in 2012, I would receive an sporadic letter from him, from my in game dad. He was the fictional game in the Animal Crossing series. And this character just moved away to some island, it usually goes like that with this series.
Yeah.
And I would receive my dad's letter. And it
Oh
really
my.
hit a chord on me. It really, every time that my in-game dad will send me a gift or a letter, I will just pour down my emotions.
Yeah.
But it also helped me and soothed me from that feeling of abandonment, that sense of community that the villagers give you. They're so welcoming. It has such a nice pace. It really helped. So
Yeah.
it's no surprise that throughout this pandemic, the big hit that Animal Crossing New Horizons has, because it has aided gamers throughout the world, and it can help them create alternatives to gather together since we are all social distancing, sorry. So I've seen people create virtual dates, virtual weddings, and even celebrate their religious beliefs throughout the game.
Yeah.
And how the tables have turned. Now, even the World Health Organization, the one we were previously discussing about that included video games as a disorder, now they encourage the population to play more games.
Yeah.
And as ironic as that is, it also proves that video games can really bring joy even during our darkest hours.
Yeah, of course. Actually, tell a lot of studies about video games, real studies, scientific studies, said that a lot of positive things about video games, more than the negatives. The negatives are, we talk the negatives. How can you say it? Lleno de juicios morales.
Yeah, it has a lot of prejudices.
Yeah, a lot of prejudices, and they're not validated scientifically. And all the researches that I have, that I read, said the great things about video games. And we need to focus and study it really well. And not only said, oh, you play a lot of video games, you're a junkie, you're addicted. No, we need to know the whole context. We need to know the family. We need to know the socio-political environment of that person. Not kid, person. Because you and I, we were 90 kids, and now we are adults that enjoy video games, that love to work in the industry. We need to start talking about video games with another view, not with prejudice, not with myths, we need to start seeing them with a lot of benefits. Obviously, if we can say that all access is bad, but we need to start to know which things we're going to play, which things we're going to consume. Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility. It's not
Of
only
course,
sit
it's not
down.
only play.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's not only sit down and play.
I want to talk about another example, which is Ring Fit Adventures and Just Dance.
Oh my, yeah.
These are great options for, to be the couch potato gamer kind of heretic that people seem to think that we're just sitting all day long, maybe eating a bag of chips and just playing video games. But some games can actually help us become more fit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's gorgeous. I remember all the things that Ale told us about Ring Fit Adventure. That I said, oh, I think I'm going to buy it in some day to start to play. Uh, Just Dance. It's another great example, an interesting example. The last year I had the privilege to meet Damian Paz,
Mhm.
the one of the producers of Just Dance, and
Amazing.
actually the process to make one song, it's wow, it's huge. It's uh, uh, it's interesting because all the songs you see are are done by professional choreographers, dancers, and also the part of the game that is for get fit is made so well that you really had results. And
Yeah.
yeah, and both are games to play and get fit. You don't need to go to the gym and start running a lot. You only need to be disciplinary. Yes, you have to
Yes, of course.
of course, but you can do it also with your friends, with your family. Uh, two of my cousins don't play video games, and the only video game that always play with me is
Hmm.
Just Dance, and we love it. We pass hours playing Just Dance, and at the same time
So
we're making exercise.
that's amazing because you get to connect with your family, but you get to do some exercise as well and get results quickly. So I wanted to ask you as well, what kind of problems can people work in therapy with video games? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's like the $1 million question
Yeah.
because a lot of people say to me, "Hey, you work with video games, but and what can you work?" Well, there are a lot of problems that I can
Hmm.
work in the therapy. Uh, some of them are the mood disorders
Yeah.
like depression, anxiety, also PTSD, that is
Mm.
post traumatic stress disorder,
Wow.
suicidal behaviors, and also OCD, the obsessive compulsive disorder. I used to work uh, these mood disorders with some kind of video games. Some ones that the history, the narrative part connects really well with the patient. You can connect and see the life with another optic. With this, I used to work with video games like Grease, Hollow Knight, Celeste, uh, because they're really good video games to think, to connect. Uh, Also, conduct disorders
Mm.
to put limits to the kids, to start uh, to yes to know that everything in this life has a consequence.
I see.
Bad, good, positive, negative. Everything in the life has a consequence, and I used to work a lot of this with kids with conduct disorders, and also to start working some regions of the brain. Also, the development disorders like ADHD, classic, the attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Yeah,
A
like Bart
common one.
Simpson. It's so interesting to work with that kids in video games because I work with puzzles, RPGs, to connect, to know how to make strategies. They are always looking for things, and this kind of video games are great. Also, I read a lot of research. Uh, Actually, one specifically Mexican research that start working with video games and with the ASD, the Autism Spectrum Disorder. Yeah, and also some days ago I read a research about how to treat ASD and trauma in the kids with Minecraft. It's interesting because you also connect with a boy or a girl that had autism. It's difficult, but but with the video games, start to be great, start to be natural. I want to start working a lot of things with one of my nieces that has autism, and I'm start researching which kind of video games can I play with her, use with her, and how to teach my cousin and her wife to work better with
With
her.
her. I
Yeah.
see.
Also, disabilities, that is a part that we also
That we
talk.
have discussed. Yeah.
Yeah. And personality disorders. Personality disorders are great working with RPGs to construct the avatar, to start looking about some things of the perception.
It sounds
Well, a lot
amazing.
of things.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of
a
options they
lot of
can
options. Yeah,
do with RPG-based games.
yeah. And obviously, we work with video games in therapy. It's a little bit similar when we talk about esports. We know
Yeah.
that esports is electronic
Yeah.
sports that are video games. But at the same time, we know that not every video game could be an esport. It's the
I see.
same in therapy. Yeah, I work with video games in the therapy with my patients and their families, but not every video game is used in the therapy. I need to be really picky, sneaky, really careful to
Yeah, you
to
really
choose it.
be really
Yeah,
careful with which game you need to
yeah,
use.
obviously.
Or else, I can imagine that people will comment like, "But will you use this specific violent game for your therapy?" Of course not.
Nah,
I
of
mean,
course
I
not.
know that you have your options
Yeah,
in which they are parental advice,
yeah,
and it
obviously.
has your adult view on them to work with
Yeah,
your patients. So when
obviously.
it comes to family problems, how do you use them?
Well, with in the part of family problems, sorry, I used to work topics like parental control.
Hmm.
Yeah, regulate the time to play, content, uh,
Hmm.
classifications.
Sure.
For me, talk with the parents about uh, ESRB. It's
Hmm.
it's a
Yeah,
top. Yeah.
it's
Oh,
important that they can
yeah.
understand how it works.
Yeah. Communication. We can work communication through video games,
Hmm.
affective attachment, uh, problem solving in the family. Imagine you put a multiplayer game with the family and they start solving their problems in the game.
Makes
So
sense.
you solved it, and then okay, you can solve the problems in the game. So let's talk about how you can solve problems in the family.
I see.
Also, roles and hierarchies and effective responses, because some parents said, "Oh yeah, video games are the digital nanny." No, you
Mm-mm.
need to connect. You need to make a lag with your kids and say, "Okay, why do you like this game? Why is so important for you?" So I work this part a lot with them. And obviously, another important part is the parental children. Yeah, the little parents, sometimes the big brother is the parental of all of them.
Yeah,
So
the
yeah, we
figure.
need to talk about, we need to work with that. And let me tell you that it's interesting because, yeah, I work with the things, but at the same time, one of the things that I've learned in the course of these years, going hand by hand with the patients and their families,
Hmm.
is that they that ha- the sorry the that have given me the opportunity to be part of their life. It is the fact that we as an adults, we as a therapist, psychologist, uh, that if we want to make changes that have a long-term impact on society, in education, in the change of an ideology and paradigms, we must do it from inside the family. Yeah, it's so important.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're serving as guides, because when talking about video games, the same things happen. But I mean that we as therapists can support a young girl who who may be the next world champion of her favorite esports, the game developer of the decade,
Yeah, of course.
the founder of the next great video game franchise, or even the inventor of the next console. But we will not be able to know that about if initially we ourselves do not open ourselves to possibilities of supporting these young people and
I see.
families with the therapeutic aspects. We need our, they need our guide, not only to understand each other, but also to understand themselves as families, but also to understand the new technologies such as video games.
Of course, and sorry if you are all listening to my cat meowing. She's getting a little bit flustered at the moment, and don't let that distract you. I think that what you do is beautiful labor. I think that
Yeah.
we need really passionate people
Yeah.
in the therapy session as well as yourself, which really care about the well-being not
Of
only of
course.
your patients but the gamers, because we know
Yeah.
that we as gamers are involved in many community as well, and we know that those communities can be a little bit nocive for our mental health. So I
Yeah.
think there's a good opportunity that whenever we are talking about video games, how to receive positive feedback even from our communities, I think that
Of
we can do
course.
more on those matters. So you were telling me about Tawi and their
Yeah.
game Endeavor. Can you tell us a
Yeah.
little bit more so we can? We're getting close to finish this, so
Yeah.
let's wrap it up.
Okay. They're both are very interesting games. Toei, it's important usage as evaluation and treatment. But the most important thing about Toei is that
Hmm.
a Mexican video game.
Hmm,
Yeah, that evaluates the cognitive functions in kids.
I see.
They have, if I remember, three research published in some, I think, yeah, in some journals of neurology.
Oh,
Yeah, they're so interesting, and Endeavor it's so interesting and innovative because Endeavor is the first video game that the FDA approves to being used as a medicine to treat
wow,
ADHD. Yeah, it's
impressive.
interesting because they start thinking to substitute medicine with technology. It's a huge step for the video games to start be looking it as medicine treatment. It starts being so serious that yeah, that's
Amazing.
so interesting. I'm waiting for Endeavor to have it in my hands to start working. And Toei, I'm going to start working with Toei and with some patients.
Amazing. I hope to know more about your research on how Tawi, uh, of course, with their endeavor, see how it changes for patients. And you were, well, okay, I'm going to read your quote. I hope you don't mind.
No, don't worry. Go
Okay, I'm
on.
going to read it because it's cool. Because video games are being such an integral part of our culture, modern family therapists are more likely than ever to encounter families with members who play them. That's from Ryan M. Earl.
Yeah, it's curious. Ryan M. Earl is a family
Sorry.
therapist
Yeah.
and a doctor of behavior.
Hmm.
Uh, it was one of the family therapists that I said, I want to know them,
Yeah.
to know him. Sorry,
Uh-huh.
uh, because we share a lot of things in common. When I decided to work with video games as a family therapist,
Mm-hmm.
I had the desire to being by generating a change beyond its use as a therapeutic tool.
I
I
see.
yeah, I want my patients, their families, and the people around me to have the opportunity to experience and learn about video games as I live it, leaving aside the myths and stigma so that they can see the great contributions and benefits that they not only have with therapy but also in the family.
Oh, that's so cool,
Yeah,
Veronica. Because also mental health is a bit of, a taboo,
of
and you're
course.
challenging two taboos. Like video games are
Yeah.
not as bad, and mental health is very important.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. So my recommendation as a psychologist and obviously as a gamer girl, it's a thing that I take from Ryan. Ryan in one paper. So why why does sorry why I decide to talk about video games and family therapy? One, because I'm a gamer, and second, because I'm a family therapist. I study, and that's one of my things. And
Yeah.
also, my recommendation is that don't be afraid to study these topics, to
Yeah.
understand them, and put it into practice, especially in our daily life. Deny them and put them aside would be denying part of our present
Yeah.
and strange in the past and ignore our future. Because we live in a technological area, obviously we need to make the have an equilibrium, yin yang.
Yeah, with the
Yeah,
video games. And I like to show everyone who's been really patient with with our panel here. You added us a couple of pictures of
yeah,
your office, which I think
yeah,
it's pretty awesome. And I guess you can tell
yeah,
us a little bit more what's going on. But I see a lot of games over
yeah.
there. I think that's amazing. And I don't think that, not even with my own therapist, we have such a cool space as you have.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sometimes when the parents enter to my office, are so I don't know that they look at, hey, I'm entering to my TV
My
room.
own living room.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Amazing.
yeah, and say, hey, let me explain you that I work with video games.
Video games. And you
Yeah,
make such a comfortable space for them because it really reminds them their own living homes. That's
yeah.
amazing. Okay, I'm gonna finish up with a quote that Veronica added to this presentation, so I'm gonna head and read it. And here goes. What if everything you see is more than what you see? The person next to you is a warrior, and the space that appears empty is a secret door to another world. What if something appears that shouldn't? You either dismiss it or you accept that there is much more to the world than you think. Perhaps it is really a doorway, and if you choose to go inside, you'll find many unexpected things. This is a quote from Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto, and this is it. Thank you so much for attending to our panel. I hope that you have enjoyed it as much as we did. Thank you so much again for speaking and telling us all your experience, Veronica. I think that you're being so passionate about the mental health of the youth is something very important, and even more in these times that are very challenging.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Miriam, to be a great partner. I enjoy to work with you, and thanks also to be a great developer and continue making that incredible video games that are so necessary to have fun and to learn also.
Okay, thank you so much. You're so kind. So thank you, everybody. Stay safe in these social distancing times, and keep it rated. Thank you so much for watching our panel again. See you around. Bye bye.
Bye. See you.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible. Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. And we're really happy to bring post-apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bites, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
So welcome everyone to the PAX Online panel, Beyond 101, Representation in Indies, the Industry, and Beyond. I am super excited because we have an incredible group of panelists here ready to talk a little bit more about what representation is looking like currently in the industry, how we can celebrate things that are being done well, and some of the specific changes that we'd like to see and specific actions we can take to continue improving the space so that everyone feels represented and we can get games for everybody. So the first thing to do is, before discussing any of these topics, is introduce everybody. So I'd love to start with Josh. If you could start by introducing yourself, your pronouns, and what you do, that would be awesome.
Hey, I'm Josh. Pronouns he, him. I run a site called IntelliGame. We make connections between games and the real world. And I stream, podcast, all sorts of stuff.
Kara?
Hi, I'm Kara, pronouns she, her. I'm a writer and narrative designer. I've worked on Asagao Academy, To Be With You, and Solstice, to name a few. And I also stream on Twitch as well.
Tanya?
Hi there, I'm Tanya. I go by pronouns she, her. I am the director of Vivid Foundry, and what we're creating currently is a narrative-driven choice drama game in a cyberpunk world by the name of Solid State, and we are talking about a lot of exciting elements of intimacy in a cyberspace world in which there is a biotech revolution happening and a lot of militarization, and how can you find your friends within it.
Cool. And last but not least, Victoria?
Hi, I'm Victoria Tran. I go by she, her, and I'm the communications director at Kit Fox Games. We're currently making a game called Boyfriend Dungeon, which is a dating simulator dungeon crawler mashup, and a mystery solving game called Lucifer Within Us.
Awesome. And I'm Jenny Wyndham. I'm the communications manager for Rose City Games. We are currently publishing a lovely little title called Garden Story, as well as developing our own game called Floppy Nights. And I'm really excited that everyone's here today. So before we start discussing what representation looks like in the industry and discussing sort of the changes that we can hopefully enact and help you figure out how to enact, I wanted to discuss what this panel is not, because the titles are hard. It's a bit of a misnomer in the sense that while we're going beyond 101, there's really only so far we can go in 1 hour. So while we're going to try and do our best in talking about why active work in this space and topic is still needed, I want to really emphasize that this is still just scratching the surface for what is happening and what can be done in this space to increase representation of underrepresented voices. Also, we are human, and so thus we will have limitations, we will have blind spots. In the composition of this panel, we have not been able to represent every facet of folks in the industry or people wanting to be in this industry. So please keep in mind that while we're all working towards progress, that this again is really a stepping stone and just the start for a lot of change that we hope can happen. And so my first question to you all, my fellow panelists, is How are indie games and the indie industry in particular uniquely situated to be a place where diversity and representation can flourish?
Yeah, I guess I can start. I think one of the things that is so great about indies and all that is that the barrier to entry to games and to making games is generally quite low. Like, and you want to make money from it and be successful, that's like a whole other story. But the ability to make games, to create the game, to just start is wonderful. Like, especially like itch.io, like, and like Twine games, and like there's so many stories that you can tell, just like if by doing it as a hobby. So I think the fact that we aren't limited by, let's say, publishers, and like I get it, like there's people in decision making spots in bigger studios, let's say in like AAA studios, who are like, this is what our market research says, this is what we're interested in, and this is generally the kind of thing that we want. And generally in those positions you have people who are like white, cis, hetero, male. So not having to go through all of that in order to create something that, to express yourself, to express a story, to do whatever, I think is generally quite amazing. And that's how, at the start, indies can help diversity flourish.
I think in addition to that, yeah, I was trying to put the words together in my head. I think in addition to that, indies are very uniquely positioned to enable people to tell their own stories. I think that a lot of times when you're working with a publisher, they're more concerned about mass marketability, and so they want to be sure that the story that you're telling appeals to the most people. And for that mass marketability, the prevailing wisdom is that the stories that should get told are the normal stories, like a very white perspective, usually a fairly male perspective, just generally the same kinds of stories that we've already heard, instead of stories told from an LGBT creator about their own like coming of age story. And so indies are very uniquely positioned to enable people to tell the story that they actually want to tell without necessarily worrying about whether it's marketable. And I believe that it all is actually marketable, because as it turns out, human stories appeal to humans.
No. What?
But it'll take a little while, I think, for the industry at large to catch up to that idea.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. I think there are so many stories that come out of passion. And it might sound pithy, but it's just that story that people really want to tell can come from these tools, which I think, Victoria, you've already spoken about. The tools are getting much more accessible. People with even not expensive hardware can start building, and they can find resources online to learn from inexpensive to free libraries. I think the indie community as a whole is very welcoming in sharing resources, just to get that spark started. And some of that lives on Twitter, some of that lives on Discord channels. And I think that's the beauty of some of this. It's not behind like completely like closed doors. People, when they see cool things, they want to know more, and others are willing to really share in that. I think that there's that joy of energy, where people just want to tell stories, and people want to hear stories that resonate with each other. I think there's a certain sense of like also universality in the midst of finding that kind of specificity as well. Like, we have our local stories of our lived experiences, but we also share some universal values, and that's, I think, so much of the joy in sharing that.
Yeah, it feels to me like a lot of the issue in the past has also been that when marginalized stories have come to the forefront for sort of mass scale consumption, they've been told by people who are not of those backgrounds. So it's a lot of stereotype portrayals of, these people do this thing in this way, and it ends up with a lot of the tropes that you end up establishing, right? Black folks are always the first ones to die in horror movies. LGBT folks can never have a happy ending. Like, all these different ways that when these stories are really wrapped up in the theory of experience as opposed to the experience themselves, like, yeah, those stories end up ringing a little hollow. I know that when I was younger, I pretty much just was like excited about any sort of representation at all. But now being able to have this perspective where I can say, okay, well, like, it's great that Black characters are in this game, but like, can these not be trash characters? Can we have more than one? Can a Black woman be like part of a squad of like, can there be it's gotten to yes and as opposed to just yes. And I think that indies are specifically positioned to be able to do that because of all the reasons we just talked about. We have small teams that are able to tell actual personalized stories. And if if an indie game sells, well, don't let me quote numbers because this is the place where everybody's going to see I'm out of my league. But like, an indie game can sell a proportionally smaller number of copies compared to a AAA and still be financially successful and can still be viable. The creators can still like keep the lights on. And so there's just more opportunity to dive into a niche because so long as capitalism still does the things that it's doing, you don't need as much capital to be able to continue doing your work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you all really encompassed sort of why indies are uniquely positioned. The ability for creators to tell their own stories, the cost being far lower than perhaps within a AAA situation, and the accessibility of tools and hardware and resources and community for people to be able to create these stories and create stories that matter to them and matter to others that have not been told. I wanted to take some time to highlight what indie games are specifically doing well in representation and diversity by having us kind of talk a little bit about specific games that we have encountered that we think have done a really strong job, and take a moment to celebrate these games. We don't want to go too deep into it because we do have a limited amount of time, but each panelist does have one game that they'd like to share. So maybe Victoria, if you wanted to take a second and talk about your selection and why it really resonated with you.
Yeah, so I think the first game that I wanted to talk about was Detention, which is a Taiwanese horror game, essentially, from Red Candle Games, I believe. And I wanted to talk about this because it was one of the... It's a horror game that's based off of Taiwanese mythology. And I think that's something that I didn't realize I was missing in a lot of games, where it was like, oh... yeah, like so many different countries have so many different like mythologies and so many different stories that like resonate with them, and also like histories, because like it's not just about mythology, it's also like historic events that are talked about in Detention. And I think, speaking from self-experience, so I'm Vietnamese, and Asia has this thing where it conglomerates all of its countries into one like three countries, right? It's like you got China, you got Japan, and you have Korea, which are all great. It's lovely. But yeah, it's like when like South Asia, Southeast Asia, like there's all these other stories that I think and cultures that you could explore that don't get talked about as much. And I think having a game like Detention, like talk about a part of like I've never heard about like the mythology of Taiwan. Like I was like, this is fascinating, and I loved it. So that's a game that I wanted to talk about. But I don't know if anyone else wanted to also dive into theirs.
Yeah, I think for me, I really enjoy She Dreams Elsewhere. It's being developed by Studio Zavir. Davion Gooden is working on a project that I think really provided this like experience in Blackness that I don't see very often in the indie space in particular. It's a game that deals with friendship, with mental health, but it also provides it from a perspective that just is... It was really refreshing, I guess. It made it to me felt like I was entering into a space that wasn't pulling punches to try and appeal to sort of the lowest common denominator, right? Being able to like hear music that has words in it that I generally wouldn't play around some friends of various backgrounds, there was just something for me that was very validating, to think that somebody was like, I feel confident enough in this perspective that I'm going to develop this into a game that everybody is going to consume, regardless of like the ways that I, in my own lived experience, have had to sort of like be really cautious or kind of tiptoe around the different spaces in which I introduce or dial back my blackness, to try and make sure I'm palatable to the, to the audience. And so for me, that was a game that it's not out yet, but is even just playing the demo was really powerful for me.
I wanted to talk really briefly about Pumpkin Days, which is created by Pumpkin Interactive, which is a Black-owned studio. And I want to talk about Pumpkin Days because I very much enjoy playing like casual farming simulation type games with a focus on relationship building and that kind of thing. But I end up being extremely frustrated all the time because it's so difficult to create myself in these games, because there tends to be a very wide array of options as far as lighter skin types go, and also kind of straighter white hair goes. And there tends to not actually be that many skin color options for darker skin tones, despite the fact that there is a huge variance in them. And there also tends to really not be more than 1 or 2 options for black hair. And when I started playing Pumpkin Days, not only does it have all of those things, but it also has controls for body type, controls for how you would like your character to be referred to. Just basically the most thorough character creation I've almost ever seen anywhere. There was so much choice for you to be able to mold this character to however you want them to be. And I think that that's, despite the fact that larger studios kind of know that it's important, I personally have been really disappointed even by kind of fancier, like I'm thinking of like MMOs or like Skyrim, those kinds of character creators where you technically can have your character be a darker skin tone, but I find those tones don't really look human. I don't know a very kind way to put it, but it doesn't, like, I don't tend to see those shades in real life in the same way. And I think that it's kind of an afterthought for a lot of people, putting in these other options for other people to play as, that they put them in there and they think that will be good enough, instead of kind of thinking about, but does somebody actually look like this? Would somebody actually choose this? Does this actually reflect a person and their choices and how they want to appear? And so when I started playing Pumpkin Days, I was very floored by how thoroughly they covered a bunch of different options. And so that's why I wanted to talk about them.
Oh man, what a tough act to follow. After Detention, She Dreams Elsewhere, and Pumpkin Days. The reason I say this is now I feel embarrassed to, of course, present my own game. But I am very embarrassed. I'm working with a team who honestly inspires me every single day and every single moment. And our game Solid State is really drawn by my excitement to really explore more of my hyphenated identity as a person of diaspora. How can I go back and face like the homeland of my ancestors, for example, to kind of just understand a little bit more about what they've gone through. So in that kind of context, I started writing this narrative driven game with a lot of choices embedded within it, about this young hacker by the name of Chloe, who goes to a city under great surveillance and explores these nuances of different ideas from the people whom she has much more access of data to. But even so, like her, what I really wanted to illustrate with this is like, even with more access to data, sometimes you make emotional choices. You make very intimate choices, even if you might have access to more data than other people in a surveillance state. And I think I've been exploring this idea of like just a lot of limitations that sometimes we feel like we come across in our day-to-day lives, with the sense of like, should I just be apathetic about everything that's happening around me? and trying to find that sliver of hope to like how can we contribute back, how can we understand ourselves in this bigger picture of all of these things happening, and of course like not knowing where our identity lies. So I really wanted to share that experience with other people. And on our team, of course, we have a very diverse team as well. I'll just name a few people who are so crucial to helping this project. For example, Siege, he's our artist, and you can see his character art behind us, as well as on my wall here. And, you know, he has a hyphenated identity too in many ways. Like he has family in Jamaica, as well as in Canada, as well as in Britain. So like, and he's a Black man living in Canada now. So it's really important for me to have his voice and his art shine through. Yeah, we just have so many wonderful folks on the team, but I won't monopolize the conversation.
Not at all. Well, and I think everyone has picked games that have highlighted so many specific things that can be done to bring just underrepresented voices into the industry, whether it's in the game through character creation, through hiring practices and making sure that your team has a range of voices to inform the game. So we have, through talking about these games, really illuminated a lot of things that we are loving in the industry, that people are doing great, again, sharing stories, highlighting their own experiences, and hiring diverse folks. But I think in celebrating what is being done well, I think also that does kind of offer up, I guess, insight and a door to say, well, what could we do better? And so my first question to you all on that, in that realm, is what are some of the specific challenges that marginalized folks and voices still face when entering this industry? And I'd like to specify first as developers. Like, if you are trying to create games, what are some of the challenges that we still have in front of us?
I've seen one of the issues that happens is that a lot of larger companies tend to feel that their contribution towards diversity is to hire diverse developers and creators, but then they just kind of just drop them into the company and kind of expect them to do all of the work of informing the people around them and perhaps like steering games towards a more friendly lens. And that puts a disproportionate amount of burden on underrepresented developers who, in some cases, end up having to go into a workplace and arguing for things that are not well received by their fellow coworkers, and that they get kind of a bad reputation as maybe like confrontational or argumentative because the workplace culture has not been changed at all to make diversity a priority and to make these conversations important and safe when somebody has something like this to bring up. So I think that even when studios are trying to do a good thing by hiring from a diverse array of people, sometimes they just stop there. And I think that there needs to be a lot more done than just expecting the people that you're hiring to do that work alone.
Yeah.
I think for small indies who are trying to make it at the very beginning, I know very early on in the conversation I mentioned something about like people's passion. Unfortunately, I'm going to, in Act 3 of this conversation, I'm going to twist this a little bit and say, unfortunately, some people really do take advantage of the passion that people have, and especially in targeting marginalized communities or members of the marginalized communities, to really tokenize their contributions and say, as long as we're, seen as publicly supporting these people, then they can get away with other acts of which is actually discriminatory or gatekeeping of that nature. And I've seen that happen quite often because the kind of retaliation upon people who say that they don't want to be tokenized or made into some sort of model minority is that then they get shut out of these spaces as well, because oh, at first these people created this space for them, even though they're different. And now how dare you kind of retaliate or act in a retaliatory manner just because you happen to be standing up for yourself. Whether it's because you're asking for a little bit more of a higher pay or fairer pay or fair engagement, but instead, like sometimes even our dramas are must be kind of presented towards their agenda first, rather than a way of which we can live independently and thrive despite that. So like that kind of storytelling then gets twisted around to, well, how can that serve whatever established framework of which does not actually serve that marginalized community or some of its members, and so on and so forth. So I think I can really see that from a much more kind of indie perspective. For bigger companies, I think sometimes if there's like a case of harassment or discrimination, it's often like pinned down to like, this is an individual issue, rather than like a systemic one. So it never gets addressed on a systemic level, in which what that means is that there are like situations in which it's beneficial for people to not address it on changing structure and the people at the very top. Rather, it's maybe just two women fighting against each other because they're catty, that sort of thing, and they happen to be minorities or gender minorities in the company. So.
Yeah, no, I think like to build on that, a lot of the problems I've seen, and like I agree with what everyone has said, is definitely like a notion that somehow minorities need more mentorship when we're already qualified. We have years of experience, let's say, but somehow like the only thing people can offer is like, we'll give you mentorship. And it's like, that's great and that's lovely, and I get the thought behind it, but we need to actually be hired. We can be more than just consultants. There is talent in the industry, and we need more than just mentorship, like as I keep drilling down on, because it is infuriating to see qualified and like people who are amazing at their jobs have to work 50 times as hard because there's some systemic problems within the hiring process, let's say, or it's only bound by referrals, which I get like why people would like, hey, do you have a recommendation? But then that seems to group together like, okay, well, then you're just rewarding the people who are more talkative or who are more popular or who, you know, agree with you and who seem less like intrusive. So I think that really builds on it. And kind of moving on from that is also the fact, and I touched upon this earlier, is that a lot of games that get greenlit by bigger publishers, let's say, by who get the funding, are gatekept by, and not like in like a purposeful way, because like I get it, when publishers publish a game, they want to be excited about it. But the problem there is that a lot of people in those decision-making roles are not generally quite diverse. And I get it, you don't have to like every single game, but we need more and more people in more powerful positions that can make these decisions and can be the tastemakers that kind of lead games to become this more diverse thing that we all talk about but never really put into practice.
Just touching off that thing about the mentorship, it is a little bit insulting because it seems to place the onus on the developers out there a lot of times to say that, oh, maybe the reason you're not as successful in your career is because you need somebody to show you how to be more successful. And I think that kind of, because obviously the people offering these mentorship opportunities have very good intentions, but I think that disconnect points to a lot of the actual issues and why people aren't able to get into the industry, because people kind of assume it's just, oh, you just aren't talking to the right people, or you're just not doing something right, instead of understanding that there's actually barriers that need to be altered in order to allow more people in.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else had anything to add to that. I totally agree. I think there's this element of like doing diversity as this almost like marketing practice at this point for quite a few companies. And it can be really disheartening when you see, during like a Black History Month or a Women's History Month, that's when they do that diversity and they've checked their box, and all of a sudden that month is done and, oh, well, we did the diversity, so we good. And that's really not the case. The idea that this is something that, like, as all of you have mentioned, needs to be embedded throughout daily practice, throughout systems within companies, without just having it be sort of like a token event that you check off every year, like a holiday of sorts. Because this is based on lived experiences. These are people, and we can't just say that we did the thing and have it be that.
I
yes.
know you said developers, but you brought up a point that I kind of want to chime in on.
Yes,
if that's okay.
Please do.
When you brought up the whole like Black History Month thing,
Mm-hmm.
I think in particular, a lot of these things feel relevant to me because, especially in the wake of Black Lives Matter protests and the murder of George Floyd, like my DMs, my notifications, all that stuff blew up as everybody suddenly recognized that Black people were relevant in the game space. But then, like, since then, things have really quieted down. And I think there were a lot of us who were in the space who were just waiting for that to happen. We're like, okay, I get that everybody's interested right now, and I don't even mean to say that interest is disingenuine. Like, people watched the video or like heard about what was happening, are starting to understand this concept of systemic racism, and are like, I want to do something about this. How can I help? But I think that the difficulty is that this signal flare was popped by social media. And so everybody was paying attention to that. And then when the next thing happens, everybody pays attention to that. And that cause is relevant and necessary. And here in the game space, it was a wave of sexual harassment and assault allegations. And like, we need to pay attention to those things. We need to address those issues systemically. But we also have to understand that like each of those actions is going to require sustained effort.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, Zalivir Nelson Jr. had tweeted and was like, in 2 months, if you come back and you're not paying attention to these same streamers that you've started following or the people that you've started replying to, like, realize that you're having them go through all this work for nothing. And then in 2 months, he retweeted that and was like, I just want to point out that, like, it looks like that's kind of what happened. Like, and so it's not, I don't bring up that discussion to like excoriate somebody, right? It's like, I think that people genuinely care. I've seen more people have these discussions about how do we bring Black people to the table? How do we bring women to the table? How do we not just bring them to the table, but create a safe space to do so? But it also comes with like, when you make that commitment, recognize that you're making that commitment for an extended amount of time. The white text on the Black background that you put on Twitter, like, expect somebody to come back 3 to 6 months and say, what did you do about this? And like, if you don't have an answer for that, you need to come up with one. And like, I appreciate where people's hearts are at, but there becomes a point where your head has to be in it, and you have to be willing to do that work even when you're not feeling the initial impulsive reaction. And that's kind of where I think a lot of the industry has to make some of that shift.
Mm-hmm.
I think that basically what you're saying is that people need to approach diversity as a lifestyle change and not as a task that they can just have completed.
Mm-hmm.
If you want the industry to be more diverse, then you need to make yourself and your life and your work and your consumption more diverse as a lifestyle change in order to get there. It can't be just a moment. It has to be an ongoing thing.
And so I'd love to turn our attention in the sort of final act of the panel to those actions that we can take as players, as fans, as developers, as just people who love games and love this space and want other people to be able to love it as much as we do. How can we start taking these steps to make diversity a lifestyle change for everyone?
Yeah, I think one of the... So I'm going to say this, and it's a thing that sometimes infuriates me, but hello to the lovely people watching this panel. I sometimes wonder if the people watching this panel, like, if like who is watching this panel, right? Like the people that we need to hear that. Sometimes I'm like, are they here? Like, are they listening to us? Sometimes the most infuriating thing I think is that we can say this all we want, but if it comes out of like a white cis man's mouth, everyone's like, oh my God, you're amazing. and thank you to those people. Yeah. I know. And it's like, I get it. I get it because it's like, I don't really get it sometimes, but it when it comes from a peer, when it comes from someone you're close to, you do tend to listen to them more genuinely. And I think what needs to happen is that these conversations do need to happen beyond our own personal circles, where we can talk about this safely, where we feel comfortable even chatting about this, right? Like what we need is like when you're hanging out with your buddies or your gamer friends and you're just playing a game and someone says something just like as a joke, like just kind of racist, kind of sexist, to point that out and to be like, hey, like that wasn't really cool of you to say. And it doesn't, it's just like even those tiny moments of like pointing it out to a friend and knowing like you have to keep your friends accountable. You might be in a little bit of an awkward situation. Just having those moments is so valuable to the industry as a whole, I think, and just like slowly makes the changes and progresses things so that we don't always have to deal with this ourselves.
I very much agree with that. I think that one of the most frustrating experiences that you can have is being friends or just having conversations. I grew up in Kansas, so just having conversations with people, trying to explain to them why something might be a problem or why something might need to be done in a specific area, and kind of having the person you're talking to receive that as, yes, something must be done, but not necessarily by me. I'm glad that I've been educated, and like just continue on about their day and continue on about their life. I find it especially frustrating because I'm half German, and so in Germany there's a concept called Vergangenheitsbewältigung, which more or less translates to personal responsibility for the past, in which it's culturally taught that we are each personally responsible for making sure that the bad things that happened in the past don't happen in the future, and we're personally responsible to keep making those decisions to push the world forward and make sure that we don't go back there. And I think that that's a perspective that would be wonderful to see more if people really did start first with themselves and not with necessarily pointing fingers at like, oh, the companies need to do more, or oh, so-and-so needs to do more, but instead, we have the most control over ourselves. What can I do more? Like, what indie developers can I push to the forefront? What games can I buy and can I support and can I recommend to my friends that are really good and diverse that maybe they should know? What job opportunities can I push towards friends that I have that are minorities that might be looking? There's lots of little things that we can do that I think we tend to abdicate our agency for, because we feel, obviously there's lots of things that companies need to be doing that would make a lot of change, but I think we tend to diminish our own power in relation to that. And I think that that's an important area where a lot of us can improve.
Yeah. Actually, if I can just like super quickly tack onto that, I like 100% agree, but this is just like a tiny big pet peeve of like when you do recommend people for panels and for jobs and for whatever, please don't do it because it's like, hey, so like you're a woman, you should be there's a panel. Hey, you're a person of color. Can you be on my panel? Like, we have actual skills and we have things to talk. Like, you don't need to. Like, yes. Yeah, sorry.
It's not, you're not doing somebody a favor. You're not like charity handing out like this job opportunity to a person. It should be because you know that your friend has good things to contribute and that maybe, they're not in the circles that would push that information to them, so you can be the one to show it to them. Not that like, oh, we need a woman to fill this space. I know a woman friend. Like, not that kind of thing.
Definitely. I think there's an element of just humanizing and realizing how in diversity, what we mean is also diversity of skill sets, of experiences that, you can't just sub in another person. We're not like, I don't know, digital avatars here. And I think it goes back to that idea of like open hearts and kindness. Like I think a lot of people, going back to some early ideas that I'm just building on here, is like, perhaps we have to really look into why we look at a white man and think that he is familiar, or specifically a white cis man, and think he's familiar and we believe his words. Why does he look particularly trustworthy? We really need to interrogate that aspect. If that's something of which you have that aspect with you. And maybe the reason why he looks familiar is because he's overrepresented in media. So play more games by diverse developers in which you're being put in positions of which you have to interact with a lot more people from different perspectives, from who look different from that of a white cis man. And rebuild that sense of familiarity with everybody in your, even if you don't get access to people in your own neighborhood who might look different, right? I think there's the power in that kind of media that we can have. And I also, I know this is a game recommendation panel, but may I actually recommend a book?
Absolutely, yes. Please do.
Yeah, I think there's so much that we can do in terms of for ourselves and for our community, and it can start super small. So I've recommended this book before. It's by Adrienne Mary Brown. She's a Black writer, and her book is called Emergent Strategy, and it's literally starting from small and seeing in your day-to-day lives what you can do to be more open, to make sure that, like, structurally it is a lifestyle, like what Kara said. You're changing your lifestyle in order to encapsulate much more diversity. You're not just, checking a box. I'm sorry, I'm taking your words.
No, please.
Yeah, so it's, there is that level of when we're sharing these ideas that, like, we are sharing a bit of vulnerability, but we can't keep doing this if we're just shouting down a well. So there are times when I feel like the works that I try to put myself through, because my games do engage with that, like, political intersection, that, like, surviving itself feels like it's political at certain times, right? That the stories can be like we're a canary in a coal mine whenever we're, from marginalized background. But let us not just be a canary, like, just listen as well. Don't just, look at our pain in a touristic way. Actually change your behavior over time as well, and embrace and learn more, and just keep seeing where those, like, universal values are, I think, in the midst of, like, all of our different little specificities and localities.
I think for me, I have a habit, for those who know me, of taking micro situations and zooming way out. So I'm going to do that for a second. I think that a really important part of recognizing the actions we can take right now is also recognizing the gravity of this specific moment. Of course, every moment in history is unique. Every generation has a challenge that comes to them. But in this particular moment, like, we're recording this, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before it's going to air. I don't remember the date. I literally have no idea what the world is going to be like by the time you see this recording. And it occurs to me that is I don't know that when I give you this, I don't know that when I give you this message, you will be in the space that I can usually count on when we're at PAX, we're all at this panel, regardless of wherever we're coming from, we're all sitting in the same room. We all, for a moment, have this opportunity to walk away from perhaps some of our normal lives and be able to focus on games and the community around games. But for many of us, the second that this is over, or perhaps even during this panel, we're going to be engaging with our lives in ways that are incredibly unique, sometimes really enrapturing, and sometimes really devastating. We've had a number of different cultural, political, and health-based crises over the course of 2020 that have been absurd. But over the course of that, as many times as I myself have become incredibly frustrated and just upset and downtrodden, I have also found so much hope in the ways that so many people have come together and stood up to the challenges that are being presented, the ways that people have been willing to take accountability, I'm sorry, I speak no German, but that concept of taking responsibility for the past and saying, what are the things that I can do in the present to make sure that we don't commit the errors of the past? What are the ways that I can look out for the people around me who perhaps I did step over or didn't notice until this moment? And what are the ways that I can learn how to deal with myself as a person who may have made mistakes before but wants to do better now? This entire discussion about diversity in games is just a single iteration of a multifaceted problem that goes through the entirety of our lived experience. And this is an opportunity that we have right now where we also see a bunch of forces that want to push back on that opportunity for progress. This is a time that I actually believe that we as gamers, we as people who are on the forefront of technology, of finding ways to interact with other people, of telling individualized stories, like, we literally are shaping the world right now, and we can continue to shape the world for the better, but we have to recognize that this is the moment to stand up and do something about it, because this opportunity may not last forever. It may not even exist in the same way when you watch this as when I'm talking about it. So, like, recognize the gift that you have to give to others, and like take that energy and do something with it.
Holy crap. I know, I'm actually like almost about to cry right now.
I
I'm
know.
so emotional.
It's like, Josh, I didn't say you could make us cry today.
Sorry.
I feel it. It's so real.
It's so real.
Oh my god, can we just end the panel? I can't
I know.
We're done.
I'm like,
It was not my intention. I'm sorry. I get carried away sometimes.
That was
Never
important.
apologize
It was
to
great.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was unreal. Before, like, I'm not even going to really attempt to add to that because you can't. There's no way. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that to myself. Before we head out, though, I would like to take a moment for everyone to like breathe. Just take a deep breath, because we talked about heavy stuff today, and I also want to say thank you to everyone on this panel for taking the time out of your day and taking your energy and being willing to talk about this, because as Tanya, I think, mentioned, like, this is vulnerable and this is not easy, and this is also not a conversation that we have, this is not the first time we've had this conversation. And so I think I appreciate you all very much for being able and willing and like so open and honest for all of this. So thank you. Before heading out, just to like end on something hopefully that people maybe can, I don't know, I don't want to say like to uplift, because I think this is all very inspiring and hopeful, but just maybe to end on a lighter tone. I'd love to go back to recommending some more games. So I'll kick this off, just because I don't want to be the last one talking for this one. I know y'all are going to knock it out of the park. Okay, so the game that I would like to recommend is called Venba. It is a team of 3 folks, all based in Toronto. And they are making a game where you play as an immigrant Indian mom. And I love this for so many reasons. But this is a game where you are a mom. And I think that is another, just talking about groups that are represented or not represented in games. I have done a lot of research and a lot of work into finding games with moms that are not just like prop pieces at the beginning to initiate sadness. And this is not one of those games. And in this game, it's a narrative puzzle game about a mom who has immigrated to Canada, and in that process has lost or needs to sort of replace some of the recipes or fix some of the recipes in a recipe book that got damaged on that journey. And so it's a game where you cook delicious looking food. It's a game about family, and it's a game about home and what it means to be home. And so, yeah, if you're interested, Venba, I think it's at Venba Game, and it looks amazing.
My recommendation is Falcon Age. You might have seen some incredibly beautiful GIFs. I had to recommend it because it's amazing. It's like adventurous. You get to take care of a falcon. You're playing as a woman of color. She's brown. So yes, you get to take care of falcon from babyhood till older. You're playing as a woman of color from also, I believe, an Indian background. You're actually working with you're actually traveling through a space in which it's clearly been colonized. So you're going to meet really interesting characters, but you're really defending homeland. And I think it's really such a beautiful landscape. You're dealing with like robots who are colonial in nature. And I think by exploring that, you also explore some incredible ideas of kinship with your found family, with your falcon. And it's just incredible. The storytelling from the environment perspective is also incredible as well. It's fun, but it's clearly got this heart of being created by a very diverse team. And on the aspect of a team, like, I have so much respect for this team. They're distributed, but they are able to work so well together as an indie team. Aka does some great work. He's the lead on this project, and he's just a phenomenal person to chat with. And like the first time I chatted with him, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can like chat with you. Quakes a little bit, but yeah, it's just like he's the kind of person who just humanizes everyone, and just, you know, everyone has to start from somewhere. So he's working with a fantastic team of gender diverse people as well. So really coming to bring this whole game together with this fantastic picture of diversity.
Yeah, shout out to Aka.
He's amazing. Aka's so great.
Sorry.
Yeah, super dope.
Can this be an
Super
Aka
dope.
appreciation panel?
New title.
I'm actually going to change halfway what my recommendation is, but
Yeah.
I did want to give a shout out to Raji, which just came out on the Nintendo Switch, and it's a game about ancient India and looks amazing. I haven't played it, to be clear. But what I did actually want to, and I totally remember it, like as I was on this panel, is that there is a game that's come out of Montreal, and it is actually based on, it's an indigenous video game called Terra Nova. And it's fantastic. It's basically a game that invites players, to experience the first contact between settlers and indigenous people in this like post-apocalyptic world, where there's like a terrible climate change thing that happened, and you kind of land in this world in the future, and you basically get to explore it and like experience this. And I think it's one of those things that's I don't think has gotten a lot of attention, and I really want Terra Nova to have the attention it deserves, because it is created by a student, I believe, or probably not a student anymore at this point. But yeah, so Terra Nova, game about indigenous culture and basically experiencing that whole like first contact.
Wrote that down.
Yeah,
That
me
sounds
too. That sounds
really
incredible.
cool.
Yeah, that sounds super good.
Yeah, I had to type very, very quietly.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna need everybody to send me their notes after the panel.
Perfect. Yes.
I got two quick ones, and they're both web-based and they're both free, so you can go and check them out. You can open some browser tabs if you are ADHD like I am and need to be doing things while you're doing things. The first one is the first one is called Sweetheart. It's by Kat Small. She is a Black game developer who put together a short narrative game about essentially like living a week in the life of this Black woman who is a student. She experiences various levels of like microaggressions while also just like living her life. And it was a really it's a wonderful game. It's in some ways very light. It in other ways can be very heavy. But I think that Kat lends a bit of her personality and perhaps her own lived experience in some ways to this game that I think for a lot of folks who are especially looking for more information about like, I'm not quite understanding some of racial discourse, so I would like to better understand what it's like to be in some of these situations. Sweetheart, which is Sweet X Heart for folks who are looking for it, is a really good game to check out. The other one that I would bring up is called The Evolution of Trust. This game is basically my game Bible. It's by Nikki Case. They're a developer who has worked on a number of different projects, but a number of their instructables have been really compelling to me. The Evolution of Trust basically utilizes game theory to explain why the internet feels like a dumpster fire so often. It's really fun. It's interactive. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes to play through. But I think that once you have played through it, it makes you look at all of your interactions on the internet a little bit differently. And especially when we're going into sort of this world state where it can be very hard to trust even the people around you, having a better understanding of the different things that you can try to create to make situations have more trust. It's an absolutely beautiful game. Cannot recommend it enough.
And that would leave me for last. And the game that I would like to recommend is called Herald, an interactive period drama. And I love this game so much. But there's a lot of potential spoilers, so I'm just going to read the synopsis. It takes place in the 19th century, and you are Devin Rensburg, a steward of mixed heritage working on board the HLV Herald, which is a ship sailing for the land of your birth, the Eastern Colonies. And so it is an adventure, heavily narrative-driven kind of mystery game that like slowly unfolds itself to you as you play. And it really shows how wonderful it can be to have a protagonist who is not just a person of color, but is bringing their perspective to the narrative. And so I absolutely adore novels that were written in this kind of time period of the 1800s and 1900s, but you don't often get to see that perspective of somebody who is a mixed race or of not the upper class or who is from a colonized nation. And because of the way that this game is set up, this character has the ability to maneuver through social situations and gives the player a lot of choice in how to maneuver through these social situations and kind of maybe manipulate isn't the right word, but I guess influence the situations that are happening to the other characters on board of both higher social status and lower social status of you. And the whole time the character is also exploring their identity and the connection between their present and their past, where they grew up, and their family. And it's so beautiful and it's so engaging, and I just think a lot of people would enjoy it. So yes, go check Herald out.
Definitely going to do that. That sounds so interesting.
I know.
It's so
More
good.
new games. I don't need it, but I want it, and I love it. So that is our time together. That is the end of our time together. Before we head out and get ready for the next panel that will be on this live stream, I'd love to have y'all take a really quick second to just restate your name, and maybe where the best place folks can find you if they are really excited about what you do and want to just stay in touch in that way.
Hi, my name's Josh. I run a site called Intelligame, and we make connections between games and the real world. You can find me on Twitter at Wallstormer. You can find Intelligame content at intelligame.us. You can find us on social media at IntelligameUs, and we stream at least once usually twice a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/IntelliGameUs.
Hello, my name is Tanya Khan again, and you can find me on social media as Vivid Foundry on both Twitter as well as Instagram, and you can also find my website as solidstategame.com, and if you want to find out more of our game on Steam, you can just search Solace State. By the way, it's not spelled solid like Solid Snake, it is Solace as in like Haven and Solace, so that's where you can find me most of the time. And I'm most active on Twitter, but sometimes I'm on the Instagrams as well.
I'm Kara Hillstock. You can find me on Twitter or Twitch under Cheratomo, Cheratomo. I stream a lot of diverse indies and cozy games and narrative-driven games. And I also recently put out a short 1 hour long game called To Be With You about a girl who, it's semi-autobiographical, and it's about a girl who moves in with her long-distance boyfriend and struggles to keep the relationship together as it starts going south.
Hello, I'm Victoria Tran. You can find me on Twitter at LivyTran, and you can find what Kit Fox Games is up to, which is the studio I work for, at Kit Fox Games on Twitter and also on Discord, discord.gg/KitFoxGames.
Awesome. And finally, I'm Jenny Wyndham. Again, I work for Rose City Games, so you can find out all about what we do on Twitter at Rose City Games. And you can follow me at Kimchika25 or find me on Twitch, where I also stream a lot of indies, and
she's so good.
And that's just twitch.tv/Kimchika. So with that, we're done. Thank you again for joining us for this online panel, and I hope you all have a great day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys!
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also, feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright. So we're going up to door 4. I'm going to open that. Get round behind the obstacle there. Yep, yep. Okay. Yep. You're good. Keep moving. Go into the vent.
Oh no. He was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent. Ooh. I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across, I'm choosing when I open this door.
Yep.
Yep, just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming
It's
around?
leaving you. Go.
Jesus. All right. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Close that door in his face. I'm just gonna open door 10 as well, so the crawler.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp here from Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. And we're going to do a little painting, hang out with you here and enjoy PAX Online. So one of the things I love about painting miniatures is putting a little glow on them, and get a lot of questions about that. So we're going to talk about how to add a little glow to your miniature to make it pop on the tabletop. So let's just go ahead and get started and see what we can come up with here. Switch it over to my handy cam, and I've got Ultron. And I thought it would be kind of cool. I'm gonna do like blue glow on him. And you can use the same sort of process that I'm gonna do for blue with pretty much any color you want. What I do is I paint an off-white. Now I don't use a pure white. I use like a very yellow. And then the color of my choice, I thin down with a little bit of water, and I just carefully paint over the off-white. Now what the off-white does is it kind of gives a nice light foundation to work from for your glows. Now if I want this to be hot red glow, I'd use like yellow at this stage. I would put a yellow in there, and then I'll talk about each step as we go along. I'm gonna let this dry. All right, once that's dry, I'm gonna switch to an ink. Now inks are very thin, very highly pigmented paints, and I'm going to use a turquoise. And if I was doing, say I was doing hot fire, this is where I'd add my reds. If I was doing green, I'd probably start with a yellow and then add like a really dark green. Purple, I'd probably start with pink and then go with the purple ink. Like I said, any color you want, you can use the same philosophy. Kind of paint the base white, add a light color that's kind of your main body color, and add a dark ink. I'm going to put a little bit of my base blue. This is a very light blue, nice soft blue. And I'm going to put a little bit of that white in there. I'm going to sharpen my brush. I sharpen my brush by just twisting it. Just put a little line right where we want the glow to really read. Very quick, very simple. Just to give that heat, because things radiate heat from the center, at low point, and the hotter it gets, the whiter it gets. Just reframe it just like that. Now we got a nice, simple, quick glow on our Ultron. So remember, you can use that technique, you can use that same philosophy on any type of glow you want. Red glow, yellow glow, green glows are always fun to do. I like a good green glow, and blue glows. Just lay down a nice white foundation, put in your main color, use a little ink. Might be something new to you, but it's a really fun thing to play with. Really pigmented, real powerful. And do the dark outline, and just put that little bit of hotness right back in the center. So I hope you found that enjoyable and informative, and keep enjoying PAX. And until next time, we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
PAX Online, welcome to our panel. We are so delighted to be a part of your journey into the online brave new world of PAX. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us from our illustrious home studios. Let me introduce us to you. My name is Aaron Suduko. I am the founder and chief video game analyst of With a Terrible Fate. I'm here with my amazing, very best mates and colleagues, Dan Hughes and Max Gorinsky, fellow video game analysts. If you haven't heard of With a Terrible Fate before, we are a relatively small but very passionate online publication dedicated just to analyzing the storytelling of video games. That is the one thing we do, mostly in long form written articles on our site, which you can find at withaterriblefate.com. I know you're all by your computers, so bookmark it for later or whatever you want to do. But the other kind of content that we're very passionate about producing is presentations to share with the wonderful people of PAX. We've been fortunate enough to do that all over the world. And it's really one of our favorite things to do because we always find some of just the most passionate and sharp gamers to talk about these amazing stories with and think about what makes them tick. We're sorry not to be able to be with you in person. We are going to ask, to the degree that you're able, hold off on commenting and chatting while we're talking. The way that we give our presentations is by talking you through a topic and sharing our thoughts for the entire hour. But afterwards, we would love to talk with you. That's our favorite part of doing this. So we're going to ask you, if you'd like to do that, to head over to PAX Online's official discussion channel in their Discord. We will all be hanging out there. More than happy to take all your questions, talk with you about this for as long as you want to hang out with us. What is our topic for today? Well, we're actually doing something a little unusual, not unlike PAX is doing, right? We're combining our typical topic, which is the storytelling of video games, with the storytelling of another medium, which is very near and dear to our hearts, namely Magic the Gathering. And we're going to do something similar to what Magic the Gathering, the card game, actually did with one of their sets last year, War of the Spark, which I have illustrated for you on the screen here. If you don't know Yoshitaka Amano by name, you probably know him by art. He's basically the father of the visual artistry of the Final Fantasy series, as you see on the right side of the screen, with him representing some of the iconic characters of Final Fantasy X. And on the left side of the screen, you see the art that Chris Rallis did, representing one of the famous characters in the Magic the Gathering universe, namely the Necromancer, Liliana Vess. And what Magic did for this set last year was they actually reached out to some famous Japanese artists in order to engage with their Japanese Magic the Gathering community. And one of the collaborations they did was actually Yoshitaka Amano representing that very same version of Liliana Vess on a card in his own artistic style. And so hopefully you can see, just taking a look at this picture, how by melding together the visions of this famous Japanese artist and the creative minds of Magic the Gathering, we're able to get something new and gain new insights into both. That's basically all we're doing in this panel. We're going to be asking ourselves the question, when we put these two storytelling media that we love so much into conversation with one another, that is Magic the Gathering and JRPGs, what can they learn from each other, and what can we as players, frankly, learn about ourselves? I want to walk you through a little bit about just what these are as groundwork before we dive into things. Hopefully, since you're here and you read the name of the panel, you know about at least one of these two things. But just as groundwork, JRPG just stands for Japanese role-playing game. For our purposes, that literally just means a single-player, story-focused video game developed in Japan. If you don't know Magic the Gathering, encourage you to check it out. It's really kind of the godfather of modern trading card games. It's been around for decades at this point, and the great thing about its interactive storytelling is that every time that Wizards of the Coast releases a new set of cards, they also expand the story that works in the background and grounds what these cards are all about. So they have iconic characters like Liliana, whom you saw, like some of the ones represented on these packs. They go on adventures throughout the multiverse across these different planes, and their adventures and the characters themselves and all of these events are cataloged and represented in the collectible trading cards that you can pull from packs like you see on the screen, and which you can use to assemble decks to play a meticulously crafted and engineered trading card game, which is competitive, which is something you can do with your friends, which is something I'm sure you can see at other venues and packs. But we're going to be thinking about it mostly in this panel, again, from a storytelling perspective. Let me tell you a little bit about how we got here. Again, what we do on the site is focused just on the storytelling of video games. So how this panel came about is kind of an interesting story. So what we usually do, right, is we think about what makes the stories of video games so special and interesting. And that means basically looking at them on two levels. So when you see a JRPG like Xenoblade Chronicles, which I have represented here, if you've played it, hopefully you'll agree with me that it has an amazing story. And that's great to talk about just on the levels of the characters in that story, the things that happen, the themes that it discusses. That's one level, right? But then, because we also love and are crazy about video games as an interactive medium that we believe is able to tell stories that other media, such as the novel or a film, cannot, we also take a step back and ask ourselves, all right, if we look at the medium through which the story is being represented and the interactive components that allow the player to actually become a part of the story, are there any interesting aspects of that that make the story interesting, not merely as a narrative, but as a narrative conveyed as a video game? And in the case of many of the games that we talk about on the site, the reason why we talk about them is that the answer to that is yes. And in the case of Xenoblade Chronicles, for instance, it's precisely the interactive nature of the game that allows it to tell a uniquely coherent version of the story of characters being trapped in an inescapable fate and yet ultimately overcoming it. Something that a lot of stories attempt to do in media, but which I've argued on the site in an article that I encourage you to check out if you're interested, is uniquely coherent and comprehensible when it's represented through the kind of interactive form that Xenoblade presents. But as the analysts of the site, have started going further down the track, thinking about what makes video games so special. We've been fortunate enough to be doing this for 5 years. We've also found ourselves asking the question, all right, given that we love other interactive media too, like Magic, can we ask the same questions of it? So with something like Magic the Gathering, we can look at that background story and say, all right, these characters are amazing. I love Jace. Nissa's the best. Things like that. Here are the adventures they're going on. Let's talk about that. But then let's also take a step back and ask, given the unique kind of interactiveness that happens in the case of Magic the Gathering, where players collect these cards and are able to organize them into decks and tell stories through the competitions that they have with other players, are there any interesting, unique storytelling dynamics that come specifically out of that? And then, more to the point for this presentation that we're giving you, when we put these two forms of narrative in conversation with one another, can we learn more about the total universe of possibilities when it comes to interactive storytelling? And since it is, by virtue of being interactive, involving the players, can we learn more about ourselves as these kind of special agents who are able to exert our will on these interactive stories and their worlds in increasingly complicated and wonderful ways as the overall mode of interactive storytelling just continues to evolve over the years? Let me give you a roadmap of where we're going as we explore this question with you in this panel. So first, I'm going to start with a very specific issue to bring us into thinking about this on a microscopic level. I'm going to talk about a specific issue that I've had with JRPGs in the past and how thinking about them in relation to Magic actually allowed me to solve that issue and get excited about the future of JRPGs and video game storytelling. Then we're going to zoom out a little bit, and Dan is going to talk about how the conversations that players of Magic have and that players of video games have when they interact with each other through those stories is actually creating a new language almost that riffs on one of the most basic purposes of storytelling that's ever existed, which is to communicate with one another. Finally, we're going to zoom out even further with Max, who's going to consider, based on the total universe of possible ways to interact with these stories that are interactive by nature, how can we come to better understand ourselves as players and indeed think about not only our own identity, but also the specific personas that we adopt in these different kinds of stories and what that says about us. That's where we're going. Like I said, we're going to start with something very specific, which is an issue that I've had with how JRPGs are adopting make your own avatars. If you're not familiar with these by the name that I've given them, I'm basically just talking about any game that comes up front with a character creation system where you basically design the avatar from a bunch of preset options that the game is giving you. And one consequence of this is that not only is the avatar tailored to your particular specifications, what you want them to look like and sound like as a player, but they're also typically a silent protagonist, with the thought being if the avatar were spouting a lot of dialogue that the player didn't have any control over, that would kind of undermine the point in the first place of giving the player the ability to determine and tailor the avatar as a representation of themselves or simply as the way that they wanted to play the game. very common now, and increasingly so in traditionally story-driven genres of video games, such as the JRPG. And in principle, that's an interesting idea, but the issue is that as I looked at how these make-your-own avatars were being implemented in JRPGs, I found myself in this puzzle of trying to understand why it seemed so uneven, the way in which they were implemented. Which is to say, sometimes I would see a game with a make-your-own avatar, and it would tell a great story and be really compelling and interesting. And in other cases, it would seem like the game story just fell flat by virtue of having a make-your-own avatar in it. And I had no way of being able to figure out what it was that would make a game be successful or be a failure by virtue of having a make-your-own avatar in it. And so I want to walk you through how I came to that puzzle in the first place, and then how by thinking about it in the context of Magic the Gathering, I actually was able to find a possible solution to that puzzle that also opened up a really new and interesting avenue for JRPG storytelling in general. And to walk you through that, I'm going to give you two examples of games with make-your-own avatars, one of which I think is unsuccessful in its storytelling, which is Xenoblade Chronicles Cross. Much love I give to the series, but I think that this one in particular is a failure in terms of its storytelling. And then the other being Dark Souls, which I think is a resounding success in many ways, but one of them being the way in which it deploys a make-your-own avatar. You might disagree with my particular assessments of these games. That's fine. That's not the point I'm trying to make. My hope is that even if you do, you can find in your own gaming history examples of games with make-your-own avatars, some of which you felt were really successful and some of which were not. But in the case of these two games, the really interesting thing to me, right, is that they both have a very similar avatar creation system, right? You create this speechless avatar that's designed to your specifications, and then you proceed through a story in which lots of stuff happens. NPCs talk to each other and they talk to you, but you don't really talk back, and your avatar does a bunch of things along the way. And yet the way that these stories feel as the player is very different based on these two games. In the case of Xenoblade Chronicles Cross, I at least got this strange feeling of alienation from what was happening in the plot, where it seemed as though all of these characters whom my avatar would meet were interacting basically around the avatar and talking to each other, or sometimes talking at the avatar. And so even though the avatar was the central character in the story and all of the events that were happening revolved around the avatar seemed like this kind of nondescript blob that I had designed at the beginning of the game, but didn't have any distinctive characteristics unto itself, and therefore was not really interesting or able to rightly interact with the story. On the other hand, with Dark Souls, you have that same kind of interaction between the make-your-own avatar and the characters in this world and the bosses, and everything that happens in the game is directly related to the avatar. Yet the story, in my view, as much as you can understand the story going through it, feels coherent. You don't feel alienated from it in the same way that it feels like the story is just happening in your vicinity in Xenoblade Chronicles Cross, up to the point where you meet Gwyn, the final boss at the end of the game. And even if you haven't been able to track the story so far all the way to understand everything that's happening, the ending feels consonant, and you understand that there's something narratively meaningful in which you are taking part there. So the question and this puzzle, right, is what explains the difference? Why is it that make-your-own avatars can be very successful in some JRPGs and very unsuccessful in others, even though, for all intents and purposes, the way that they are deploying make-your-own avatars, for all I've said, is identical? And that's the exact puzzle that Magic the Gathering, as I looked at how it tells its story, was able to solve and unpack for me. To show you how it does that, I want to start just with an observation that I think anyone who's played Magic the Gathering would agree with, which is how the act of playing the game of Magic the Gathering interacts, or more to the point, does not interact with the background story that Wizards of the Coast releases with every set, right? So in the case of every set of Magic the Gathering, there's an elaborate, really interesting background story that is represented through those particular cards. What I'm showing you right now is a screenshot from the cinematic trailer that represents that background story for a set that they released last year, War of the Spark, which is basically Magic the Gathering's version of Infinity War. And one of the key events that happens there is Liliana, the necromancer I talked about earlier, whom you see in the foreground, turning against and revolting against Nicol Bolas, that dragon who's trying to become the god of the entire multiverse. And she decides to take a dramatic stand against him in order to try to save the multiverse. Now, because Magic is a card game, something that you have the really cool opportunity to do is collect cards that actually represent that very version of Liliana, whom we started this whole presentation with, and that version of Nicol Bolas. And you, as the player who are assuming this role of an avatar, a planeswalker, whenever you sit down and build a deck and play a game of Magic with your friend, another planeswalker, right? You can actually put those two characters by virtue of their card representations in the same deck. You have the opportunity to get them out onto the field together, and you can actually have them essentially team up to defeat your opponent and to conquer all of your enemies. Something that is very dissonant with what happened in the background story that I mentioned of Liliana turning against Nicol Bolas. But here's the observation, right? Even if you do that, it never occurs to any Magic player that having Liliana and Nicol Bolas team up in their game is somehow challenging or threatening to alter the events of history of War of the Spark, where Liliana actually turned against Nicol Bolas. It's almost as if the two exist on different planes of storytelling, no pun intended with all the planes that exist in Magic the Gathering. So as I thought about this and discussed this kind of planar segmentation of storytelling that happens in Magic with Dan and with Max, we came to this idea of what might explain that difference. And the thought that we had, which ended up being a really interesting way to unpack that problem with JRPGs, is, well, maybe it's a case that what's happening with that background story in Magic is like history. And players who are assuming the roles of these planeswalkers see it as something that happened in the distant past of the Magic universe, which, by the way, is very consonant with the typical word that Magic players use to describe that background story, namely lore. It's this kind of faded into the past history of events that we know happened, but is not something that's currently happening right now. So that when we sit down and play a game of Magic, it's not as if we're imagining ourselves being inserted into the events of War of the Spark, for example, and having the opportunity to affect or change history. Rather, what's happening is that we have all of these cards, and we as players have this distinctive magical ability to use those cards to invoke different characters and events from that lore, from that deep history of Magic, and tell new stories with them.
So when you sit down and play an individual game of Magic, it's not that you're traveling into the past to try to change things. Rather, you have a distinctive ability to channel those historical characters and create something new with it. You're acting, in this regard, as a kind of magical historian, someone who has created and designed this character from scratch, namely the avatar that you're playing the game of Magic as, with this deck that you've put so much time and care into, if you're like me or most Magic players I know, and you have this distinctive ability to tap into the past and channel it to create this new story. And so what I started thinking about as we unpacked what it is to play a game of Magic in this way was, well, what if we think about that key element of designing your own avatar in the way that you do with Magic, where the avatar is just yourself playing the game of Magic in the deck that you've made, and we expand that analysis to video games where you design your own avatar? Can that help to unpack the puzzle of why that mode of storytelling in JRPGs is sometimes very successful and other times not so successful? And I think the answer is yes. I think that idea of what I'm calling magical historicism, or the idea of acting as a magical historian, actually describes very well the JRPGs in which make your own avatars can be a really successful mode of storytelling. And the key to realizing this is just how different it is from the typical mode of storytelling in a JRPG. So first, let's think about the traditional, right? In the case of a normal video game, sure, the story with which you're engaging is interactive, but it's all been scripted and determined by the creators beforehand, right? You might have options in terms of in which order to visit the cities in a JRPG, or sometimes even which endings you get from the narrative, but the entirety of the characters, your avatars, the relationships, and the potential outcomes to all of that have been carefully, meticulously predetermined by the authors of that game. So even though you have an important and critical role, which is what we study on With a Terrible Fate, in that story as the player, the entire story, including your role in it, has been spelled out for you before you ever sit down and play the game by the creators. You are, in effect, having a story told to you, even though you're participating in the telling of it. Magical historicism, which again is what I'm describing that happens in Magic and what I think works well in Make Your Own Avatars cases, is very different because it basically puts the player, rather than in the seat of the person having the story told to them, in the role of the storyteller. So now it's not that you are just playing along with the story that's been pre-designed and engaging with the plot that's been carefully architected as it's being told to you. Rather, what's happening in the case of something like Magic, and as we'll see in the case of successful JRPGs that go this route, is there is a non-interactive history of the world, what we've been calling the lore, that has been designed and conveyed to the player and exists in the history of that fiction prior to the player's avatar ever showing up. And so that's fixed, right? Then the player comes in and has the opportunity to play in that sandbox. And that playing starts from the act of avatar creation. You have the opportunity to create your own representative and proxy for playing in the world of this fiction. And then what happens from there is up to you, but it's not a matter of receiving the plot of the game that's happening as you interact with it. Rather, it's the experience of uncovering this history that has come before the lore and being able to engage with it in a unique way as the magical historian is able to, whether that's putting together a deck like Magic or meeting characters from this history, as in the case of some of these games, and piecing together that history, playing around with it in a unique way, but in a way that focuses on your exploration rather than a plot unfolding around you. That, I think, is one very interesting way of unpacking what's going on in Dark Souls, right? Because to my point about engaging with a non-interactive history, if you haven't played Dark Souls in a while, you might have forgotten about this. I've played Dark Souls uncountably many times, and there was a period in there where I just played one playthrough after the other and so forgot about this. But there is actually a non-interactive cutscene at the beginning of the game when you start a new game in Dark Souls that explains to you the history of the world before you ever create an avatar, exactly as I'm talking about, right? And in that regard, what you subsequently do as someone who creates an avatar and explores this world is much more about uncovering that lore and meeting characters from that history, whether or not you understand all of it, and just diving into that history and making different creative magical historian choices, like fighting some of the characters from that history and killing them, rather than creating a new history of the world or enacting a plot based on your actions. And in fact, Dark Souls reinforces this point because any actions that you do take as a player, even though you have the opportunity to usher in an age of light or darkness at the end of the game, the point that is very clearly made by the game is that your actions are just going to feed into the cycle of this world. So the focus is not on you doing anything new, which would have had to be carefully architected by the writers of the game beforehand. Rather, it's about your engagement with the history of this world as someone going on this kind of historical adventure, right? I think the problem, which has been illuminated to me by thinking about JRPGs in comparison with Magic, is that, as we saw, the traditional mode of JRPG storytelling is just fundamentally different from what's going on in magical historicism. Because in one case, you're having a story told to you, and in another case, you have the sandbox of historical elements that you get to play around with and tell a story from. And I think in the cases of unsuccessful Make Your Own Avatar games, such as Xenoblade Chronicles Cross, what's happening is that they're trying to mesh those two things, which are mutually incompatible, together in a way that just doesn't work. And if you think about what a story is, it's pretty clear why that doesn't work, right? If you're telling a story one thing that's just almost too obvious to mention is that you better be clear and pretty precise and specific about the elements of that story, right? Characters need things like clear motivations and relationships to other characters, especially the characters that are centrally involved in advancing the plot, because otherwise the nuanced and interesting things that we love in stories, like complex themes or meaning, or simply just something that elicits a reaction at the end, that can't happen if you're not specific about the elements of the story that are bringing about those themes, right? And when you sit down to architect a story beforehand, if you're one of these video game designers who is telling a story to the player, if one of the central elements of your story is a make your own avatar, then by definition, you are not going to be able to be specific in the way that you could with an avatar that has a specified character with motivations, because make your own avatars have to be capacious in the way that they're designed. They have to have all of these different options that a player can choose from, and they oftentimes can't even speak, let alone have well-defined relationships with other characters, because you have to afford all of that leniency of the player coming in and being able to determine what they want that make your own avatar to look like, such that in practice, when you try to mesh those two different forms of storytelling together in this way, at least if you're in the camp of something like Xenoblade Chronicles Cross, what happens is you get bizarre cutscenes like the one I pulled a screenshot of for you here, where the make your own avatar, who is the main character in the game and has to be centrally involved in events, picks a side when two party members disagree about how to proceed with something, except the player doesn't have any agency over which side the avatar is picking, because it's this pre-scripted story that has to go one way and not the other, right? And the avatar isn't able to really express any clear motivation as to why they've chosen one side over the other, because that kind of motivation couldn't be scripted beforehand by the creators. And so you're left with this kind of non sequitur in the plot, with the make your own avatar making this decision which has clear and stark ramifications for what happens next in the plot, and yet no real explanation for how we got there. And that's because we can now understand and explain we're mixing these two mutually incompatible modes of storytelling, the traditional JRPG with magical historicism. I think the lesson here, which has gotten me really excited, frankly, to think about magic further in conversation with JRPGs, is that there are these two very different kinds of storytelling that, even within the umbrella of interactive video games that are focused on story, video games can achieve, right? One is the typical kind of storytelling that we're used to, but make your own avatars, when properly deployed, can be part of this totally different and really interesting mode, where the story is less about creating the world's history and more about discovering and exploring it, as Dark Souls has rightly become so well known for, right? And as we understand the differences between those, not only can game designers maybe think about new ways to engineer even further branches of storytelling off of those, but we as players have the special opportunity to think of ourselves not just as the interactive agents who uncover JRPG stories in the way that we know and love, but also as these magical historians who can do this really cool work of understanding and uncovering and playing with the lore of a world, much as the Planeswalker player of Magic the Gathering is able to do with its lore, and enact unique interpretations of that history in a way that only a player could do. So with that, I hope you get a chance to explore magic and JRPGs that practice magical historicism in that way. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to Dan to move us to the next part of the presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Aaron. So I am going to continue this conversation about Magic the Gathering and JRPGs by making the logical next step and talking about Star Trek The Next Generation. So Star Trek The Next Generation has a particular episode that I think works really well to talk about, to explore what we are talking about here in terms of capabilities of both Magic the Gathering and JRPGs. So this episode is called Darmok, and it finds Captain Jean-Luc Picard on the left there, floating around space with the Enterprise D crew, and all of a sudden they're hailed by a group of aliens called the Tamarians, or as they call themselves, Childs of Tamar, or Children of Tamar. And now, Starfleet and the Federation have encountered the Tamarians before, but it's always been sort of strange because they haven't been able to communicate with them effectively. This is incredibly strange in the Star Trek universe because every ship comes equipped with a universal translator, that is meant specifically to make communication between vastly different alien species possible and easy. But when the Tamarians start talking, they don't talk in normal sentence structures like one would expect a language to have. They talk in reference, they talk in metaphor. And that's actually where the episode's name comes from. One of these phrases, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra, this sort of impenetrable metaphorical language that Captain Jean-Luc Picard is trying desperately to understand to develop communicative skills with this alien race. So as the episode continues, we start seeing these two working together. And enacting what we come to find out, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra to literally mean. This phrase, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra, we come to find out, is a reference to a mytho-historical story about these two people from very different walks of life, Darmok and Jalad, overcoming a great beast called Tanagra. And so what we learn here is that when the Tamarian says this over and over again, what he's trying to intimate to Captain Picard is that he would like to overcome this great difficult beast, namely understanding one another, by working together and overcoming it. And so what we find here is a really great example of what we're going to be calling intertext. And intertext is a very easy concept to understand. It's basically when stories are talking to one another. And what we see in this episode is that the Tamarians speak through allusion and metaphor. They reference these old stories to communicate with one another and eventually with people who don't even understand their language, like Captain Picard and the crew of the Enterprise. And what we see is that as the story progresses, Picard understands that this is how they talk, and he realizes that we actually talk to one another in references a lot too. A lot of our conversation is metaphorical and illusory. And so he starts discussing different stories with the Tamarian captain. He brings up the Odyssey. He brings up the Epic of Gilgamesh. He talks about these different stories, and they find this common ground through this referential intertextual language. But why am I bringing this up when I'm talking about Magic the Gathering? Well, the answer is pretty easy. I think that if you're wondering that, all you'd have to think about is any number of times that you engaged in a game of Magic the Gathering. Because if you don't think that you've done this kind of referential intertextual communication, I promise you have if you've sat down to duel someone. So I'm going to take 3 very specific examples up here and reckon that a lot of you know these cards, if not by sight, then by name or some other way. And I think what's interesting is that we may all have varying ideas of the Magic the Gathering lore background of these cards, but I think they also have a very specific meaning to people who know them. So for example, on the left, the Black Lotus card. This is a card that I, like many of you, have never seen and doubt I will ever see in my life. It's a very powerful card, but it's also a very symbolically powerful card. This is a card from the alpha set of Magic the Gathering. It's worth hundreds of thousands sometimes, depending on what condition it's in and what the market looks like. So this could mean a number of things to you. It could mean a really good game of Magic. It could mean a really good look into the market of Magic if you have a card like this. Or it could be a sort of whimsical reminder of what Magic was like 20 plus years ago when people actually would play with these alpha set cards. Likewise, if you look at the card in the middle, so Aaron brought up this character, Nicol Bolas. And before Aaron and I started playing Magic together, I didn't know who this guy was in terms of the Magic the Gathering lore. I knew him as the card that Aaron would play, sometimes in conjunction with other cards, that would just ruin my night entirely. In particular, a game of Magic the Gathering in San Antonio, Texas that I will never forget, that was both fun and very frustrating because all of a sudden this mythical god being was set down on the cheap table that we had in front of us. And it didn't go well for me is my point. So I don't know him in terms of the lore necessarily. Likewise, if you look at the final card I have up here, I'm going to tell you a story about Emrakul the Aeons Torn, which sounds like something that the Tamarian captain might say to get his point across, but actually it's a reference to when my friend Tomas lured me into playing Magic the Gathering under false pretenses that it would be a fun endeavor for everybody involved. It wasn't most of the time. For those of you unfamiliar with this card, I'll save you the time reading the text there. It basically says, if you're able to get this card on the field, you win. But it's not just winning. It's vindictive winning. It's spiteful winning. It's making your friend who sat down and spent quite a bit of money on cards, by the way, sitting them down and saying, "You have made the wrong choice by being my friend." And when I think about this card, I think about all the fun, frustrating times that I had with my friend Tomas in high school, and what those stories mean to me. So I don't think about this thing in terms of what it means in the world of Magic the Gathering. I think about it in terms of the story that I created with my friend Tomas. And I think that if you think about what is in a duel, when you sit down to play a game of cards with somebody, what are you really doing? I think that, like Aaron mentioned, we're not really enacting this history that was set out before us by Wizards of the Coast. What you're doing is you're taking those cards, these placeholders for icons and characters and places and events, and you're sort of jumbling them up and taking the puzzle pieces out and putting them into a new configuration. And what's so special about that is that you're taking all of these references, you're using the intertext of Magic the Gathering and your game of it in the moment to tell an entirely new story, borrowing these elements from the story that was told to us by Wizards of the Coast to create your own tale. But that's all well and good. It's great to talk about, it's great to think about, but we're talking about video games, we're at PAX, we gotta bring them up. So I'm going to talk about The Little Game That Could, Neo 2. For those of you unfamiliar with Neo 2, it's the sequel to Neo, which is a Souls-like game, as they're referred to. Basically what that means is it's sort of like Dark Souls. It's very difficult. You die a lot. There's a lot of cool monsters and demons, and the setting is very dark. But unlike Dark Souls, this Neo is a game that takes place in a very specific time period of Japan, and you're following a very specific historical character as he traverses Japan and fights demons and develops relationships with other historical figures at the time. So what's cool, though, about Neo 2 is that it doesn't really come off like a sequel in the sense that you're picking up where the first game left off. It presents itself as a prequel to the first game. It takes place before everything that happens in the first game. But if you've played the first game, then as you're walking through this era of Japan, you start recognizing places, you start recognizing names, start recognizing demons and weapons and all these kinds of things that you had encountered in your first encounter with the world of Neo. So as it's putting all these pieces in front of you, it actually does something a bit more interesting than the first game. It takes those pieces and it starts telling this different story with an emphasis on cooperating with people and developing those strong relationships and nurturing the bonds of friendship in a way that the first game doesn't really talk about. And so as you're going through it, you find that there's really no connection to the first game other than a name only, until, of course, Neo 2 pulls the rug out from under you. And when you think the story has finished and your character literally goes into a deep sleep, he or she is awoken by the character from the first game. And all of a sudden, Neo 2 becomes the end of Neo 1 that you weren't expecting to happen. So what's so great about this is that it takes the elements of Neo 2, namely cooperation, friendship, these deep relationships that you form with people who you meet in your life, and it takes that and says, what if we applied that to the first game? And we finished a story that didn't quite come to a close when we stopped that first game a couple of years ago. So here we see a great example of a video game using reference and using intertext to synthesize an entirely new story, because it's not just the end of Neo 2, it's not just the end of Neo 1, it's this great combination of both of them putting an end to the overall story, and with you as a key player in it. And so in that way, it uses these references to its history, its past, these characters that you've come to know to create an entirely new story. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my esteemed colleague, Max.
Thank you very, very much, Dan. Hello, PAX. I'm extremely gratified and privileged and proud and very, very pleased as well to be here with you all today. I gather that the beautiful faces of Aaron and Dan are going to be a fair familiarity to a great many of you by now, and mine considerably less so. So a quick introduction before we get into the meat of things. My name is Max. I'm coming to you from a grassy glade, as you can see, in sunny London. I'm a long-standing collaborator with A Terrible Fate. If you're familiar with me at all, it'll probably be through my work on the comprehensive theory of Earthbound, but that's not what I'm here to talk to you about today. I'm here because we've reached a very interesting juncture in this particular conversation about the interrelation between these two gaming media, JRPGs and TCGs. And I think after the territories that Aaron and Dan have guided us through, we're left with, as it were, two questions that fundamentally govern the means by which these two gaming media can interact with and learn from each other. And those two questions are, what is the game and why do we play? And I think things are finally poised at the minute with respect to us being able to assess the ways in which there are means in great games, regardless of the media that they originate from, whether they are TCGs, whether they are JRPGs, or whether they're something else entirely, for aspects of player persona to be really formalized and to be explored. And to, I suppose, within those two macro questions that I just broached, to answer a third an even more encompassing question, which is how do the narrative and formal gameplay elements of great games, be they trading card games or be they Japanese RPGs, help involve, incubate, and ultimately express a whole series of player personas? So that is the grand question that we're going to attempt to answer in this final phase of our presentation today. And we're going to do so hopefully with the assistance of a particular concept known as superfluity. Now, of course, Magic is going to feature particularly heavily in this particular round of discussion. I'm showing both my age and the strength of my sentiment by selecting the Thorn Elemental as Magic's representative in this particular triptych. I mean, it's not quite alpha set, but it's still pretty old. Our first JRPG will be the inestimable Persona 5. I think it's not a particularly controversial statement to suggest that this is a game with already an existing consensus as being a landmark title in the JRPG landscape and the history of the genre, and most certainly a very skilled hijacker of lives, time, health, and potentially livelihood through its potency as a work of video game engineering and also as a pure piece of art. And then the second JRPG we're going to be looking at, slightly less heralded title, certainly more traditional than I think any other JRPG that we're going to be looking at in the course of this discussion, but nevertheless one that I think has profound things to say and volunteer towards this topic. The Sacred Stones from the Fire Emblem series. Again, not particularly heralded. It was the second Fire Emblem title to be localized into English, but nevertheless, as I say, something that I think has very interesting things to say about this overall topic of player personas within gaming and superfluity. Now I know what you're thinking, because I've mentioned the word twice. I know exactly what you're thinking. You're thinking, hold on, Prince William, right? With the obvious English literature major, what the hell is superfluity? I'll tell you exactly what superfluity is. So you may think that we've totally originated the term in and of itself, which we haven't. We have, however, sought to add something of an additional prong of definition to this word. So superfluous, the root in the Latin, the etymology of the word superfluous means to overflow. And superfluity in the context of gaming, as we're applying it, is the thing which allows us to have more choices in gaming that we can reasonably expect to exhaust within a single playthrough, as it were. There will be more elements to explore at a given strategic juncture, or potentially even a narrative juncture, than we can expect to be able to experience in one go. Now, that is an absolute fundamental pillar of Magic and of any trading card game. No single card, however powerful, is altogether fundamental. Even some of these cards that are extraordinarily rare, extraordinarily potent, that Dan and Aaron have inspected at various points in their own branches of this particular presentation, none of them are utterly fundamental and essential, except insofar as any given player should decide that they are so, because they express a certain part of that player's sentimental history of the game or a particular strategic preference. Otherwise, all trading cards in the game are to some degree contingent. And JRPGs manifest a great deal of different types of superfluity as well. There is superfluity in the choice of party members within the overall carousel of available player characters. There might be 5, 9, 13, however many total party members that are available for a player to play through, and the player may, over the course of the game, owing to their own particular preferences and sensibilities within the game, choose to just rotate between maybe 3 or 4. There are other avenues of superfluity in JRPGs too: revivable party members, retrievable HP and MP, recoverable HP and MP, unlimited saves, a more or less unlimited store of purchasable items. I did say purchasable. It's just a idiosyncrasy. Don't worry about it. That a player can choose from, all of which are designed to give a player a maximum number of outlets for their own expression of persona within the game, and to give them a greater number of options. So having established what I hope is a fairly robust definition of superfluity, and don't worry if it's still not entirely clear, it will hopefully become clear as we seek to apply it to our case study games through the rest of this presentation. Let's try and answer our first question. So what is this game? I think it's another fairly uncontroversial statement to suggest that games are basically based on a linear procedure that's often competitive. So in the case of a trading card game, there will be two players, each with decks of their own, will be placed down on the table, and the basic process is for those players to pit those decks against one another in a battle of strategic wits with the aim of emerging the winner, in the same way that the basic linear procedure of a JRPG is for the player to navigate a series of preordained narrative events through their own skill and growing technique and gameplay to arrive at a preordained narrative conclusion, which is also based on the ability to fulfill certain requirements in gameplay. However, I think it could very well be argued, and I think it's very interesting, moreover, to argue that the quality of a game, whatever its medium, whether it's a TCG, whether it's a JRPG, or again, if it's something else entirely, its quality is as much determined by the degree to which a player can successfully deviate or transcend entirely the limits of that linear procedure as by the quality of that linear procedure itself. In other words, we might go as far to suggest that a game's being able to obscure what within it exactly is the real game and what that actually constitutes is a kind of a mark of quality, because it suggests that the game itself is so capacious and is possessed of so many dimensions that it's accommodating of narratives other than its basic canonical one. So moving on to our second question, it's obviously intimately tied to the first. Why do we play? And why do we keep playing? I think one of the hallmarks of many of the games that we've inspected so far is that they have an enormous replay value. In some cases, that is of monumental evidence in the case of Magic, in the sense that it is a franchise and a legacy that's decades old and encompasses millions of players worldwide within it. And that's because the best games, whether they're new or whether they're old, afford us a unique set of expressive possibilities to be realized to some extent, and always a creative extent, within the game itself. It allows the development and cultivation of discrete persona types that are more or less unique to each player, either in the specific persona types that can be generated through discrete specialization of elements within the games, or through the combination of different, more preset persona types that a player can use to actualize themselves within the game. And part of that is going to involve the linear procedure, just the basic elements and tenets of playing through the game as it was originally or most basically intended to be experienced. So in a JRPG, this is done through favoring party members, as we explored earlier, through the specialization of characters, through leveling, through the use of customization engines within game. In more narratologically sophisticated games, it can be done through the invitation for players to commit to different story pathways. In Magic, so too, this is accomplished by a variety of elements, through the fact of building a deck, through establishing strategic preferences within that deck, through, in something that's quite unique to Magic, through the pursuit of flavor, through the pursuit of a certain narrative specificity that is related to the way in which a player chooses to build their own strategies within the game. But there's more. There's more to the cultivation and expression of persona within these titles than just these things. And that's exactly what we're going to explore now. So in summary of this first part of the presentation, or of this last part of the presentation, I should say, our main question as we ride things out is going to be, who are you? Who are we within the scope of this game? How are these gaming media giving us the means to reflect ourselves and our identities as players as we play? So first, we're going to look at how Magic does it. So on a very basic level, Magic, as is the case with more or less any TCG that's worth its salt, allows a subtle differentiation of personality through deck construction, through the need of specialization to line cards, through the selection of colors, through the combination discrete of creature spells, enchantments, artifacts, and so on and so forth that a player may choose to put together in order to create the strategic combinations that are most fulfilling to them. Through the pursuit of flavor, as we noted before, which is an element unique to Magic. That's how Magic enables the expression of persona on the first level, at the first degree. However, it does so in a considerably deeper matrix of ways as well. And these are fundamentally based around the separate cultures which have sprung up around the game itself. And the potency of these cultures, the fecundity of these cultures, and the variety of them have really caused us to conceive of exactly what the game of Magic is in a different way, or if not what it is, then what it can be. For some, it's going to be the development of a pure dueling pedigree. Their raison d'etre within the game is, how good can I get at this? How proficient can I become in building decks? How good can I become in pitting my wits competitively against other players? And that is the thrill of the game. That's the thrill of a persona realized within the game. However, for others, it can root in a completely different procedure. It can root in the thrill of a pack opening and the feeling of a push towards a completed possession of a given booster series. Now, that in and of itself transcends the basic linear procedure of Magic, and yet who would deny that people who are interfacing with Magic in that way are players every bit as much as duelists? And it's in this way that Magic really opens our vistas up onto the wonderful world of gaming personas, as a given player can at any given point in their relationship with Magic ask themselves, well, am I a duelist first and foremost? Am I a collector and a pack opener? Am I a hobby player? Am I a tournament player? Am I a lore specialist, a kind of magic historian, as per the archetype and persona that Aaron explored very fulsomely in his own presentation segment? And we see thus Magic making the most of that idea of superfluity that we explored earlier, in both a strategic and, as it were, in a narrative sense as well. Because not only is there an infinite matrix of potential strategic options open to a player at a given time, either when they're building their deck or when they're actually in the process of a competitive match, but there's a considerable variety of available player personas too that allow the player to generate their own story, their own history within the game. So in that respect, to be a planeswalker, to be a pack opener, to be a lore specialist, to be any of these other personas is still to be a player of Magic at the Gathering. And as a result of Magic being able to entertain this massive amount of superfluity with such ease, it is with tremendous pride and extreme prejudice that I feel able to award it with a terrible fate gold award for maximum superfluity. Now, let's see how Persona 5 does something similar. So Persona 5 on the cursory level, on the surface level, actually does something very interesting with respect to Magic. So any of you who are vaguely familiar with Magic will know that there is a basic dichotomy within the player experience of the game in and of itself, in the sense that there exists obviously the out-of-game reality version of the player, but there also exists within the game a planeswalker, which is the proxy version of the player themselves. It's a sort of aspect of the realistic persona made fantastic, which again enables a much deeper and more satisfying sense of immersion within the bounds of the game and of the lore. And Persona 5 actually dramatizes this through its gameplay. We are at once within the game a regular student who is party and privy to all of the occasionally sublime and occasionally crushingly banal straits of life that any high school student, more or less anywhere in the world, is heir to. And at the same time as we are also a supernatural phantom thief who, in a touch that allows this particular part of the presentation to become a veritable festival of punnery, who uses and leverages the power of personas to acquire astonishing combat capabilities and powers of adventure. Now, these are two worlds that are exceptionally different from one another, and yet they are intrinsically tied and depicted as intrinsically tied within the scope of the game. So that's how Persona 5 allows the expression of a certain more dualistic sense of persona on the base level. But then once you start to dig in to the meat of the game, you see that there's an absolute festival of means by which Persona 5 allows for a more refined channeling of persona through its various elements. In fact, there are actually outlets in Persona 5 for players to interpolate many of their real life identities into the game with an unheralded, or rather an unprecedented hitherto, sense of verisimilitude to real life. There are in-game social features, there are school exercises, there's manga reading exercises. New areas can be unlocked by sitting on a train and reading a magazine. At the same time, the combat system enables a rather on-the-nose channeling of persona, in a strategic sense through the use of the persona characters themselves, which are rather reminded us of the Pokemon trading card game in and of themselves, and are depicted within the game as sources of strength from one's heart. There really is a tremendous amount of secondary means by which persona enables the cultivation and expression of discrete player personas in the game through a very multifarious approach to customizing the gaming experience, both in terms of the strategic aspects and the narrative aspects as well. And in that way, Persona 5 opens yet more vistas for us to observe different aspects of the wonderful world of gamer personas. From the JRPG side, in this case, the player can be at any given point an essentialist, someone whose basic means of savoring a gaming experience is playing the game through once, enjoying and savoring to the max the various narrative twists and turns that they are heir to as a result, and whereupon the moment of greatest enjoyment and or edification in the gaming experience comes at the point of the story being resolved. They can also be a completionist, those who are not satisfied until every eventuality is exhausted, every item collected, every potential narrative fork explored. The gamer in the source of or rather in the effort of trying to acquire or establish their persona will then ask themselves, or may ask themselves, am I a speedrunner? Am I a fanfic creator? Do I play under other self-imposed disciplines? And in this way, much like Magic the Gathering does, Persona 5 uses superfluity to the absolute maximum. There's the maximum variety of playing approaches. There's a huge width of combat styles. And all of these elements combine to create an appropriately finely layered representation of an individual player's own persona. And much in the same way that Persona 5 allows a player to be a ruthlessly efficient phantom thief, or more of a procrastinator or a romancer, while making all of these things thoroughly legitimate avenues towards enjoyment and fulfillment within the game, we can also, with great security, award Persona 5 the With a Terrible Fate Gold Award for maximum superfluity. So we're 2 for 2 so far. Now, onto the wild card, Fire Emblem the Sacred Stones. Now, as I alluded to earlier, Fire Emblem the Sacred Stones is by far the most traditional of the RPGs that we've looked at so far. And on a surface level, many of the means by which it gives players means to establish their own personas within the game are very traditional and will be very well known to anyone who has had even a cursory history of interaction with the JRPG genre. Persona is established primarily through the choice of preferred unit classes and deployment that the player uses within the game, through the way in which these are junctioned to item specialization, through the way these are combined with map tile strategy, the way you position different units in relation to one another on the map. And there's a certain amount of diplomacy with enemy units that are allowed as well to give that that fundamental first layer of gameplay a little bit of extra flavor. But this is all quite fundamental basic stuff with respect to JRPGs. It's certainly not anything that in and of itself will turn that many heads. But there is one profound complicating element that reframes the entire narrative and structural gameplay feeling which the Sacred Stones imparts to its players, and fundamentally informs too the way in which it allows personas to develop within the playing experience. And that one profound complicating element is permadeath. So as its name suggests, permadeath is the idea that once an in-game character dies, they cannot be revived under any circumstances other than restarting the game. And this permadeath, the existence of permadeath within this gaming matrix obliges a considerably greater sense of self-determination in terms of strategy on behalf of the player. Players have to look further down the line into uncharted maps that have yet to come, that they've yet to experience within the game, to make the consideration: can I afford to lose this unit that is of my present attention? Now, not only does permadeath have a considerable strategic component in shaping persona and the gamer's persona within the game, but there's a deathly component thereby that comes to the narrative and emotive components of the Sacred Stones. One of the things that was most lauded for when it came out was its depth of characterization and the way in which it does establish very strong and potent emotional ties between the player and the played, as it were. And permadeath really brings us to an entirely new degree of emotive poignancy. Through that rich characterization, and also strategically through unit scarcity, we come to feel as we're playing the game rather like a unit commander in charge of their soldiers, albeit not one who observes their troops in an impersonal way as one would in, for instance, even in a trading card game, or in, to use a slightly closer cousin of this particular game and gaming style, something like Advance Wars, whereby if we were to lose a particular unit type, there is but a factory and the end of a turn between us and generating another unit of the exact same kind. No, not in the Sacred Stones. In the Sacred Stones, there is personal significance that is endowed to our actions, and we are thus invested in and recreated within the game in a way that, in some respects, can even be made to feel rather enervating or not entirely enjoyable at all points. The strength of Magic the Gathering strategically is its superfluity, as we've observed. The strength of the Sacred Stones is rather the inverse of superfluity, which is scarcity. And in the same way, the strength of Persona 5 is the variety of personas that it services, which is more or less indefinite. Whereas the strength of the Sacred Stones is the way in which it, rather than providing a player with an more or less infinite, or at least an extremely numerous palette of potential personas, it contracts all players and all playing experiences into a single persona, which they may occupy sometimes, as I alluded to, somewhat unwillingly or with a certain amount of trepidation. As a result, there is but a single persona by which we can experience the Sacred Stones. You are the unit's commander, and they will die if you make the wrong decision. And that amounts to a single persona for all players, and one with a very deep degree of felt and emotive realism about it. And therefore, while the Sacred Stones doesn't necessarily lavish us with superfluity, it does make a particularly ingenious use of it. And for that reason, we see fit to award it the With a Terrible Fate Rose Award for ingenious use of superfluity. And with that, I will kick it back over to our head honcho to ride us home.
So remember, guys, we started this with an opportunity to compare two different interactive forms of storytelling media that we typically think of purely on their own terms, right? Asking, what if we thought about JRPGs in conversation with Magic the Gathering? What can we learn about them? But I think the thing that I want to leave you with is that hopefully, you've been encouraged to think about each of them in conversation with one another broadly, but also notice we've discovered that within each of these modes of storytelling, there are actually numerous different sub-modes of storytelling. You can play a game story from beginning to end, as with the Ocarina of Time, or you can tell a totally different story like the kinds that speedrunners do, right? When they tell the story of how to reach the conclusion as quickly as possible and explore unique facets of the world, such as glitches, which you see here, that you would never discover if you were just playing the narrative from beginning to end, but which indeed is a different kind of game, and with it a different kind of story with which you're engaging and which you're creating. Just so with Magic, you might initially have thought, as I did, that the game is really just and the story that the players tell is that thing that happens when we sit down and play with our friends or play competitively or something like that. But there are many other kinds of games and stories that can be played and told with Magic. Something as simple as the act of opening a pack and uncovering different aspects of Magic's lore and trying to piece it together from those random vignettes and windows into the story that you get can in fact be a story unto itself. And I think Wizards is reinforcing that idea very well with this new kind of booster, the set booster that they're creating, which just has as its focus telling as interesting and compelling a story of pack opening as it can, right? And so I hope that this is just the beginning and not the end of you being encouraged to think comparatively about these different kinds of interactive storytelling, because as someone who was engaged with both of these for many, many years, engaging with this exercise for me totally gave me a new way to think about them. And as we've been saying throughout, and as Max so wonderfully wrapped up with the idea of personas, because they are interactive, the more you're able to unpack them, so too are you able to unpack your role as a player and who you are and how you express yourself as a person through these. So with that, thank you so much for your attention. We really hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for being a part of PAX Online. If you want to keep the conversation going, please, 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 we would love to do that. You can find all of our other work at withaterriblefate.com. You can find us hanging out right after this in the PAX official discussion channel of their Discord for PAX Online. Hope to see you there. Hope to see you around. If you have questions about our work, feel free to hit us up anytime. Our contact info is on the site. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great rest of PAX Online.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to
Hello, PAX Online. So glad you could join us for Dungeons and Dog Tags. This panel is brought to you by Game to Grow. My name is Adam Davis, the founder and executive director of Game to Grow. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We're based in the greater Seattle area. What we're most well known for is the use of Dungeons and Dragons to help our participants have insight, growth, and change. And our panelists here are all people who have used Dungeons and Dragons in therapeutic work with veterans. So I'm very excited to be sharing this panel with everyone out there. A few important debriefs before we get started. This panel is not a training, even though we're going to talk a lot about how Dungeons and Dragons can be used to help people, especially veterans. I want to encourage you, if you are someone who maybe has veterans in your gaming group, don't do therapy on them unless you are a therapist. Also, please know that if stories do come up, which I assume and hope they will, that the panelists are changing the demographic information, won't be disclosing anything to violate any of their confidentiality. So let's get our panel started with some introductions. Let's go down the panel and hear what who are you and what brings you to this panel.
I am Dr. Allison Battles. I am a psychology postdoctoral fellow at the Minneapolis VA and have been running a D&D group there for the past year, and I'm keeping the group going and keeping it alive into the upcoming year.
I'm Dr. Jared Kilmer. I am a licensed psychologist and the director of counseling services at Game to Grow. I've had the opportunity to run therapeutic tabletop games in multiple settings and with multiple populations, and of particular relevance to this panel, I've had the opportunity to start several programs in the Waco VA and the Dallas VA.
My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kilmer. I am also a clinical psychologist, and I am the Director of Education and Training with Game to Grow. Like everybody else in this panel, I've had experience running groups with veterans. I ran groups at the Dallas VA. I also started groups in a couple of different clinics at the American Lake VA, including the mental health clinic as well as primary care, and those groups are still running.
Fantastic. So first question for the panelists is, how long have you been playing Dungeons and Dragons? How long did it take before you were using Dungeons and Dragons in therapeutic work with veterans? And if you can add to that, what is something that caused that spark, that helped you realize the power and the impact of this game for this population?
So I've been playing go ahead.
I was just going to say, as we're jumping into this, because I like my job and I want to keep it. The views expressed in this presentation are those of us, the authors, and don't necessarily reflect the position or policy of the Department of the Veterans Affairs or the U.S. government. So we're just talking from our own perspectives and our own experiences.
Absolutely, yes. We're not speaking on behalf of the government or the VA.
Yes.
So I have been playing Dungeons & Dragons for a little over 5 years now. I got into it in graduate school, and shortly after that, Jared went to a panel at PAX South done by Adam, who is our moderator today, talking about the use of Dungeons and Dragons in therapeutic social skills groups with kids. And we were like, oh, this is great. This is really consistent with a lot of what we're learning, especially training in interpersonal process group therapy, as well as cognitive behavioral therapies like ACT and CBT. And so we had the opportunity to start programs in various settings. So the first program that I ran was in a children's advocacy center. And then shortly after that, I started running groups at the Dallas VA. I continued a group that Jared had started in outpatient substance use.
And I guess just to flesh out that origin story a little bit, yeah, we both started playing tabletop role-playing games when 5th edition came out. It was that reset was a very helpful time to like jump in and learn a whole new system, was like everyone else was, even if they had been playing for years. So it felt a lot more approachable. And it happened at just the most serendipitous time where we were in graduate school and reflecting on ourselves and are learning our own clinical orientation and how can we help others, and the anecdotal experiences we had playing in our own games and noticing the insight we were gaining into ourselves. It seemed like a natural extension to bring that into a therapeutic space. At that same time, when I was having my training occurring in the VA, there was a need to fill where there were many veterans in the system who were either no longer, like they were not interested in services anymore, they were burnt out from going to multiple groups that didn't work for them, or groups never really felt very approachable, or the traditional group setting was a bit more overt, and what's the word that I want?
I think people just felt frustrated. Like they felt kind of tired or burned out. It's oftentimes when people come to these groups, they felt like they've tried therapy before, but it hasn't worked for them. Maybe they've had a bad fit with a therapist. Maybe it wasn't a good time. Maybe the type of therapy or the engagement it was asking for was inconsistent with what the veteran was able to provide at that time.
Awesome. So you sort of saw Dungeons and Dragons as a solution to that problem. What about you, Allison?
I feel like my origin story is very akin to both Elizabeth and Jared. So I got started playing D&D, oh God, how long ago? Anyways, probably about like 10 years ago. It was kind of around the time of 5th edition. I had some friends who were playing, and my now husband was kind of like, let's give this a go. And I was like, all right, I like role playing, I like theater, so why not? And absolutely fell in love with it. And so for me, it was a lot more of just enjoying the play, enjoying being with my friends, and was able to continue that through grad school. And D&D was 100% a magical escape for me during grad school, whenever everything just felt so overwhelming and awful. And so it was actually a moment when I was working at a naval hospital that was near my graduate program, that I was working with about a active duty member who played a lot of D&D, and he was saying how important it was for him, like whenever they would go underway or whenever they would go out on deployments, of being able to play that together while they were on the ship, because it was one of those like, well, what else are we going to do? And how much of a wonderful outlet that was for active duty service members. And so for me, even with that, like we were able to kind of bring in like character creation and character development as like elements of like individual therapy. But the thought of really doing like D&D group as a therapy kind of came to me last summer. One of my friends went off to her internship, and they had a D&D group that was for individuals, or actually college students, who were on the autism spectrum. And so that really got me thinking of like, wow, okay, this can be something that is therapeutic. And I've seen a lot of personal growth, a lot of confidence building in myself, seen a lot of changes just across my friends through playing. And it was a lot of that really got me thinking of, this could be something. And I proposed it to my training program as a just project during my internship year, being like, they're never going to accept this. How am I ever going to get them to believe in this? And immediately my training director was like, yes, let's do that. And I was like, oh, okay, this is excellent. And was allowed me to just kind of roll on with this dream and kind of creating it. And it has turned into something really fantastic. I am now known as like I was known as the geek intern, and now I'm known as like the geek postdoc, and that is like my notoriety at the hospital, and I'm down with that. I'm fine with that.
That's awesome. I think that like all three of us started programs while kind of in training positions, which I think is actually can be a really great place to be. If you have a good supervisor and you can show them that you are competent and you do know what you're talking about, we can talk. That's a whole other talk about how to kind of sell this to people. But when you're a trainee, you often have a little bit more space for some of these projects that might not otherwise just have the space or the time to get them started. And I will say that like several of the programs that we started, even though we aren't there anymore, they have continued on. So we've done trainings for staff at at 3 different VA systems to talk about kind of the benefits and helping getting groups started. And so having that kind of foot in the door of, hey, I'm a trainee, this is a year-long project, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're not losing out on anything was, I think, really beneficial for us to get the foot in the door. And at this point, at least 3 or 4 VA systems have seen some really positive effects with their veterans and have continued these programs, have cared enough to train other staff members to continue these programs after we've left.
Well, that's a great opportunity for us to sort of illuminate that for the audience. So a lot of us have, maybe there are some veterans watching, maybe there's people who have veterans that they care about who, they have some awareness of the context of the individuals you're working with. But I would love for the 3 of you to help the audience who may not be veterans themselves or have veterans that they care about, help us understand what sort of context you're working on. Maybe that's diagnoses, maybe those are challenges you're working on, but help us understand that.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Before we get into that, I just want to acknowledge that when we are talking about an entire population, and in this case it is veterans, nothing that we say is going to be a universal truth. It may be like trends or averages, but more than likely it has been our personal experience.
So we're going to be talking in generalities. We'll talk about some of the experience we've had. And it's something that it's also important to think about how this is going to vary not only by individual, but also by kind of region and clinic. So within like a VA medical hospital, which is where we started most of these groups, those hospitals will have different clinics. So there'll be a general mental health clinic. There'll be a specialty PTSD clinic. There'll be substance use treatment clinics. There'll be severe mental illness clinics. There will be kind of primary care. So multiple different clinics.
And so for me and my group, we actually, rather than kind of putting it in one specific clinic, allowed it to be more of a hospital-wide group. So any veteran from any one of the clinics could be referred. So I had a lot of folks coming to me from the trauma clinic that we have, a lot of folks from our serious mental illness clinic. We have what we call kind of a general mood clinic, and it had a lot of folks there. And ultimately, I think for me and the group that I created, it was a lot of more focus on if you're experiencing social anxiety, if you're finding yourself avoiding things within your life, if you're struggling with kind of various mood concerns, then the group would be beneficial for you. So I had a wide range of mental health diagnoses from PTSD and social anxiety to various forms of psychosis. And so for me and my groups, it was a lot of focus of like the diagnoses wasn't per se the biggest emphasis, but it was more if your quality of life is something that you're feeling isn't great, if you're feeling like you're struggling to function in your everyday life, then this could be a group that can really help to activate and get you kind of in a like better place in life where you're feeling that you can take on the challenges that you're facing right now.
Absolutely. I think some of the kind of common themes or goals that we'll see in our groups are things like frustration tolerance, communication skills, anger management, trust. Trust is a really big one. And then just kind of resetting. So the military, just like other large organizations, but I would say especially the military, there's a specific way that you interact with other people. There's a specific way that you understand the role that each person plays, the things that you can trust people to do and not do. And so if you are in that system, especially if you're in that system in a high-risk area, right? So you are deployed to a combat zone, you're going to learn those lessons about how you communicate, how you interact with other people really, really well. it can be then very hard to transition from this military way of interacting to the civilian side, especially if that's exacerbated by any mental health concerns like anxiety, depression, or PTSD. It can be really hard to kind of recalibrate, how do I interact with people? People aren't acting the way that I expect them to. They're not following the rules the way that I want. That can be a huge challenge on top of any other issues that people are facing. And so this group can be a great way to readjust and kind of reestablish what communication and what trust can look like for you.
Yeah.
Go on ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add, it's an excellent place to like learn and then practice new skills that maybe you didn't have the opportunity to outside of these groups.
And I love that you hit on trust, because I think that is a huge thing that can really come up, particularly within the veteran population, is whenever that trust, you kind of learn different ways of interacting or have that trust violated, how do you then kind of adjust yourself back? And one of the group members that I had in my most recent group, he, over the course of time, started to become more comfortable. And actually, when we were doing a post-game processing, shared a little bit about kind of his difficulties with trust, some of the ways that he was really kind of struggling to allow himself to come out, to be vulnerable with group members and people in his everyday life. And so that like opened the door for group members to really start to talk about, oh, this is what I'm struggling with. I feel you on what you're experiencing. And they were able to give one another like in the moment feedback of how they were, experiencing one another, how they were relating to one another. And it led to like this beautiful bonding moment between all of them, of just a moment where they could be truly vulnerable and authentic. And it was accepted by everybody in the group. And it was the coolest. It was really cool to see that. And I think that's one of the really special things about these groups, is those opportunities to be authentic, to be genuine, but also to work on trust.
We often will talk about this in the framework of like traditional process groups. So the idea of, with a traditional process group, you're going to get together with the same group of people over a series of weeks, and you're going to sit around and you're going to talk about your lives, you're going to talk about your feelings. And those groups can be incredibly beneficial. They also have a pretty high barrier to entry in terms of like, I have to be willing and able to sit down with a bunch of strangers and talk about my feelings. And for a lot of people, that is a hard pass. And so groups like this that include these games allow for a couple of different things, right? They allow for a lower barrier to entry, because if I want to participate in the group, I can just play the game. I don't have to talk about my feelings. I don't have to talk about my life, but I can still participate. I can participate at the level that feels comfortable to me without being on the edges of the group and not truly engaging. The other piece is you get this chance to kind of build experience. So I am not a veteran. I'm not a combat veteran, but I have had veterans tell me that like, engaging in these kinds of groups is the closest they've been to being in a unit, or the closest they've been to kind of being in combat situations. Obviously, since they left the military. Obviously, there are major differences between sitting around a computer or sitting around a table. But what they really hit on is that idea of like, I knew that everybody in that group had my back. I was able to also kind of test that over time. I was able to see how they played out different scenarios. I was able to really feel like I had an understanding of how they would act in real life through this game. And so that allows for this build of trust in a way that we might not see as quickly or even at all in a group where we're mostly just kind of talking without that like vector for action.
I'm almost a little bit concerned, like, trying to imagine this from an outside perspective, like a viewer, and I worry that we haven't actually described what happens in our groups.
Makes sense. Next question, actually, Jared.
Framing.
The group, the audience might understand what Dungeons and Dragons is, what it looks like as they play it in their game store or as they play it with their friends, wherever they play it. How does this group structure look different than that? Look the same as that? Help us understand that.
So the part that might look the same is, at least for Elizabeth and I's groups, we've always carved out a 2-hour time block for our participants to come in and engage as a group. And of those 2 hours, the first 90 minutes roughly is the gameplay. That seems to be like a pretty good nugget of time that you can get deep enough into the game, but always end on a note where you're like, I would have liked more, because it's D&D, and if you've ever played it, you can do it for quite a while sometimes. But what our groups are doing, and what they do simulate of other group therapies, is the last 30 minutes of that 2-hour block is a dedicated time to process the experiences that occurred during the gameplay. We may be just making mental notes and observing tendencies in ourselves or in our characters, or how we are relating to each other, just kind of covertly throughout the game. But it's that moment where we get to step back and process and discuss. And that's where a lot of the insight gets really solidified, and where some of the trust really grows from.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my group has a very similar time frame of the 90 minutes of gameplay, 30 minutes of post-game processing. And within the post-game processing, which I think is like where like the golden therapeutic moments can sometimes happen, there's both like process elements of, discussing what it's like to be that character, discussing what that in-game was like. But we also bring in a bit of skills building. So we pull from different evidence-based modalities that maybe would potentially be a skill that is helpful. So a problem-solving skill, or discussing like effective communication skills. So we try and bring in things that are additionally evidence-based, while also ensuring that there are plenty of moments to be able to have those kind of process elements within the game. And I think the post-game process allows for a lot of flexibility in how you are able to weave in a lot of evidence-based therapy component.
So I'm going to agree with you that the post-game process definitely has some of those golden therapeutic moments, but it's also not the only place that those golden therapeutic moments happen. I think that it can be, for people who don't understand the modality as much, like if you're explaining to administrator, or you're explaining to clients, they might say like, oh, so like the point is you play the game so that you can then be better at processing. And absolutely, the gameplay totally helps with the process. But the gameplay is also a really important place for learning and insight and growth itself. There are clients I've seen where I think most of their growth happened in the gameplay and very little of it happened in the processing. And I know that when we're talking about kind of treatment planning and our goal setting for the game, I'm sure we all do this, right? We're having an idea of like, okay, are we working on impulsivity? Are we working on frustration tolerance? Like, what are the kinds of things that I'm doing? And I'm going to pull in techniques from CBT. I'm going to pull in techniques from ACT. I'm going to pull in techniques from CPT, from these evidence-based psychotherapies, and then put those into the game. For example, I might have an NPC so a non-player character, a player that I am playing, that is having a really, really hard time, is just really frustrated, is really angry with everyone, and my players need to be able to get through this person to get to whatever is behind them, right? This is a really pissed off guard, and they really, really need to get to that storage room. Now they have a bunch of different options. They can just try and fight the guard, or they can try and talk their way past the guard. They can try and dismiss the guard. But in these options, I might give them these kind of steps and these skills around being able to talk to the guard about like, why is he so angry and frustrated? Like, what is happening in his body? What is the dysregulation that's happening for him? And that's a way that my players can literally teach someone else the skill or the techniques that they've been working on. And sometimes those techniques we explicitly talked about like how to breathe. And sometimes those techniques are more implicitly taught throughout the game, where they're able to practice and teach that skill. And we know that in terms of learning, if we're trying to really cement new learning, having you teach whatever you're trying to learn to someone else is a great way to really get it in your brain.
So it sounds like as you are taking your treatment goals and letting that influence the outcomes you want for your participants, a lot of that happens in the sort of post-game debrief. How do you, as the game master, keeping in mind that this is not a training, how do you let the treatment goals inform what happens in the story? And can you give us an example of a time you made a plan for an in-game scenario to sort of be targeted to that treatment goal?
I can talk about one. So I feel like I keep telling I keep telling stories, so feel free to jump in if other people have opinions. But a lot of it has to do around like consequences in the game. So things like what are going to be the consequences, or what are going to be the opportunities, and not in terms of like, oh, you didn't do what I wanted, so like now you get penalized 5 gold or whatever. But for example, if my group is getting really stuck, like they're always engaging in combat, or they're always engaging in trying to like intimidate whoever they're talking to, right? I don't have a problem with them engaging in combat. I don't have a problem with them intimidating. But if that's the only strategy they're using, then that's telling me that they're getting stuck in these kind of rigid thinking patterns. And typically my groups are looking to improve kind of that cognitive flexibility. So I might give them puzzles or encounters where they're not able to just push past it, right? For example, if they're really combat heavy, they might have a ghost in the next encounter, and that ghost is going to be pretty invincible to all attacks. Now I know that typically ghosts are vulnerable to magical attacks, but I'm the GM and I can make whatever rules I want, so my ghost can be totally invincible if I want, because it's consistent with my goals for that group. So that just pushes them to make other options.
For me, what comes to mind is in one of my groups, one of the group members had more of a goal of like acknowledge that he struggled with impulsivity, and that this really impacted his ability to like form and like maintain relationships. And this was 100% coming out in his character. It's like, you have the cliche murder hobo, he was our impulse hobo. And just like was 100%, the group wanted to do one thing, nope, he wanted to do another thing, and like would actually separate from the group and go do that. He would, you know, an idea would strike him and he would like sneak away from the group and go do other things. And this really impacted group cohesion, because the group wasn't in on anything that he was doing. So kind of had to do like a bit of structuring in the sense of like, he wanted to like sneak into one of the king's advisors' offices and like steal something from them. And so it was one of those, like he was having to like sneak through a castle in order to get there. And so along the way, there were different like challenges for him of like, you know, coming into contact with a guard. He opens up the door to the office and the advisor is sitting there and it's like, yo, bro, what the hell are you doing here? And so those types of moments where he was kind of having to see that there are consequences to his actions, and that if you wanted to do this, potentially getting the party in on it could have led to like this more orchestrated thing to be able to, you know, subterfuge or to distract the advisor to be able to get it and get this. Because once he explained his ideas to the party was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You have suspicions about this guy, going into his office and trying to kind of do some investigation makes sense. And so him encountering consequences as like the lone wolf to be able to take on these challenges didn't prove fruitful. But having him kind of in that moment like pause and then kind of tell the group what he was thinking led to them being able to do some really neat things together. So I think it's a lot of like taking those group goals that, you know, come up, and, you know, I do pre-group interviews to get a sense of what they're wanting to work on. But a lot of times folks don't know as they're entering into the group, you know, explicitly what they're wanting to work on, but you see that start to come out organically, at least within the first couple groups. And so kind of shaping more of the encounters, like Elizabeth was saying, of, you know, if they are more combat heavy, throw a puzzle at them. I'm actually getting her help on designing some new puzzles for my next group this upcoming year.
I'm really excited about it. Thank you for giving a consequences example, because I was like, I use environmental consequences, and then I didn't actually give an example of that. I have another short example. Oftentimes when players will start in groups, especially if they have a really hard time trusting, or they're just feeling really burnt out or disengaged for any reason, there can be this sense of like, I don't need to be here. I'm not going to make a difference. My presence here doesn't matter. And so when players kind of show up and they're acting that way, one of the things that I will do is I will try and create scenarios that will highlight the strengths of those players, or the strengths of their characters, especially if I don't know the player very well. And that can be something that's really powerful and really meaningful. It can also be really beneficial, even if the player doesn't show up to session. So I had an experience where a player was kind of in and out, disengaged, and had made some comments around like, well, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not like I'm helpful anyway. I don't know what I'm doing. All of this is kind of like, it doesn't matter. And then, so I had some ideas about this was a cleric, and I was like, okay, I have some ideas about like these puzzles that could be solved really, really well with some of his spells. Maybe they'll use it, maybe they won't, but like there's this setup here. Well, then that player didn't show up for session. And I could have said, oh man, I need to rework this. But I didn't. I let my players really struggle. They made it through, but they really struggled because the person they had in their party that would have made this a cakewalk wasn't there. So then when the player came back the next week, the whole group was saying like, man, we really missed you. It would have been like, we really struggled without you. We really needed you. You were a really valuable part of this group. And so having that kind of genuine feedback was really, really important, especially with veteran populations where we often see a high dropout rate across treatment services. Having a group where it actually matters if you show up every week, you're not just another butt in the seat, can be really important and can help kind of reinstill that sense of worth and like teamwork.
And we can also see that get leveraged in the opposite direction, where like, over time when these groups get really formed and after the experiences Elizabeth and Allison have described, like absenteeism tends to go down pretty significantly, but it still happens sometimes for all number of reasons, especially in a hospital setting where you may have multiple appointments that just pull you elsewhere. But I have had situations where a group of 5 veterans became a group of 2 veterans just because happenstance. We didn't have as much people. And of the 2 that were left, they were both individuals that very much wanted to work on like gaining self-confidence and advocacy and leadership skills. And in a typical game, the spotlight would bounce between the 5 of them, such where they were more comfortable taking kind of a backseat and fading into the background, but going along. And when we were left with 2, it became the spotlight that just switched between the 2 of them. And one of those veterans in particular decided, well, I'm going to need to take lead today. My voice is going to matter so much more just because it must. And in the processing at the end of that session, they were both able to say, I did not realize, like, A, the 2 of us could communicate so well, that we could get as far as we did without the others. We missed them. It would have been better if they were around. But this was an excellent opportunity for me to realize, like, I can make tough calls and I could stand as a leader more than I realized I could. In subsequent weeks, when everybody returned, they kind of learned of this experience. And in a very established group, a lot of the groups I've had the opportunity to run, it is a therapy group. And so they are much more explicit about what their diagnoses are and what their treatment goals are and what they are hoping to accomplish by being present there. And so it was normal in these groups to say, like, I am trying to work on leadership, or I am trying to work on advocacy. I do have an issue with impulsivity, and I'd love it if you called me out on it when I exhibit some of those symptoms there. And so having recounted that story, the rest of the group was able to like applaud this person for taking on that leadership role. And they asked this person to be in that position more frequently in the future. After a while, their confidence grew significantly and they started saying, I have been applying for more jobs, jobs that will put me in a more leadership position and let me advance in life. And within a few months, they had that job.
That's a great example of growth. That's fantastic. So it sounds like taking treatment goals and informing planning is a big part of it. It also sounds like the post game debrief is really important, and it also sounds like there is a lot of moments that sort of happen organically that you then jump on and respond to in a proactive way.
Oh, 100%.
I would love to hear more of those moments when you were surprised when the sort of magic, the inherent magic of collaborative role playing prompts insight, growth, and change. That's obviously the entire mission of Game to Grow, and I would love to hear more for the people out there about the inherent power of this game to prompt these opportunities for this growth.
Absolutely. I can tell it kind of it's a little sad in the middle, but it's fine. So I was It was playing a game, and most of my players were new. This was the first or second session. So all of my groups are closed groups, but for these particular groups, I had rolling admission, which meant when there was a spot open, someone new could come in. Everybody knew about it. It wasn't a surprise. And for this particular group, everybody was going after some kids that had been kidnapped. If you're ever looking for a starting position that is going to get your veterans on board, veterans are all people and they have different experiences, but I've had 100% success rate with there have been children kidnapped. What would you like to do? Everyone says, go after the kids. This particular group, they hadn't really formed into a group yet. There was one player who said, like, I don't trust them. I'm not walking within 100 yards of them. Absolutely not. Yes, I want to save the kids, but I'm going to do that on my own, and they can save the kids, and I'm not getting near them because I don't trust anybody. And they're walking down this road, and they're walking down the into the woods, and they hear a rustling in the bushes. And all of a sudden, something pops out. And before I have the chance to explain that what has popped out is a tiny, adorable baby owlbear. The person in the front of the party says, I stab it with my knife. Now, I'm the DM, right? Like, I get to slow down and speed up time. So I could have made the choice to say, let me explain this first before I tell you what's going on. But this is a group where they had said, I'm impulsive and I get really angry and I go from 0 to 100 and I have trouble trusting. And so I said, all right, we're going to let this play out. And so they rolled, and the AC of a baby owlbear is very low. And they hit this baby owlbear. And I described that they have stabbed this baby owlbear. And everybody at the table was very reasonably pretty upset about it. And the person who said, oh, I'm going to be 100 yards back said, no, that wouldn't have happened because I would have stopped them. And we had this conversation about how the heck are you, like, this was a split-second decision. How are you going to stop them from 100 yards back? And so we had a couple things that were going on in this moment that I, in no way, shape, or form, planned. Did not plan for them to attack baby owlbears. Where this player at the front was able to say, like, man, I don't stab people in my everyday life, but I do respond that quickly. I respond as if there is a threat before I even know whether or not there is one. And that's really problematic. It has gotten me in trouble at work. It has gotten me in trouble at home. It makes people think that I'm angry all the time, and I'm not angry all the time, but I react really strongly. It also made the person in the back have to consider, what are the costs of being separate from a group and choosing not to trust so much in this instance that they weren't even willing to walk within 100 yards of this other group. That there's a trade-off, right? If you stand back, you can potentially keep yourself safe, but you have less control over what is happening in the group, over what is happening with the other people. And so that was a moment that, again, was not planned, but allowed for a whole lot of discussion. They eventually found another baby owlbear, which they named Roadkill, and became their most valuable and treasured party member that got the prime choice of all of the dead things, and was cared for. Even when these group members all graduated from this group, Roadkill continued on to all of the new group members for over a year.
Oh, so, I love that.
Yeah. It was a good time.
I think that just those moments and the opportunities as a GM to be able to kind of decide how you're going to make things go. For me, one that came up is one of my group members really struggled with feeling like he had agency or a voice or the confidence to vocalize things. And so they had been sent by the king to go infiltrate a group of rebels, and were riding out in one of the royal carts and had these badges on, and came to a village that had been burnt down. And so they were kind of trying to figure out what to do next. And that group member who had really struggled to kind of voice things, I saw him kind of because all of my groups, thank you, COVID, have been virtual. And so for him, it was moments of I was seeing kind of nonverbals in the video of him wanting to speak up. And so as the GM, I kind of was oh, hold on, guys, I want to table talk for a moment. What are you thinking? And he was able to kind of share this idea of what if we burn the cart and pay this villager to say that we have taken out these guards and we're on the rebel side and this, that, and the other. And the group was that is genius. Let's do this. So they burn the cart, they pay this villager, and they're like, well, how do we know he's gonna do that? And then like others start to come up. And so I just very theatrically played this villager of like, oh my gosh, these guys just burnt down this cart. They took out some guards. What is happening? And so they were able to get like a really solid in with this rebel group because they went in an entirely different direction of like, all right, well, we're going to walk up and try and find them and hopefully get in. And he got such wonderful praise from the group about it being just a really creative way to tackle this problem. And I think that's one of the great things about the moment in the game where people are able to vocalize something different. The spotlight is able to be shared on group members that maybe take a backseat, that can lead to some just really phenomenal growth and learning moments.
Jared, do you have a story for me? Or I can think of a story you've told me a bunch of times that I would love you to share. And that is, Elizabeth shared about her start with kids being kidnapped, and you have a story about a traditional tavern start.
Okay.
Where the players all had that moment of insight right away.
This is the very first 5 minutes that I ever ran a therapeutic tabletop game. So I was working at the time as a psychology intern in the PTSD residential rehabilitation program at the Waco VA. So it is inpatient for multiple weeks. I think it was 8 weeks of like full time from 9 to 5 treatment. And the very first day we had like a whole new round, a new cohort. We had 2 hours blocked out for our therapeutic RPG group, and I started it very classically. I drew out a tavern and all the tables and bars and etc. I populated it with different NPCs. I explained what was happening, and then I asked each veteran to go around the table and just place your mini somewhere in the tavern and describe what you're up to. And one by one, everybody did that until the very final person grabbed his mini, put him in the corner, and said, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just hanging out and surveying the room with my back to the wall. And then there was a pause for about 5 seconds, and then he said, and also, I think everybody else did that exact same thing. And as we're looking at the map, nobody's in the center. Everyone has their back to the wall, acting in the exact same way. And the insight of the veteran happened instantly and organically, with everyone else kind of nodding along like, oh, crap, this is happening. And that is what we do in our daily life. And it's kind of remarkable how quickly it mimicked real-world behavior within minutes.
And you use that word organically. Obviously, a lot of this is a profound opportunity for them to very experientially have this opportunity for growth. I'm curious if you've had any sort of teachable moments, maybe challenging moments where things didn't go as well as you wanted to, maybe moments that you learned from or that your players learned from that were challenging.
A story that comes to my mind, I don't even remember the context anymore, and I will argue that it doesn't matter. But the party was fighting a group of giant rats. They've gotten into fights before. They've succeeded. They move forward. Here we are now. And we were just taking our pass through the initiative, and I had one veteran say, all right, it's my turn. I go up. I'm going to drop my axe on the head of this giant rat. I'm going to kill it. It's going to be great. I'm the best. My paladin's the best. And they rolled like a 2. And I got to describe how their blade missed its mark, and it did not connect. It didn't have the outcome that they were hoping for. And the person looked disappointed. But as the minutes passed, it seemed like that disappointment really started to dig its claws in to this individual, and they started getting lower in their chair and then putting their head down, and eventually they weren't really participating anymore. Until the group had to pause and say hey, are you doing all right? And then they shared how frustrated they are. I'm supposed to be this strong paladin. Everyone is counting on me. I've done well in the past. It was just a simple thing. All I had to do was swing my axe. I can't even do that right. I don't know what good I am to this group. And it was a feeling that was intense enough that they needed 5 minutes. They had to step out of the room, just get some space, take some time to themselves, breathe, and come back. They came back to like finish up the gameplay session, and then we were able to process what had happened. And they said, in everyday life, I'm realizing that I am afraid of failure. It means something about me, and that I don't think that that's actually true, but that was the belief that they held at that moment. And I don't like taking risks wherein I could succeed or fail, because I'm probably going to fail. And I can't tolerate that right now. To which, because this was a group setting, she immediately had the opportunity to have people around them say, hey, I've noticed you succeed over and over again, so I do think that this might have been partially by chance that you did not succeed this time. I also have observed a lot of your other behaviors in play today and in the past where, like, something that you tried didn't work out, but it inspired everyone else to take a similar approach, and it did work out. Like, your ideas were great, and sometimes our dice doesn't favor us. And through that discussion, the veteran was eventually able to get to this idea of, every time I take a risk, there's a chance that it will succeed and there's a chance that it will fail, but it is the thing between me and success and feeling good and like gaining some of this confidence. And I also have a group of people around me to hold me up if things don't go my way. And it became like a very powerful reframe for like the entirety of the rest of the semester of risk equals reward. And if we can create an environment where we feel comfortable and safe taking risks, we can flourish in a lot of ways that we weren't allowing ourselves to otherwise.
Jared, what I also love about that story is how much the group is learning from each other. That sounds like there's so much, not just personal insight that happens in the relational space with the game master, but also a lot of the relationships that are happening and the sort of peer modeling and peer observations that are happening there too. I know, Allison, you had a story sort of around this. We were talking earlier around a challenging moment.
And so, for the challenging moment, this was, the kind of impulsive character, and one of my group members was playing, and being able to kind of have, and interestingly, it led to like a conflict moment where the group was actually arguing with one another about what to do, how they were responding to this, and they all kind of like sat back and were just kind of like noticing themselves arguing and noticing kind of patterns that came up in their own lives. And so being able to kind of see that this was a really challenging moment that led to conflict, but then they were able to kind of have an additional conversation about what it was like to argue and to find themselves becoming angry, and how can they potentially go about this in a way that they feel is more helpful. Because in their other lives, they never, in their kind of normal everyday lives, you don't really get the opportunity to get feedback, direct, in the moment feedback from another person who you're interacting with. And so that kind of like active, organic, kind of relational feedback was really powerful for them, even with a conflict moment, even with, a group member doing something that others were really not agreeing with. And that was actually one of the most interesting pieces of feedback. And it was one of those like, oh, this is like, the most backhanded compliment I've ever received, was like one of my group members was like, you and my co-facilitator, it's like, y'all created a great world, but y'all were not the biggest part of like what I found helpful. It was actually being able to like interact with other group members. And it was one of those like, yes, that is awesome. I created a framework and you go forward, you take this game and you make it your own. And so it was one of those like, oh, that's awesome. But also, am I doing okay? And so that's my own like, oh, am I okay? But yeah, that's just normal anxieties, which we all experience.
Did they tell you that you weren't helpful, or that just that you weren't the most helpful? Because it's possible
Weren't the
there
most
were
helpful.
multiple helpful things in that group.
Yes. Gotta reframe even for myself.
Those social connections in these groups are so important. It was one of the big impetuses for us, did I conjugate that right? To start these up. Mental health diagnoses come with a host of symptoms that actually kind of you'll see kind of repeated between diagnoses. But one thing that comes up a lot is social withdrawal and isolation, and like this disconnect from other people, which over time leads to an atrophy for like self-advocacy and social skills and ability to communicate effectively the way you want. Is watching some of my group participants like move through this group, I would get feedback from their therapist saying, hey, all of a sudden this person is bringing up content or wanting to process something that has been historically difficult that they had refused in the past. Or this particular veteran that I'm thinking of was very socially isolated, very socially awkward, wasn't comfortable reaching out to others. And to the point where they brought up to me, I would like to ask some of my cohort like out for coffee after group sometime, like so we could connect better. And I encouraged that, but it took about 5 weeks before their own confidence built up. And then they decided like, no, I'm going to do this. I feel safe. I trust them. And 80% of the group said yes and went out for coffee with them, which became a regular occurrence, like every other group. It then also became a thing where they started to desire greater community integration, where we would stop meeting in the hospital and start meeting at the local game store. Eventually, that group kept going, but the therapist bowed out and like let the group become self-run and just a thing that occurs in the community.
I think those are great markers when we're thinking about like how does this work, right? Because we want to measure outcome in a couple of different ways, and we have some pilot data that says that this does work in some of our like more traditional ways of measuring outcomes. But it's also really important to look at kind of those markers in our lives especially when we're working with a veteran population, any population anyway. We're concerned with social interaction because that is one of the biggest markers of kind of success and wellness and health across the board, is how much do you feel you are connected. It doesn't actually matter if you have friends, but it matters whether or not you think you have friends, you think you have these connections you can build on. And with a lot of our groups, but especially the group that I most recently ran, both in the primary care mental health integration as well as the mental health clinic, they started going to lunch together, and these were people who were incredibly isolated. They were really only coming to the VA for their appointments, and that was about it. They were going to jobs, or they were at home and they weren't working and they didn't have jobs, so they were incredibly isolated. So not only did this group start engaging kind of more organically in terms of going out to lunch after group, they also started an alumni group. So this was a group that they began running. It was not a therapeutic group because there were no therapists involved, but it was a social group. And instead of just keeping the alumni group open to the alumni of the group, they actually went ahead and decided to host it on a local base so that they were able to include both veterans as well as active duty service members. Several of them expressed the goal of they really wanted to be able to bridge that connect between active duty and veteran, because that transition can be really, really challenging for a lot of people. And that group is still going. When COVID hit, they went online. This is not a group that was particularly interested in technology, and they will tell you that they're not interested in technology, but it was worth figuring out the technology to continue the group. And so I think those kinds of stories are a real testament to kind of how powerful of an enriching this can be.
So there's been lots of really great stories shared on our panel today. I'm curious if there is data. Is there research yet? If not, what's in the way of getting more research out there to help every veteran in need, every VA have a program like this?
So there is some pilot data. So I have some pilot data that has shown on an individual basis, which we generally do not like to run things on individual bases, but because of challenges in getting people to fill out forms at the appropriate times, I'm not going to make kind of larger statements that shows like decreases in symptoms on two common measures that we look at for screeners for depression and screeners for anxiety. So we're seeing improvement in symptoms there. I know that Allison is working on collecting more data as well. There are some other projects that we have in the work. The reality is that research can be slow. Research in large organizations like the VA has a lot of hoops for in time. A lot of those hoops are for good reasons, to protect people, but we're working on it. It's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, we hope one day to be able to, Elizabeth and I were kind of, we're administering the same types of measures. So we're hoping one day to potentially do a little bit of like cross-site analyses, basically just so we have like a bigger pool of people to be able to run some data analyses on. But the group for me this upcoming year is actually a part of a more structured research project. And so like I'm basically like manualizing and protocoling most everything out, which I have a lot of like it's good. I think this is, I'm really excited to get the research, but there's a part like the creative side of myself is like feeling a little restricted in certain capacities. But I think that's natural whenever you're going forward with research and making sure that it's rigorous, is that there are going to be certain constraints. But we're trying to keep it as natural and organic of a program development type of project. So it's not like a randomized control anything. It's just, we're going to see if this group, how it helps people. We're going to be running 3, maybe 4 different cohorts to hopefully be able to get, at least a larger pool of data, and hopefully to one day be able to publish that. That is the ultimate goal. And I think particularly in terms of research right now with like tabletop gaming, there are phenomenal people out there who are really doing great work and trying to get more and more publications out there. There's a lot more, I think, within the digital gaming realm, but I think tabletop and those folks who are really dedicated to it are trying to get as much research out there across kind of the spectrum of journals.
Fantastic. We only have a couple of minutes left in our panel today, so I would love for you to offer the audience a takeaway, something that if you are just really wished you'd had the chance to say it so far, this is your chance. Also, let people know where they can find you if they want to learn more about your work, Twitter, newsletters, whatever your offers are. Go ahead and share that with everybody.
So my takeaway, I think, is if this is something that you're interested in, as a veteran, you can talk to your providers. They can contact me or Allison, and we would be happy to talk about starting programs at your VA. If you are someone who's interested in becoming a facilitator, I feel you, right? There has not been a lot of formalized training. So Game to Grow, you'll notice I introduced myself as the Director of Education and Training. That is for a reason. Training is something that I'm incredibly passionate about. I want more people to do this work, and I want more people to do this work well and to have the support they need to run these groups effectively. And so we at Game to Grow are continuing to expand our training offerings, but specifically we have our comprehensive training program that is launching tentative date October 3rd. So keep an eye out for that. Sign up for our newsletter. We will not spam you, but that's at gametogrow.org/newsletter. And you can find me and Jared on the interwebs on Twitter at Drs. Kilmer if you're trying to get in touch with the both of us.
Yeah, and you kind of, I just want to echo what you said, because that was my main issue as well. Is it is hard for these groups to exist if the facilitators do not exist. And so if you are working with veterans or really in any other system and you think that this is an intervention that resonates with you and something that you would like to learn how to deliver, reach out to us for questions, consultations, scaffolding. How
we have a
can
group
we help
consultation
you
group.
Get that set up.
Yeah.
Awesome. Alice,
I think one, just on the facilitator and 100% echoing what Jared and Elizabeth have said of like, if this is something you're interested in, if this is something maybe you're kind of like on the fence but want to get more information about, please reach out. Because this is an area that is growing, it is novel, it is fascinating, and we need more people who are passionate and want to do this to be able to build momentum. Because my second takeaway is therapy can be fun. And I think that's one of the big things that comes from this is therapy isn't about laying on a couch and telling your deepest, darkest secrets. It can be fun and engaging and help in so many different ways that aren't just symptom reductions. It can lead to such a more fulfilling, meaningful life, and that there's a lot of ways to go about that. So for finding me, you can also find me on Twitter at Dr_battles. That will be where I'm at.
Awesome. Therapy should be fun is a great way to end our panel today. If you'd like to learn more about Game to Grow, like Elizabeth said, check out gametogrow.org. We have groups that you can join for wherever you are around the world, so check that out. And we'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX Online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX Online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX Online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Come get some!
Is this all you got? Get some!
Hey guys, this is Mega Cat Studios. We're doing a panel on retro game design, surpassing limits with creativity. We're going to be looking at how we look at making retro games with more of a modern lens and using that to work around some of the limitations of those retro consoles. So I'll start with introducing myself. My name is Andrew Marsh. I'm the lead designer at Megacat Studios. I'm kind of the guy that takes those high-level design concepts and mashes them all up into little bits and gets them to work on an NES.
I'm Zach Manko. I work with Andy closely on taking those high-level designs and into a game that's fun and enjoyable.
Jason Vanderwall. Director of brand engagement. I do a lot of work taking in new clients, new brands, new goals, and translating them into successful games and riffing off of retro mechanics and everything that makes games fun.
So when we're looking at making games for retro consoles, we're looking at what tool chains we're going to be using. And so we get to use a nice mix of just in-house proprietary tools as well as modern design tools. So when we do visuals, we can use anything from very specified tools to create retro pixel art like YYCHR, or we could use modern tools like Photoshop or GIMP, as long as we're sticking within the restrictions of the console that we're working on. That's all that really matters. For the sound, we're going to be using specific trackers that export chiptunes within the actual limitations of the console, as well as in a way that the console will understand. Gameplay, we're looking at what makes retro gameplay fun. What was great about retro gameplay? And I think that sort of retro sensibility when it comes to raw gameplay especially applies to indie games now. Finally, there's a lot of people bring up NES Maker now because that's out there. It's a great tool for prototyping for us. We do that to prototype concepts, and as it develops more and more, we're getting really excited about using it for smaller scale games. So on the next slide, we're just looking at a high-level overview of what we're going to be talking about here. It's working with restrictions on the consoles. We're going to be focusing mainly on the NES because it has the most restrictions out of any of the platforms. All the retro platforms do tile-based graphics storage. So when I talk about that, I'm talking about how instead of storing a full image into the game's ROM, it's actually storing the image broken up into little 8x8 tiles. And that's something that we always have to be aware of when we're designing the graphics. There's palette restrictions on the character sprites. There's palette restrictions on the backgrounds that we'll be going over. There's limitations on the amount of character sprites we can have on screen, the size of character sprites we can have on screen. There's restrictions on the amount of character sprites that can be on the same horizontal row, and it will stop rendering them after that. And then we'll be looking at things like background limitations, like attribute tables that we'll get into a little bit later, that decide how the palettes get loaded into backgrounds, and it's actually quite restrictive on the NES how it does that.
So since there's so many restrictions on the retro consoles, that's one of the things you really take into account when designing the game from the ground up. You have to kind of be aware of those and then think about either the best way to work around them or the best way to work with them. Mm-hmm. And we found that if you stop thinking about them as limitations and more think about them as a way to guide the design and art process, they can actually be kind of fun to work with, where it forces you to be creative in new and different ways because you know that you don't have, endless memory or endless colors to play with. So it really helps you to kind of focus in on certain aspects of the game and how to highlight those.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I always like to think of them less as restrictions and more as tools. So on this slide, we're going to be looking at iteration and retro development. Zach, I'd love for you to start on this one with some of the high-level design concepts.
Sure. So as we just said, when designing a retro game, you really need to take into account the different limitations of the console into account and how those will affect the design and the choices you make. And as Andy mentioned, you think about them more as tools and less of limitations, and really starts to kind of take form. So it affects everything from the type of game you're going to make to how the sprites are going to look, what size the sprites can be, and then once you have those things kind of nailed down, you tend to build like the rest of the game around it.
Yeah, exactly. And once we sort of have those high level concepts, then we start looking into like really hard, like hardware limitations, like the CPU and PPU, which is the graphics processor, the limitations of those pieces of hardware themselves, and the limitations of what sprites we're going to have on screen at the same time, because you can only have so many of them, so you have to make choices about enemies and what kind of enemies there's going to be. So those are the things we tend to look at after we start getting some of the high level ideas down.
Would you guys say that there's any consideration given towards expectations for modern users, fans that are buying a retro collectible plastic cartridge, but at the same time might be looking for any other like modern design elements? Is there consideration given at this stage of it, or no?
Yeah, I'd say absolutely. Even though we're making games for retro consoles, we still want to make games for everybody. So we can't just make games that will only appeal to people that play the retro hardware. We want to make games that will appeal to new people who have never played an NES before. And so we need to keep those modern sensibilities in mind as well.
And the reverse is also true, where there's a lot of things about retro games that do appeal to modern gamers. So our process is always taking the best of, the gaming's past and gaming's future, what works today and then what worked in the past, and marrying them into a perfect product in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense.
So the next one's a fun one for me. I like talking about this one because it talks about how a CRT television works, and I love CRT televisions. So we talk about scanline limitations, and what those mean are the way a CRT television renders its image is that there's about a 1 pixel thick line that there's a bunch of them that run every other line through the screen, top to bottom, and then it renders them bottom to top, and it does that every single frame. Now on the NES, you can only have 8 of those 8x8 sprite tiles on a scan line at a time, or else it will stop rendering anything beyond that. When I say stop rendering, I mean it just won't show it at all.
And when you say sprite tiles, what type of things would be considered sprites, like in a typical game?
So if you look at, say, Super Mario Brothers, a Goomba in Super Mario Brothers is a 16 by 16 character sprite, and then that, when it's loaded into the visual memory of the console, is actually broken up into 4 8x8 sprite tiles. So you can have 8 of those 8x8 sprite tiles in a horizontal row before it stops showing stuff.
So it'd be things like characters and enemies, projectiles.
Characters, enemies, projectiles, items, all that kind of stuff.
With that in mind, when we design games, we have to think about not only the size of our characters. Obviously, if you can only fit 8 wide on the screen, or on a line rather, you can't have a character that's that big. Same thing with the different types of attacks they can do. If the projectiles are moving in a flat trajectory, you have to think about that as well. So it all comes down to like everything from the design of the level itself, to the placement of enemies, to the art of the enemies, to the art of the characters, to how those things interact. It's just one thing you always have to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great segue into the next slide is how do we get around that limitation? Because that limitation is extremely limiting. So this is an old trick. They've been doing it ever since back in the day. It's called sprite flickering. And what they do is when there's over 8 of those sprite tiles in a horizontal row at once, they'll flicker sprites off and on. So they'll turn the sprite off, turn it on, and they'll alternate that between 2 characters back and forth really quickly. They'll do it every frame. And that way, to the human eye, it looks like both sprites are being rendered on screen at the same time, but what's actually happening is every frame, it's alternating back and forth between them. And I have a little example for Mega Man here, because they used it a lot in those games so they could have larger, more animated enemy sprites. So once we get all of that sprite stuff out of the way, then we have to start looking about how palettes are loaded into the game. And this is extremely limiting on the NES, and you have to be really creative with how you use it. So when we talk about character sprites, it's not too bad. The way it works is you have 4 character sprite palettes 4 background palettes loaded on screen at the same time. You can't have any more than that. When you're doing a character sprite, each 8x8 sprite tile is allowed to have one of those 4 palettes assigned to it. It's not too hard to work with. You can come up with some cool combinations with that. But when we talk about backgrounds, we start talking about what are called attribute tables. What the attribute tables are is basically you take the background image and slice it up into a 16 by 16 pixel grid. Now every single slice of that grid can have a single palette assigned to it. So what ends up happening is that we have to think of tricks to sort of make it look a little bit less like a grid and a little bit more natural. So one of the best go-to ones for that would be making 2 of those background palettes share a color. That way they can sort of bleed into each other a little bit. And sort of designing the art in a way that works within a grid but has some more rocky, jagged, natural shapes to it.
I also think it's important to mention that several of the retro consoles have a limited number of colors, not only that they can show at a time, but just a limited number of colors in general. How many colors in the NES palette? It's like, what? I know it's...
I don't remember the exact number offhand. It's not very big, though.
Yeah. Maybe we should redo that.
Nah, that's all right. But I mean, that brings up an interesting little anecdote too. It's the reason why Mega Man is blue. When they were originally designing Mega Man, they wanted him to be red, but the NES only has 3 shades of red, whereas it has about 12 shades of blue, I believe. And so they realized, like, oh, well, why wouldn't we make him blue? There's like all of these shades of blue that we can use, and that ended up deciding what color that character was.
Is better at the cooler colors than the warmer colors in general.
Yeah, totally. So when we get into talking about backgrounds, we got to talk about using meta tiles. So what meta tiles are is we take those 8x8 tiles for the background and we arrange them into predetermined blocks of tiles. So we'll say, let's make it like a 16 by 16 or a 32 by 32 defined block of tiles. And then we'll make an array of those defined blocks and store that in the ROM and use that to make our levels. The reason why we do that is because it saves a ton of space. Anytime you add any unique information to a game, it takes up more space. So if we build everything out of this array of predefined shapes, then that greatly limits the amount of unique information that's being used.
I think a famous example of this is if you look at the bushes and clouds in Super Mario Brothers, you'll notice that it's the same meta tile of background art. It just has different palettes. You know, the bushes are green and the clouds are blue and white, but it's the same art.
Yeah, and this trick's been used pretty much in any NES platformer that you remember and love. Castlevania uses 32 by 32s. Mega Man uses 16 by 16s. They all did it that way. They could make these bigger worlds without taking up a ton of space. The Legend of Zelda is a pretty great one. They're actually full vertical columns of the map is a meta tile. So a 16 pixel wide, the entire column, that's a meta tile that's being used.
Like Andy said, the whole reason we do that is to save space because, I mean, we want to put as much game as we can on these, especially with the considerations for the modern players who, you know, are expecting these expansive worlds that they're used to, you know, with on modern consoles and PC and whatnot. So we had to squeeze as much as we can out of the space we have, you know, put as much game and fun and content into these to give the players, you know, what they deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next slide just has an example of a meta tile table that we used in a game. We did 16 by 16 meta tiles on this one. It was an underwater themed level, so we had rocks, different shapes that we could use to build out platforms and some seaweed that was set up in a way we could do it in different shapes. And because it was underwater, we had a little Kanye West in there and just hanging out. So the next slide, we're talking about banks. And so banks are only possible with specific mappers.
What could you talk a little bit about what a mapper is?
Absolutely. So a mapper is actually the physical circuit board that's being used on an NES cartridge. There was a lot of different kinds back then that all had different kinds of features on them dependent on the electrical components that are attached to it. We use a mapper that's called MMC3 because it's a pretty feature-rich mapper, and it allows us to do things like bank swapping, and it allows us to have either 1K or 2K banks, which we call half and quarter banks, to sort of represent how much of the page each takes up. So we're going to use our game Little Medusa as an example for how we used banks. In Little Medusa, we used the 2K half banks to do the character sprites because we knew we were always going to need the main character, but because it was a puzzle game, we weren't going to need to have a large variety of enemies on screen at the same time. We were only going to have the ones that are relevant to the puzzle elements. And then the backgrounds, we used quarter banks, like the 1K banks, because we knew we had a large amount of global elements, like the puzzle elements, the power-ups, the blocks that the player could place down. Those always needed to be loaded into the visual memory during gameplay. So we only needed to swap out 1 or 2 of the 1K banks to handle all of the unique level graphics. And so the advantage of doing things this way is that we only need to store, like, say, the main character's graphics once in the ROM, and then we can always just reference that bank anytime we need to see her, instead of having to store her in multiple places and load an entire page at a time. And so one of the best advantages we have for that is that it allows us to have the appearance of a larger variety of things loaded into memory, even though we don't. Because we can load and unload individual banks at a time instead of having to do the entire page of graphics. So when all of the enemies are cleared out of an area, we can just load in a different bank and load up new enemy types. And it seems like we have more loaded in than we actually do.
And that's possible only with specific mappers.
Yeah, that's only possible with specific mappers. And like I said, we use MMC3, which is the same mapper they used for Super Mario Bros. 3. Because it has some pretty versatile bank loading, and it has a lot of nice features to it that will allow us to do some cool visual effects as well. So when people think about cool, impressive retro game stuff, they always think about these giant bosses that they have to fight. Like in Mega Man, you fight like the giant Dr. Wily car. Or Ninja Gaiden, you fought that giant demon statue that comes in at the end of the game. So you can't do that as a character sprite. You can't do that in the same way you'd render like Mario or a Goomba because of all of the sprite limitations that we have. It just simply wouldn't be able to handle loading that many sprite tiles on screen at the same time. So the way all of those are made is they were created out of background elements. So a large background piece was drawn and animated and used bank swapping to do the animations, like a flip book basically. And then pieces of it might have been built out of sprites. But there's also another large limitation on that you have to keep in mind, is that you can only update 32 of those 8x8 background tiles at once on the NES. That's the most it's capable of doing. Now, when you have something that takes up like half the screen, that's a little difficult. So one way that we've worked around that is we're doing basically what we call frame blending, where we take the animation, break it up into pieces so that we're only animating part of it at a time, and then we play the animation back quickly so that it tricks the eye and makes it seem a lot more fluid than it really is. So with our toad that we have here, it's an example of us doing this. So in the image at the bottom, you can see that in the first frame is its default state. The second frame is it with its mouth all the way open, which is what the animation that we wanted to use is. But we have an intermediate stage in the middle where he scrunches his eyes a little bit, which is the start of the opening mouth animation, and just the corners of his mouth open up, so that we only have to update the middle of his face for the third frame. And so when we play that all back, on the top image here, we can see that it runs pretty fluidly when you play it back quickly. But if we slow it down, you can actually see the process of the individual pieces being animated separately from each other. And so it's all about figuring out where those separate pieces are going to be, doing the animation, and then just playing it back very quickly so that the human eye doesn't have enough time to sort of catch the trick happening. So the next slide, we're talking about sprite layering. Sprite layering is really cool. If you ever enjoyed anything made by Tecmo, I'm talking about like Ninja Gaiden, Tecmo Super Bowl, anything that those guys have ever touched, they look so cool and cinematic because of sprite layering. So when you're doing a huge full screen cinematic scene, you might want to do some things that sort of skirt the palette rules or animate a little bit more than a background piece could animate. And so you use sprite layering in order to do that. And it's simply just layering sprites on top of a background image to fill the rest of the image out. So we're using Little Medusa as an example again. The very first image is of this boss that you have to fight. It's just one of the titans. And the first image is just the background part of the image. So it's very plain. She doesn't have a face. She doesn't have any hair. She doesn't have any features or anything. It's just the background piece adhering to the background rules. The second image is a representation of the sprites that we're overlaying. So we're overlaying her hair, so her hair can be a different color without having to worry about attribute tables. We're overlaying her face so that her mouth and eyes can move independently of the rest of her body a lot more fluidly. And then we're even doing sprite overlays with the water that runs between her hands. That way we can flicker the water back and forth on each side of her hands, like in each of her hands, so it has like a nice transparent look to it.
And we do all of this to kind of provide a more dramatic experience for the player. You know, if you're going to fight this boss and it's supposed to be this big challenge, this big obstacle, we want it to, you know, not only be hard to fight, but also, you know, look impressive. We want to have things that are memorable for our games. And I mean, doing that requires, again, working around these limitations. But once you understand them, once you have this kind of, you know, deep respect for them from working so closely with them and around them, you start to think like, oh, now that I know these tricks and now that I know how to work with these things, how can I use those to my advantage? You know, how can I make this screen or this encounter, this instance really pop compared to the rest of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I'm going to turn it over to you guys for the next slide, because this is questions for design, and I'd love to hear from you guys about some of the more high-level design ideas that goes into when we're making these games.
Who wants to go first? I'm happy just to jump in and say that I think it's pretty safe to say that we identify fun factor mechanics that we know are super reliable, super fun, classic, and nostalgic for a reason. They've been around for years and years for a reason, and then iterate on those mechanics, right? So I think we try to identify, tighten up, and produce mechanics that are really, really fun. And then on top of that, layer all the variety, the progression, the look and feel, and everything that you would come to expect as a modern customer on top of that nostalgic or retro mechanic that you know is so fun.
And one of the coolest things about retro games is that they're typically anyone can pick up a controller and, you know how to play them or learn quickly how to play them. It's very intuitive design, and because, you know, we have these tried and true mechanics, they're accessible by anyone, which I think is something that's missing from a lot of modern games. I mean, most modern games have, you know, numerous tutorials to kind of teach you how to play the game, which can be a barrier to someone that doesn't have the, you know, the time to invest in that. Or you play a game, you put it down for a couple of days, you come back and you completely forget the control scheme.
Or even
typically doesn't happen with a retro game.
Yeah, or even just a young person who doesn't have, you know, the reading skills yet. You know,
right?
I love seeing a kid who's definitely early level reader picking up a retro game and just getting it right away and loving it. Like that's one of the things that made the video game industry what it is today. We were all kids when these games were coming out. We didn't want to read. We wanted to get in there and play. And so retro games are perfect for that.
Another thing we think about is, you know, what hasn't been done on the consoles before. There's been, you know, they've been around for 30 years and video games have evolved, and there's so many cool things that you see nowadays that you start to think like, oh, what would this type of game be like on the NES? Or what if has this ever been done on the Sega? And you think about, okay, what kind of new things can we do? What new experiences can we bring to these consoles?
Yeah, definitely. So next we're going to talk about just sort of the level design concepts behind Little Medusa a little bit. And Zach here is the expert. He laid these puzzles out. He is a madman.
Evil genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with Little Medusa, it kind of encapsulates a lot of what we've been talking about as far as the retro design ethos and marrying the best of modern with the best of retro. It originally came out for the NES and has since spread to several other platforms. As you play the game, the first couple levels are designed to teach you the basics of the game. Your basic controls, and you play as a little Medusa, and you're able to petrify enemies and use that to solve puzzles. So the first couple levels teach you how to do those things, and then we just add mechanics and challenges on top of that with different enemy types, different hazards, and as you play through the game, these ramp up until you're facing combinations of challenges you addressed in the past. So that's typical of most retro games as far as tight mechanics, a small move set that's fun. And then as far as marrying the modern to that, Little Medusa is launched with achievements, and it also came out with hidden content essentially that for people that wanted to get the most out of the game and redo every puzzle and get the best high score they can. It's an entire hidden world for them. We also made the game with speedrunning in mind, because there's an Olympian mode where you play through and you only have a limited number of lives, where as soon as you lose all your lives and you're done. So it's meant to be this this grueling endurance thing that's highly watchable because of the risk involved with the playthrough.
So this is another fun slide for me. It's polish and special effects. This is one of the neatest things, especially on the NES to me, to do, is because now you're really taking the console and making it do stuff it should never be able to do. So my favorite examples of this, the first one on the right is the title screen for The Adventures of Bayou Billy. It does this really cool sort of wavy effect where it comes in and then it waves back out. And the way it accomplishes that is that it takes the screen and sets registers at every single scan line of that logo, and then it adjusts the scrolling speed and direction of the logo and uses math to give it that wavy shape to it, and just keeps expanding it out until it sort of either waves out or waves back in. And it's a really cool effect that you can do just by adjusting the scrolling. The other example I have is, in my opinion, one of the coolest looking NES games. It's called Swordmaster. It's kind of like an old school kung fu style game as far as gameplay is concerned. It's a real simple platformer / beat 'em up, but it does some really cool effects. So you have to keep in mind that the NES only has a single background layer to it. So if you want to do really cool parallax effects, you have to actually use a lot of tricks, and Swordmaster uses all of them. So the way it works is that they actually set a register at the scan line at the ground level, and then they adjust everything below that scan line to scroll faster than everything else. That way it looks like the ground layer's in front of everything. And then with the background, with the trees and the mountains, they're actually using bank swapping animations on the mountains. The game's looking at the scrolling speed and direction of the player character, and it's making an animation happen with the mountains to make it appear as if it's scrolling slower than it actually is. And that gives it that effect that it's behind those trees, even though it's all on the same layer. And yeah, the raster effects and bank swapping animations, when you combine those together, you can do some really cool stuff with it. So next we're going to talk about what we do as far as physical manufacturing goes. This is when the game's all done and ready to be shipped. This is getting our hands dirty. We hand solder every single one of our games. We use through-hole hand soldering. We think it delivers a sturdier product with a longer shelf life than using some of the pre-made surface mounting solutions. So we go through and make every single one with care ourselves.
Literally handcrafted.
Yep. And
so manufacturing is like we are talking about hard copy cartridges for these consoles, you know. So there's so much involved with that process that it's almost like this phase that people don't tend to think about anymore because everything is digital releases now.
Yeah.
For us, you know, we don't have the luxury of doing like a bug fix or an update or a patch. It has to be right the first time we send it out. So
where do most sales take place?
We do most of our sales on. We have our own website, megacatstudios.com, and so that's where you can buy most of our products. So with the physical manufacturing, we get to do some pretty cool stuff with the cartridge designs. I'd love you guys could talk about that a little bit.
So we've done some pretty neat ones so far. We have a wooden cart for log jammers, our NES Lumberjack game. We also have the special edition of Fork Parker's Crunch Out. It has an LED screen that lights up when you plug it into the Super Nintendo. And our goal here is to give something that's shelf worthy for collectors. We want something, we know that they have limited space, you know, in their room or their video game man cave, and we want to have something that's, you know, ready to rock, super cool, that they have, you know, pride showing off.
So why do we do retro games is a question we get a lot. That is probably the top question that we get when we're at conventions or talking to people about what we do. And so I know for me, I am pretty passionate about the NES platform. I'm a collector. I collect NES and the Japanese Famicom cartridges. It's always been a big part of my life. It's what I dreamt about when I dreamt about making games. And there's just still a lot I think it can do and I want to do with it.
I think it's important to remember that that even though these consoles came out, you know, 20, 30 years ago, I mean, the electric guitar came out, what, 60 years ago? But people still make, you know, rock and roll and heavy metal and things like that. So I just see it as more of like a tool for a certain type of, you know, experience or certain type of story. I think that games that came out, you know, in the golden era of the consoles, the 8-bit and 16-bit, I think that they had a certain type of like soul to them that, you know, kind of set the tone for what games had become. That it was like, it had that fun for fun's sake kind of ethos. You know, it was different than games today, a lot of which can be, you know, kind of dour or very heavy-handed or serious, which isn't bad. I mean, it's ultimately just a storytelling medium. But I think games from that era really are special because of the way that, you know, because of the way they were made and why they were made and the experiences they offered. So creating more of those, that fun for fun's sake, it's enjoyable having grown up with them for sure.
Yeah, and for my part, I'm mostly focused on the actual play pattern and the fun factor focus, like you just mentioned, Zach. I think games back in those days were made to be pick up and play fun. The mechanics were really, really tight. You didn't have to look for the fun in those games, which for me was one of the best parts, right? I think you can spend a lot of time in modern games walking around the world looking for the next fun moment. That didn't happen back in the retro time, right? Every frame was made to be a lot of fun. So I think building upon that, but then adding the layers of modern complexity, the progression systems, variety, some of the modern design elements that we see these days, I think is important for the modern consumer. But I really think there is a lot to be said about the pick up and play fun factor nature of what the original consoles gave us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also just finally, we're in an ever expanding digital landscape. And so being able to keep kind of a physical product that you can hold in your hands with a full color manual that has like the story and the lore and the characters, it's really an experience. And we don't want to see that experience ever go away.
Yeah.
There's just something special about it.
There's something different about playing a game on the couch in the living room or basement next to your friends and being able to like co-op with them or play against them. And then, I want to be able to, throw popcorn at them or elbow them or, it's completely different sharing the same physical environment as opposed to, playing online with someone.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a different, altogether, the essence itself is different.
Yeah, and there's a lot of room to build on that play pattern and build on that foundation.
Okay, so we do more than just retro games, though. So we are always thinking about how do we make the jump from retro to the modern day. And so this slide shows a couple examples of our earlier times doing that. It started with Logjammers and Coffee Crisis. Logjammers was made for the NES. It was a lumberjack arcade-style fantasy sports game. And then Coffee Crisis was made for the Sega Genesis. It was your side-scrolling beat-em-up like you had back in the day with the Turtles games or Streets of Rage. But both of those games we found to be really fun, really addictive, really cool concepts. So we decided, hey, let's bring these into the modern era. And so what we did is we kept the sensibilities of what made those games fun and then rebuilt the games from the ground up using those sensibilities as the core and remade them in Unity for modern platform releases of them. So as you can see with Logjammers, one of the things that is very noticeably different is that it went from a vertical playfield to a horizontal one. And the reason why it was a vertical playfield originally was because of the console limitations. So once we moved on to 16 by 9 or beyond displays that didn't have those sprite limitations on them, we moved things to a horizontal playfield to give the players more room to move around and just sort of give it more of a natural feel for the displays that it was going to be on. With Coffee Crisis, we again remade the game from the ground up, made it bigger, made it more of an experience, and then we were able to add cool modern features like Twitch integration so that when people are playing the game on streams, people watching the game are able to influence what happens in it. And that's obviously something we weren't going to be able to do on the Genesis, but we could do that once we brought it to modern hardware.
Which I'll add, I think that's really important for any players out there that might have preconceived notions about retro or pixel, to create alternates that are essentially the same play experience and the same play pattern and the same awesome mechanic and same awesome gameplay. I think it's important to be able to put that in front of as much people as possible so that they can enjoy the fun factor of a game like that.
Absolutely. And so our next big release was Bite the Bullet, which just launched recently. We actually did that one in the other order. We created this love letter to retro run and guns where that sort of gameplay was at its very core, but then we expanded on it a whole bunch and we made that for modern platforms first. But as we started to develop it, we decided we wanted to do something to sort of expand on the lore and the world and the characters of Bite the Bullet. So we went back and started making a completely separate side story specifically for the Sega Genesis.
It's called Bite the Bullet First Course, and like Andy said, it's cool because it functions as a prequel to the story set up in the main game, and it's also a different sort of game. It's more of a traditional Metroidvania, which, getting back to what hasn't been done on retro consoles, there's very few, I would say, like true Metroidvanias on some of the older consoles, especially the Sega Genesis. So it was fun to kind of design one of those, and be one of the pioneers of that genre on these platforms.
And
It's just Zach. Is there any crazy like narrative payoffs or anything that like are embedded, like if you're a player of both games?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of crossovers between the two and references, and there's you get some insight into how one very important boss was created if you play the Sega version.
Yeah, and I think what I really enjoy with what we were doing with First Course is that we took Bite the Bullet, which is this fast-paced run and gun, but we wanted to explore its world more. So that's why we made it a Metroidvania, is because that gameplay is all about exploring.
Right.
And so tying that gameplay element to the experience that we wanted to provide with the story, I think is working out fantastically.
Yeah.
Are they set like I'm just curious in terms of like time wise, years wise, like how much earlier?
They're pretty close. It's not point A, point B. It's not I would say you could call it a year if you wanted to, but it's pretty pretty successive.
Okay. It's not the old Republic of Bite the Bullet. It's not
Right.
All right, so that was the presentation. Thank you very much for listening. We have a lot of great resources here that you can check out. If you go to megacatstudios.com/blogs, we have an entire blog series all about how we do this stuff. We go in very, very granular detail about how we design the art, how we design the levels, how we design the sound, how we make these retro platforms work. The NES dev community has a great wiki you can check out. Has a lot of, if you're getting really into it and you really want to learn a lot about it, it's a great resource for learning the real nitty-gritty of it.
Speaking of our blogs, that's actually kind of our way of giving back to this community. The retro community is there's so many people involved. There's so many people that do different things, whether it's just players or it's collectors or it's developers or it's the artists. And that when we were getting started, we learned so much from so many of them that as we discover new tricks on these consoles or new ways to do things or our methodology and tool chains and whatnot, we share that information as our way of kind of giving back and supporting this community. We never want to see it go away.
Yeah. And then if you guys ever have any questions or just want to leave us a comment, you can hit us at info@megacatstudios.com, or you can get us on social media. We're just Megacat Studios everywhere. And stop by our Discord, discord.gg/Megacat. We love making new friends. We hang out there. Love to hear from you guys. So yeah, thank you guys very much for listening.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets?
As in like dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as Shadow Pups, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, as in to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that. See, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. The light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets?
As in like dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as Shadow Pups, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, as in to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that. See, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. The light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
PAX online panel. This is BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. There's room for all of us. And we're going to do a quick round of introductions and then walk through these topics together. Amanda,
am I introducing myself?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Hi, I'm Amanda Stevens. I've been working in esports and gaming as sort of a jack of all trades for 5 to 7 years now, depending on what industry. I work as a diversity consultant, a journalist, a host, and a pundit. I'm currently working a lot with Trans Lifeline to help them get into streaming and make contacts with different esports orgs so they can do more charitable initiatives. And when I'm not doing that, I'm either representing any key or playing way too much Magic the Gathering.
Hey, I'm Christina Amaya. I am a founder of Latinx in Gaming. I also work at Team Liquid as the event strategist. I focus most of my time on Latinx in gaming initiatives, but also women's safety at conventions and events.
So hey everyone, I'm Jane Lopez. I'm the founder of Black Girl Gamers. It is an online platform and community that heightens Black women's voices for diversity and inclusion in gaming. We do workshops, events, content. I also consult as well. But yeah, that's pretty much me.
Hi guys, my name is Jimmy Wong. I'm an actor, host, as well as a content creator. I've been making stuff online for the past decade, and I've done a lot of work across the gaming spectrum with companies like Riot Games, Wizards of the Coast, CLG, and I'm currently a host and creative director over at VenTV.
Hey, nice to meet everyone. I am Stephanie. I am the founder of one of UK's leading black gaming and entertainment companies called Saga. We specialize in gaming tournaments, gaming events. We also specialize in gaming comics and anime. And our mission is to champion diversity and inclusion. I also do a lot of D&I training, and I also am a content creator and streamer myself, and my thing is just about shifting and changing the culture of the gaming industry.
Hi everyone, I'm Santo, and I am a game designer, artist, as well as a co-director at Games Making Games. So as a game designer, I make games about my own culture, Guarani, indigeneity, and at Games Making Games, I help or co-direct the organization. So we're a nonprofit focused on supporting marginalized genders in the gaming industry, whether it's playing games or making them or critiquing them. We provide the tools and resources for them to realize their path and journey, career in the game industry.
That's awesome. Thank you, everybody, for your introductions. Let's go ahead and talk about some topics here. Let's start out with intersectionality. Intersectionality operates as both the observance and analysis of power imbalances, and the tool by which those power imbalances could be eliminated altogether. Does somebody hear that audio? Sorry.
Yeah, I hear it.
Gotcha.
Do you know where it's coming from?
No. Oh, well, whatever. So basically, let's go back to it. Topic 1, intersectionality. Intersectionality operates as both the observance and analysis of power imbalances, and the tool by which those power imbalances could be eliminated altogether. So I guess the first question here I have for the group, and feel free to answer in whatever order, what is intersectionality to you?
I guess I can start. So to me, intersectionality is looking at all the different factors that come into play when looking at somebody's background or looking at the way that a certain group interacts with anything. So in the sense of gaming, as a diversity consultant that works with esports teams, sometimes look at the question, why isn't X marginalized group more represented in esports? And so, the simple answers they always want to hear is oh, well, they just don't play X game, right? That's not necessarily always the case. There's a lot of factors like finances, opportunity, crime, all these different things that come into play, access that sort of build up to a complex problem, right? Intersectionality that's why there's the word inter. It's because there are different disciplines that work together in order to both create advantages and disadvantages.
That's awesome.
Anyone want to go next, or can I go?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think it's definitely everything Amanda said regarding just awareness of bringing those intersections to the surface. As someone who's a community leader and community manager, it's always unlearning things and also being aware of the new intersections that you may meet. Just being one person and then meeting someone else is always key to understand those intersectionalities and not just have them, but understand them. And I think that's the main thing in the gaming industry. There's a lot of, we want diverse people, we want person from X group, but do you understand them? Do you actually speak to these people within your community? Do you actually engage with them? And how do you engage with them? Is it tokenization? So I think for me, intersectionality brings a level of authenticity and genuine interest in that person and that demographic. Because I think if you just do it in terms of, okay, we've got this person that ticks 2 to 3 boxes, it's not really genuine intersectionality. It's just another token way of trying to show that you're more aware of diversity, but you're not actually doing the work behind it. And it's not easy. I'm not going to say it is. What I do say is that, hold on, I'm going to wait for that to pass. It's not easy. I don't say it is, but it's always about just continuously learning and unlearning biases and preconceived boxes that you have in your head about who somebody can be.
Yeah, I can go next. When it comes to intersectionality, that's something that I think about pretty much every day, not just in organizational work, but just in my everyday life, thinking about the ways in which, for me personally, the way my gender and my race crossover and like the kind of marginalizations that I faced at that intersection, and then using that kind of lived experience to see like how we can support our most vulnerable communities here in the game industry, at least within Toronto. So within Dames Making Games, we always make sure to prioritize people that are like at that intersection and see like how does that affect them creatively, like what barriers do they face because of that intersection, and how can we bring a more holistic experience to them when it comes to the games industry. Because one of the things I really love about DMG is that we want to foster creativity with our members, and that we don't want them necessarily to take a workshop and then do that thing and get into the industry that way. Like we want them to find their own path, and like if that path is getting into the industry, then that's great. If it's maybe even going to like film or art or like photography or another kind of stream, then like we'll also support them that way. So it's definitely just like letting our members find their own path, and how does that overlap with games at large, or how does that overlap with their own lived experience?
I definitely agree. Going off the back of everyone else, intersectionality for me it's an ongoing journey, an ongoing process, because you do come across different people from different walks of life. Essentially, the games industry is very, very, diverse, and there is so many different groups. And I think the problem is a lot of the times people feel like they can just walk into it without actually understanding and taking the time to educate themselves, because not everyone has all the answers. And I think going into that, it's really good to understand, how each type of circle operates in order for there to be some sort of change. So, with everything I've been doing over the past 5 years, it has allowed me to educate myself, because although my main focal point is, the Black and ethnic minority, there's other groups, like there's the LGBT community, there's other different types of groups that all also fall into, my mission and what I'm doing. And it's very important to always ensure that you're always including them, but you take time when you're including them. You have to understand their journey, understand where they're at, so you can assist and help without it feeling like it's too forced.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. For me, something that's really important is the ability to be vulnerable in intersectionality, because sometimes you may see things a certain way and then somebody comes along and is like, you forgot about us, or you forgot to mention this. And rather than reacting negatively, I think it's super important to be like, oh, I'm so sorry, or oh, I'm learning. There's so many times that I've put something out there or done something for my community, and I forgot a certain group or a certain thought there, and it's important to learn. And that's one of the most important parts about intersectionality, is being able to be vulnerable, being able to be empathetic, and being able to learn together. So I guess the next question then is, like, what is a dream state of intersectionality for you? Like, what do you see as kind of this perfect state of intersectionality in the gaming space?
I don't think nothing is perfect, because with any industry you're into, there's always something that I guess not necessarily goes wrong, but something that you're continuing to learn. But I think we are at the position now, especially within the games industry, with how much it is lucratively and with how much it has evolved, that we are at the point where things shouldn't be having to not be perfect, but things should be more evolved at a quicker rate. There should be more groups and more initiatives that should have been done years ago, but we're still at this constant battle because, the higher ups and the execs don't want to, take keen and don't want to take heed into actually providing these kind of opportunities. So, I think it's a thing where there won't be such thing as perfect, but there will be an ongoing progress of evolving and trying to make things a lot better with, I guess, the help of, the games studios and companies trying to come together and listen to the communities, listen to, platforms who are creating their own, initiatives because they didn't see anything that reflected them. So I think it's a thing of now trying to, speed up the process a bit more.
I think just going off of what Steph said, for me, the dream state of intersectionality isn't necessarily everyone in one pot. You know, I feel like safe spaces are needed. I feel like safe spaces and cultural spaces are valued and should still be applicable in the future. You know, that's why people exist in tribes and have cultures. That's the nature of human beings. What I do want to see is equal equity in terms of the industry spread across those groups. And I think that's the key. I think there's a mismatch in power dynamic, there's a mismatch in equity, which leaves us starting our own, like Steph said, our own initiatives to then try and grab that equity back. And we've all done that in our own way. But I think it's unnecessary for us to still, within 5 years, still be trying to grab that equity. Like, it's about time we are supposed to have equal say as a people, maybe not me, but as a people, in terms of who I represent, Black women, or who Amanda represents, you know, trans Black women, or who Steph represents, or Jimmy represents, or Santa or Christina. Like, everyone should have that equal equity in the industry. And I think that's the problem. We're still being denied that. No matter how much we build, it's still very, very slow to get that equal equity, to have an input in how the industry looks, how events go, how games are designed, how culture is represented, especially when I see native culture being taken and just used in games for random crap. Sorry, can I swear? Yep. Okay, I can swear. So just checking. But yeah, I think it's all about that equity and that ability to have influence. And I think that's where the missing piece is right now. And that's the dream state for me.
Looking at the industry and studying all of the controversy that's happened recently, I think the dream state of intersectionality is something that we've been working towards slowly as we find more representation within the actual game companies that make the games. And then I think like it's really important to weigh all the different aspects of gaming to the correct percentage of how much they represent the overall gaming space. A lot of people usually treat esports as this thing that is actually more important than it actually is, when it takes up a much, much lower percentage because there just aren't that many pro gamers compared to the number of casual gamers out there that engage with gaming on a day-to-day basis. So for me, a dream state of intersectionality is something that pervades, you know, the gaming industry from the bottom all the way to the top. So all the way from the brand new people coming into the space that feel empowered to make games that may not be your stereotypical, like, you know, snapshot of what a game developer looks like, all the way to the CEOs of the biggest companies like the Riot Games and the Wizards and the Blizzards of the, you know, of the world, to see that there's a good amount of representation there so that they can make sure that the decisions made by, you know, each of their developers or whatever they do down the line is going to reflect, you know, a good culture or whatever it is. They're not misappropriating or taking someone else's culture or thing and using it for their game as a just whatever. So I think like intersectionality for me is, it's really important just to make sure that there's good representation at the places where people begin to have power or already have power.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely. And just to add on to that, I think for me, thinking personally and also organizationally, like a dream state of intersectionality would be that people of marginalized backgrounds and communities don't have to look to companies anymore to support themselves, in the sense that they can have their own tools and resources in order to make what they want, which is something that we work. I can definitely dig more into it, I think, in the later slides, but that's definitely something I personally work on and that I work on with DMG, that we want to give people the resources so that they can be self-sufficient and so that they don't have to keep going into abusive industries and toxic work environments to work on something that they love. We want them to be self-sufficient, which is something very challenging, especially when you know, we struggle to get those resources in the first place. So I think definitely like something we're working towards that is, I think my kind of dream state is that we just become self-sufficient so we don't have to rely on these companies anymore for support, and we can just support ourselves, which is like definitely like a big, a very big challenge.
I agree with that, Santo. And actually, like, from that, visibility for other people to find us is so huge to me. Like, so many times I see a Latinx person tweeting or asking, like, where's our community? Where's our people? And I wish that there was more visibility for all of our communities so people entering the industry or people that feel alone can find us, right? Like can find a community or a culture that fits them that they've been missing this whole time. And some people struggle alone in that state. So my dream state is visibility and like you said, accessibility. And I think everybody made such great points here that there's so much more work to be done. And I agree that it won't be perfect, but I'm, hopeful for the future. With that said, do you think people misinterpret intersectionality and how so?
I think one of the things that comes across a lot in my line of work is like two-pronged. I think people, Jay used the term safe space. I think a lot of people don't understand what that necessarily means. They think that like it's just like a place where you get like protected and covered in wool, and and like people don't challenge you or anything, and you can't grow in a safe space, when like that's 100% not what a safe space is. A safe space is a place where you can be challenged, but it's done in a way where everybody is respecting each other, and that people aren't going to get talked over, and there's not going to be a lot of some of these things that we know happens when we try to have discourse in like the wider space. But we know that like inside a safe space, like discourse can be facilitated in a way that's like healthy and safe and reassuring, and you can grow. I think that's the first thing that I noticed that a lot of people don't understand. I think the other thing that people don't understand is that when they engage in diversity initiatives and they're trying to bring the equity that we've all been talking about to gaming, they think that they only can do these like big flashy things, right? We see a lot of these orgs say, we're gonna donate a bunch of computers or something, right? And they're like, all right, I did that, and like I can just dip now. And a great example that I've been giving esports orgs that I've been working with is like, look at Snoop Dogg, right? He started the football league the youth league that he does, and he's done that like year in and year out, right? Equipment, mentorship, getting these kids, games, helping them get scholarships, all these different things. Like that's a project that takes time and dedication, and you're not going to see some like huge impact, the first year, right? But like down the line, these kids, a large number of these kids get to go to college for the first time in their family. A lot of these kids, some of them have made it to the NFL. A lot of these kids, they stay out of trouble, right? And like the thing that I think people don't realize often is that the way that you can bring equity can't be done in these like flash in the pan, it's Black History Month, so let's do something for Black History Month, right? Or it's Pride, right? Let's change our team logo for a month and like we'll do a co-stream, right? Like that's just not how it works. And I think that that's something that a lot of people misinterpret, is that they think they overestimate what they can do in small gestures, right? And like these big, Pride Month events or Black History Month. And it's something that you need to be dedicated to, sustainably year round and year after year.
Yeah, Amanda really touched on the really key important factors as to why a lot of people misinterpret this, because a lot of companies only touch the surface level of what actually needs to be done. A lot of companies only do things for the short term, or they're only doing it for a PR stunt, or they're only doing it for the now and not for the later. And in terms of like everything that's gone on in regards to, for instance, the whole situation that happened with not Black History Month, with Black Lives Matter, and how it not only just impacted the US, but globally. And yes, it looked nice or dandy with a lot of companies, bringing in the solidarity with the PR, statements, but you now see a lot of the companies have gone quiet. They're not making the stances. They're not actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, or doing what they said they were going to be doing from the jump. It's not just putting in money now, because money doesn't last forever. There needs to be a long-term sustainable method and initiative and effort to keep the long-term initiatives and the long-term platforms, the long-term organizations that you promise to be going. And again, another misrepresentation is that creating the safe spaces isn't just making something solely, I guess, Black or solely for the LGBT community. It's about people understanding that, look, we have a group here, we have like a community here that are just like you, but unfortunately with the way the industry is, we've had to now put ourselves in one corner to now solidify ourselves. So when companies and industries do come, it's a thing where, they recognize us, which it shouldn't be the case. And I think it's really important to keep it alive, to keep the flame going, because unfortunately, we are forgotten. The end of the year will come, Black History Month will come, Pride Month will come again, and then all of a sudden everything's forgotten again. And it has to be permanent changes for like permanent solutions. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything that's been said so far. And the only thing that I would add in terms of like the way intersectionality gets misinterpreted, it's definitely similar to like the PR stuff. It's when diversity and inclusion initiatives by bigger companies are like misguided in their intent. So like one common strategy that I've seen a lot of D&I departments do for bigger companies is that, they promise that, out of 3 candidates, 1 candidate will be a woman and 1 candidate will be racialized, but that doesn't take into account intersectionality. Where does that leave, women of color at? And like, where does that leave Black women at? And where does that leave like trans people of color at? Like, that's not being taken into consideration with those strategies. And it's like they want to improve, but they are not even kind of seeing the bigger picture, like of how they're actually going to execute that and what the results are going to be. And like, what's the guarantee that a diverse person will actually be hired, or will they just make it to the finish line and not actually get the position or get the role or get the opportunity? So definitely some kind of those like more technical like plans that are visualized without actually really seeing the bigger picture.
Yeah, for me, one of the misinterpretations is interchangeability. People think that because I'm a POC, that I can speak for other POCs and speak for people of certain, different backgrounds. And so many times I've been asked to look at something as a woman for like, transgendered sort of thoughts. And I'm like, I honestly think that this is like not fair to transgendered women. And I also don't think it's fair to like assume that I would know all of that. I also have that happen to me as a Latinx woman for like, can you tell me if a Mexican person would like this? And I'm like, that's maybe, I have no idea if like that is something that they would really like. I really wish that people would either A, do their research separately and not ask that emotional labor of their, POC employees, or B, like, ask somebody of that actual, gender or of that background, and not just assume that that one POC person is where you go to for all the answers. That's for me a big misinterpretation. So with that said, I'll move on topics, unless anyone has anything else. Cool. So next topic, BIPOC in gaming. So what tools can be used to help create an even playing field in gaming?
Oh, okay, I'll start then. I think there's several ways, because I talk about this to the community quite a bit. The first, I always say, find yourself a community. I think having a community of people who are trying to achieve the same thing like you, and you can link up with those people, you can create content with those people, you can plan your visibility, you can do all of those things within a community, and you can find a mentor, which is a really great thing. I tell people, if you're doing content creation and you're passionate about it, why would you not treat it as any other job where people get mentors and get ideas and content and stuff like that? So I think if you're a content creator, that's the main thing. If you are someone like us creating an org and you want to again gain that equity, I always say a big mouth is a great thing to have. Like, you have to be very, very comfortable with being loud and being strong about it. And that's how I've got where I am today. And I really don't care who don't like me for it, because at the end of the day, it's not like I'm telling a lie. I'm not like where I was the first year of BGG. It's not the same place I am now, and it took a lot of growth to get there. But at the same time, I wasn't wrong in what I was saying. I just understand now more the different ways to navigate it, and I still have a big mouth. And I feel like if you're creating these organizations to gain equity in the gaming company, too many people have assimilated for way too long and buddied up to developers and buddied up to gaming companies, giving them that kind of faux intersectionality in order to get closer to them to get the coin. Sometimes you just have to turn that down and actually create an even playing field by rejecting what they offer you at first. Because if you just accept what they think is right, the thing doesn't change, which is why I feel like sometimes we're still here where we are, because a lot of people who said they wanted change actually just wanted to be closer to the developers or closer to the companies.
I think something Jay said is really important. And that's not just finding a mentor, but also like talking to your industry peers. So like I'm pretty big on telling people what company is giving me for a contract. I obviously don't tweet it out because like that can be a little sketchy because of contracts and NDAs. But like for example, I'm going to be doing articles for a company coming up to talk about like diversity in the FGC, and I immediately start talking to other people who have written for that company. Like, hey, this is what they're paying me. Like, what are you getting? Like, what is that bag that they're handing out to you? Because like I think one of the biggest problems that we have in the gaming industry, like you look at it when you like go on websites like Hitmarker and whatnot to look at jobs, like they don't talk about like how much people get paid, right? And that's like so different than any other industry I work with. And so I know for a fact that like pay disparity in esports journalists across like ethnicities is kind of a problem, and I don't think it's necessarily like super insidious, like intentionally, but like it's definitely a thing. And I've definitely started talking to more people about how important it is that we all know how much everybody's getting. Not so that we can be like, oh man, look at this guy, you know, he's making so much and she's making so much. It's more about, okay, well, if we know that all the feature writers at these websites are getting X, then like, why aren't we getting it too, right? You know, I think it's really, and like we're seeing it, what was it? Activision, like their employees started talking about that. Is that who it is? Yeah. So that's one of the reasons, like I had already started like a private Google spreadsheet about all the different rates I've been paid at different places. And now I'm just sharing it with people because I think it's really important that everybody knows that there's like value in like the stuff that we do, because like these companies, they don't want you to tell people that. That's why they're not posted in the job postings.
Yeah.
And it's to keep people, it's like, oh, well, like maybe this person will take this much. And it's like, no, none of that no more.
I think that's so good that you're doing that, because again, nobody wants that transparency, which is, it's funny you even said that, because I have an event coming up. By the time this is out, probably the event would have been done anyways, and it's called Saving for the Next Gen, and it's mixing the whole gaming and finance like assets to it, because gaming is really expensive. The games industry is a very lucrative company. Nobody who works in the game industry is kind of like transparent about how much they're getting paid, or you know, how to secure the bag, because for example, a content creator can be getting X amount while you can be getting as little as like shillings. And I think with the event that I'm doing, it's allowing people to see that, look, there's so many ways that you can actually maximize how you have a better experience within the games industry, within gaming, and just helping each other out. And in regards to like, you know, going back to the question of, you know, what you're doing to help in terms of the gaming industry, myself and Jay, we co-created a platform called Gamer Girls Night In, and that essentially, you know, mixed gaming, beauty and fashion, but that allowed women, non-binary, the LGBT community to meet and network with each other, and you know, meet other people from the other industry, because again, a lot of women don't really see each other in the industry, and they're not able to, one second, motorbike. So you know, people are not allowed to, it's like this industry has this kind of cliquey aspect to it.
Yeah.
And people don't want to help each other for one reason or the other. They want to one up each other, or they want to help you, but they don't want you to do better than them. So for us creating our, you know, spaces, Black Girl Gamers and they Saga, Gamer Girls Night In, you know, Latinx in gaming, like we're able to kind of connect with one each other and, you know, help, you know, be honest with each other. Like, okay, you're making this amount at Ubisoft. Okay, well, this is how much I made last year. This is how much you should be, you know. And I feel like doing these events that we do, doing these workshops that we do, doing these, you know, inclusive events that we do allows people to kind of mesh and help one another, see each other as equals, because we're not helping each other by keeping things to ourselves. 100%. So I think it's really, really important to try and be as transparent as possible, because we can all win, you know. There's enough bread for everyone to eat. So why not do these things, do these initiatives, and do these things to help one another?
Now, I just want to quickly follow off of that. I think one area where the playing field needs to be really balanced is in content creators and when they work with companies, and how much they get paid. Just obviously, Steph and I have a really great relationship, but I know a lot of my content creators within BGG come to me because the company's offered them something for no fee. And I'm like, it's your time, it's your money, and it's your platform. you should charge. And they always come to me, Jay, I don't know how much I should charge. And because there's not lack of transparency, and there's that lack of care when it comes to gaming content creators as well, that you should be grateful that they gave you a free game. That's not sponsorship, that's a gifting. And there's this whole misunderstanding of how, and I think it is partly because of the way the industry is, it's quite sometimes haphazard in terms of contracts and all that stuff. There's a lot that needs to be structured for people to even have an even playing field, just as content creators, let alone as employees who should be unionized and stuff like that. There's a lot of work to be done, I think.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, and especially going off like what Amanda said about pay. That's also something very important when it comes to independent developers who want to get funding from publishers. That's also like a kind of like big mystery of like how much you should ask a publisher, like how much money should you budget. And definitely in that sense, like I've created a very like trustworthy circle of friends who have spoken to publishers before, who have gotten funding, and who I can go up to and, hey, like I'm thinking of pitching to this publisher, but how much should I go for, and like how much do they offer you? And obviously those are like very, very kind of like NDA questions, and it'll be up to the person to if they're able to disclose it or not. But generally, like if you can have that circle of trust, like they will confide that information with you so that to help you get ahead. And especially with publishers, like obviously I'm not going to specify, but there has been a history of like publishers giving more money to white developers and then everyone else getting much less, like maybe half or even a quarter of what they get. And I think that kind of transparency with publishing is also like really important, especially when you're trying to get yourself started as a studio or as an independent developer, that you should be getting just as much money as the other developers are getting.
I've done a little bit of adventuring into the corporate world now as well, and the number of things that you just don't get taught in the same way that like no one teaches you how to do your taxes in high school is one of those things where I think it's like it has the feeling of Insiders Club, but it's not purposeful a lot of times. Oftentimes it's just like, hey, we've been in this industry for so long, we know that you can go to HR and ask what the top end of your pay band is, because that's what HR has to tell you. They know the things you can ask for certain parts of the division to tell you these things. And a lot of times that information just will never get passed on unless someone is loud about it, asks a question, or even just knows which questions to ask. So I think when it comes to evening playing fields, a lot of it is just like making sure that the people who have been marginalized, or the people that are going into a situation that is new for them, know that they have other resources to reach out to. Maybe there's an organization out there that can help explain the basics of like a corporate structure and atmosphere, so that people don't get lost in that when they get there, or they understand, like, oh, when I'm in here, these are the things I can do and should be doing, and these are the things I shouldn't be doing, and understanding where they can get their sort of like those small edges. Just because a lot of the times you see so many people get lost in these larger structures because they either feel like, oh, well, I'm here, I should be grateful for this opportunity, and that's as far as I'm going to take it. But there are people all the time taking advantage of the situation in ways that are completely by the rules, by the book. But just because other people are newer to that system, they don't understand how it works. So I think being able to create an even playing field means that we have good communication across the board, especially for people that are newer entrants into this world.
Agreed with all these points. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, gotcha. Something I think is important from a corporate standpoint is hiring diversity and inclusion specialists, hiring diversity, inclusion, and consultants, and then also working closely with groups that literally exist for diversity inclusion purposes, and giving them funding and having them look into things for you. Like there's so many companies that are huge companies, like the Ubisoft, the Riot Games, etc., and they could really benefit from having people who are specialized, who have studied, who have learned this, who it's literally their job. And so I do see a lot of them, especially after the month of June with Black Lives Matter and the Me Too movement, making those efforts to do a little bit more. But I agree with the sentiment that was said earlier on in the conversation, that it's a little bit too, we're really far behind in where we should be on these things. So for me, bringing those people more to light, giving them more visibility. That's the best tool we can provide right now. So with that said, what are some spaces that you feel don't get enough attention?
I think trans and non-binary people, I think, are still very lacking in representation. This is sort of a thing that when I was talking with Cloud9, I spoke to them before to make sure I could say these type of things. When I first started talking to them, one of the biggest things I said is that, when it comes around to Pride Month, everybody does just a rainbow flag, right? And that's not necessarily a flag that makes everyone feel included. So we went with the progressive flag for the logo this year. So it includes, the trans flag and the black and brown stripes, so that it signifies more groups within the Pride community, the LGBTQ community. And I think that's just like a thing that I think a lot of orgs are lacking. Is they're like, oh, it's Pride, so like we throw up the rainbow, we're done, we're good. Yeah. We put up a rainbow, it's good. And then when you look at like the influencers they're working with that month, though, it's just all queer. It's just all either gay or lesbian people, which is, I get that bag. Everybody needs some shine. But like year in and year out, the only people I see a lot of these orgs working with are gay, lesbian, and bisexual people. And I don't really see a lot of these companies like looking to work with trans and non-binary people. And that's usually the first thing I say to them when I start consulting with them is like, hey, there's other parts of this acronym. There's this T here. You guys could show us some love. It'd be cool. So I think that's a space. Also, I'll just say like fat people. Like I look at a lot of brands that are geared towards gamers, but they stop at like XL or they stop at large. And it's like, I don't know if you've looked at your demographic, but like we some thick people in the gaming community. And like when y'all stop women's wear at like a large, I love FlyQuest. They have their Showcase Greatness line, which is a bunch of women esports merch, but it stops at large. And I said something to their CEO. I was like, hey, like you're showcasing greatness, like fat women exist too, right? It's just a fact of life. And she was like, well, we're not a clothing brand. And it's like, yeah, but like if you're gonna go if you're gonna go some of the way, maybe you should just go all of the way. Like if you're trying to make a statement about showcasing greatness, then doesn't that mean showcasing that like greatness is across all body types? So those are the two groups, I guess 3 groups I see a lot of lack of representation in gaming. I don't see a lot of plus size like main characters in games. Usually they're, relegated to like comic relief. And I definitely don't see myself in any game character that I've ever played.
I completely agree with everything Amanda said. Like if I can make t-shirts and go up to 3XL, a whole brand can do that. And I find myself saying that a lot. Like if I can pay you, someone else can pay you, a brand can pay you. So it's always happening. I think I would add to another demographic that I see just within the community. Obviously the trans women, we have trans Black women in our community as well, but also the older women. We have women over 40, 50, 65 who love to game, and they are just always missed. And so we always make sure that they're involved in like the internal quizzes and stuff. I want to get them on the stream team. But it's just like, I always find that it's very ageist as well. Even myself, like becoming 30, I feel like, oh, am I too, like, I'm starting to feel like I'm too old to game. And like, it's a really, really weird feeling when gaming's so like old in terms of how long it's been out. Like gamers are coming all different ages. So that's just another area where I feel like brands and people just miss a lot in terms of the people who are consuming their product.
Yeah, totally agree. And for me, I think some of the spaces that I think of when it comes to like putting more focus on them, primarily 2 different ones. So first, it's like indigenous game developers, just because indigenous cultures, and that's like a really big umbrella, right? Because indigenous cultures exist in every continent basically, but primarily like North American and South American indigenous cultures get appropriated a lot in Western media, and generally like there are never indigenous people in that company or working on that game, and I think especially like indigenous people tend to be very disadvantaged when it comes to having access to those technologies that you need to make games, or like they live in very isolated communities, or like they need help accessing those resources. And one program that DMG ran in the past twice was we did a partnership with a local indigenous arts organization here to basically do a long form program where we would do workshops for indigenous women to learn how to make a game, or learn how to use certain tools associated with game making. And then related to that, I think there's a great benefit in games organizations and companies partnering with companies that aren't inside the games industry. So a lot of the partnerships that DMG has aren't with other games organizations. They're usually with other arts organizations. So we recently did a partnership with Black Women Film here in Toronto, where we are usually the ones that provide the resources, and then the arts organization we partner with, they decide how they want to use it and what they want to do with it. So in this case, we partnered with Black Women Film, and they brought some other members in and asked us for help when it came to resources like laptops, or some members wanted to do stuff with VR, and we gave them the VR headsets, and then that way they got to explore games, but from a film perspective. And I think there's a real value in not only focusing on inside the industry, looking outside. Maybe there's people in film that want to do stuff with games or interactive media, or maybe there's people in photography or even music or other disciplines that want to make stuff that's adjacent to games. And how can we get them those resources so that they can contribute to an industry that has a lot of it suffers a lot of homogeneity when it comes to everything looking the same.
Awesome. And those are all really great points. Thank you. So what has been your biggest struggle for visibility in the gaming space?
Where do we begin?
Honestly.
There is a lot. Biggest struggle within the games industry. So for me, because I not only do community management, I'm also a content creator. So I'm in different intersections within the games industry, and being a Black person, a Black woman, we're double underrepresented, and we could do something that's super amazing, but it won't be looked upon because of the way the system is set up within the games industry. There's a lot of systematic racism. We are often overlooked, especially because of how the culture is built. We, create the trends, we create so many different things, but it's just overlooked because of the way they want to see a particular type of person. You often see with a lot of content creators or a lot of people within the games industry, it's a very manufactured, pre-built look of how they want it. Either a white male, or if they want to stretch to diversity, it's a white female, and they don't go further than that. So it is a struggle, because you can create a really great video and you can create something super amazing, but you're overlooked because you don't tick the boxes of what they deem as the perfect gaming content creator. A white female who's blonde and or ginger, and she has the all the aesthetics, or a white male who is blonde or ginger. Do you understand? And it's a struggle, because I don't like to have to work twice as hard to be where I am. I feel like everyone should be given the same opportunities and stuff, but unfortunately, because of the way things are set up, we have to work 10 times harder just to get a glimpse of success, or a glimpse of the rewards, when it shouldn't have to be. And creating a community as well, it's my mission is to try and provide a lot of opportunities for the people within my community, but it's hard because being someone who's trying to create opportunities for myself to create the opportunities for the community, if I don't get anything, the community doesn't get anything. If I don't eat, the community doesn't eat. And it's a struggle because at the end of the day, I want to try and leave this legacy for people after me and for people to create their own things, but you can't do that when the community, the industries, the studios are not supporting you. And unfortunately, because of how big they are, we have to look for them for support. In an ideal world, I don't really want to look for anyone. I don't really even like having help, but because of the way it's set up, we have no choice but to look for the big companies that will pump the money in. But they won't do that because you're not built a certain way. Obviously that doesn't demotivate me to go hard and do what I do, but those are the struggles I normally face anyways. And I'm sure that's with a lot of other people who are community managers, or they're content creators, streamers, people who just work in the games industry, people who work behind the scenes. They probably don't even have a voice when you're creating video games and everything like that. You want more diversity, and your voice isn't heard because the execs are not able to relate to you because they don't look like you or anything like that. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, this is an interesting question because it has some baggage when thinking about Indigenous people, because definitely like the misconception of like Indigenous people that went extinct, or like they're not around anymore, or like they're not in these spaces, which is obviously not true. And I think my biggest struggle personally is that whenever some game comes out that the mechanic is like colonialism, or it features Indigenous people, like generally when I look at it, I'm like, this definitely wasn't made by an Indigenous person. Like I don't even have to. I do look at the team, right, to like confirm my suspicions, but even just looking at it, I can like always tell like there was not an Indigenous person in the room when this was made and written. And definitely my biggest struggle is also like sometimes convincing people that are on my side about their prejudices about Indigenous people. Like sometimes I'll get into arguments with people who are already like on my side. They're not like against Indigenous rights or anything, but a lot of times they will support games that have very racist depictions of Indigenous people, and I have to explain to them like, hey, this is why this is wrong, and this is why this game should be reworked, and here's what's wrong with it. And especially when like the people want to have like faith in this project or something like that, and it's like, hey, like nobody has really given Indigenous people a chance, but you're giving this project a chance. Like you should at least listen to our like apprehensions that we have about this type of content. And definitely that even within like some marginalized communities, like it's hard to get that visibility. And even like, and that's something I also struggle with in like Latinx spaces. Like sometimes people even in those spaces forget that Indigenous Latinx people exist, and that's kind of like what it's almost like double visibility struggle. Like I have to also go into these marginalized spaces and also vouch for Indigenous people there, and it's definitely hard because it also comes with a lot of baggage. Like not only do we have to explain why things are racist, but we have to think about all the colonization and genocide that happened, and we have to kind of relive that trauma whenever we have to explain those things. And at one point it's just so exhausting that like it does make me want to give up a lot of times, but I generally like kind of push through, and that's thanks to like I have a lot of Indigenous friends that do support me, and we support each other in holding people accountable. So it can definitely be like very, very, very tiring. Like I have been, like I think yesterday I had to like tweet out I have a reaction image from King of the Hill where it's like 500 years of colonization, yet this is what irritates me the most. Like that's pretty much what I feel like every week. Like I have to, if you go back to my Twitter and you see my photos, I tweet that image out like at least once a week because something happens that just like irritates me. But yeah, that's the struggle.
I think for me, it's kind of two-pronged. I don't think, because, okay, so just to give some context, Black Girl Gamers is my second platform that I've built. It's not the first. And so I took the tools from the other one, which is focused on like beauty, Black empowerment, and anti-colorism and stuff like that. So I've taken the skills from that and put it into BGG, which is why I won't say I've struggled for visibility, because I wasn't checking for white visibility. I was checking for the Black visibility and hitting a nerve with some of the things that I think people hadn't thought about. And so thought it just grew and grew. And just because I had the skills from building another platform before, I knew how to build another one. I think my issue is what comes from that visibility from my own community, because a lot of content creators or people within the industry have been so content with assimilating for a very long time. When someone comes over and shakes the boat and is very pro-black and is very like, nah, you're not, like, you get a lot of criticism both in front of people and behind your back. And I think that's been one of my struggles, because as much as I'm learning, I'm also very determined into making a change. And I think sometimes it can be really disarming and disencouraging. Like, I think the word's disencouraging, but like, I lack encouragement just because I know there's people who look like me who I'm doing this for, but they're not rooting for me in that way, and that can be really upsetting at times. And I think the second aspect of the visibility that I've built with BGG is that a lot of companies or people will try and name drop you when you've never talked to them in your life. So like, there will be people like mention me in an article, like, yeah, and they speak with Black Girl Gamers. I'm like, and I have to speak to my team, like, have you spoken to this person? And they're like, no, I would have told you. And I'm like, so who is this person? Why are they name dropping? And I think it's that PR that we're going back to before. Like, they want to have that diversity light and that equity light, and they want to look like they're doing stuff without doing the work. And I think that's part of my struggle, because how can you tell people to do the work when they feel like they've already done it? So it's very annoying, to say the least.
I mean, I work in an industry where I get to deal with people telling me to look less trans, and I've legit had people like straight up tell me. I mean, I talk about this on Twitter all the time because I care less now that I'm not a content creator, because that means I don't have to be as nice to teams as I used to be. But I've had players, coaches, I've had friends of players tell me that the reason that they like turned down interview requests is because like I'm trans and it made them feel uncomfortable. So like my desire to not fit like a cis normative look of like what a Black female should look like and be unapologetically trans has like created some difficulties for me as far as like visibility goes, because like it's part of the reason why I kind of gave up on like doing hosting and like being an on-camera personality, is because I like didn't want to feel pressured to be a certain way. And when I realized that that was like a problem that I was facing in esports, that's why I started doing more diversity and inclusion consulting, because I was like, there's like a systemic problem. I knew that going into it, like there's a lot of systemic problems for trans folks in all industries. But I figured I would just start working on like making the spaces better. But like, I know for a fact like why I don't get the same views that like other FGC content creators get. I know because when I post on like, you know, Street Fighter Reddit or Tekken Reddit, like the first like 20 comments on most of my videos are about like me being trans or me being fat. So like I get it, and it sucks, but like I can't like lose sleep about it, right? So I guess that's kind of the biggest struggle to me, is that, you know, people don't understand that like you don't have to look cis normative to like be trans, right? And that is a problem for my visibility. I'm sure that like if I actually tried to look more like the way that a lot of people think a Black female should look like, that I would have had way less troubles in working in broadcast. But since I'm biracial, so I don't look Black to a lot of people. A lot of people assume I'm not Black. You know, I see Jay's face right now.
I know what you're talking about.
You know, it's led to a lot of problems for me, and I'm not going to do things to make myself fit into boxes. I spent 25 years of my life trying to like be something that I wasn't, and I'm like super over it now. At 33 years old, I'm just going to keep making this. I don't know if the people listening to our panel can see, but I'm going to make this work.
Thank you for sharing, Amanda.
Mm.
Something for me, what really bothers me is stereotypes, and it happens to me both in front of the scenes and behind the scenes. Like, because I'm Colombian, I recently joined a game industry group that was a lot of people, and I was very excitedly Colombian in that space, and I said something to that effect, and they were like, "Oh, so cocaine, right?" And I was like, One, cocaine has a storied history on my family. People in my family have died because of the trafficking. I've lost close relatives and stuff. So it actually really hurts when people say stuff like that. And two, like, why are you assuming that my beautiful country filled with diversity and beautiful plants and music and history and culture and all of these things, the only thing you can think to say is cocaine? But it's not just them, right? It's the games we make. Like, there's so many games that it's just, hey, here's the Mexican person, that's it, here's Day of the Dead, themed skin, good luck, right? And Latin America is this wide range of people, wide range of subjects, wide range of history, and wide range of culture, and we're just pigeonholed into one thing. That for me is the biggest struggle across it, in the back end of gaming, in the front end of gaming, you name it.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you said, and I've been debating talking about it, is I'm really starting to get tired of Black characters only being from like the Caribbean, Africa, or America, as if like Black people don't exist around the world. I mean, sometimes they're from England because like they remember that like Black people live in London apparently.
And then they give them a
like
ridiculous Posh accent.
Yeah, there's like the Valorant. There's like a character in Valorant because I said that to a friend and they're like, "But Phoenix, he's in Valorant and he's from London," and I'm like, "Cool." Cool. And then he was like, Baptiste is from Europe. And I was like, no, Baptiste is from the Caribbean. He's Haitian, right? I was like, yeah. I was like, and he was like, Doomfist. I was like, he's South African. And he was like, oh, maybe you're right. And I'm like, yeah, like people of color exist everywhere. We're not just from Asian people. Surprise, they don't just live in Asia. Black people, we don't just live in like 4 countries. Muslims don't just exist in 4 countries. And like Latin American people, they don't just exist in Latin America. Like we don't, surprise, there's no like racial gate, right? Where like you can't leave certain countries. And like that's really starting to like make me mad about games. Cause every time I like get excited about a new character, like they're like, oh, character spoiler. And you're like, oh, it's another white person from Germany. There's non-white people in Germany. Or like another white French character. It's like France has a really big Muslim population. Like why is every French character white? That's not even statistically probable. Like one of my favorite things as a comics fan is a lot of people know the Green Lantern character John Stewart, and there's a really great story about why he's Black. And it's when Neil Adams, the artist, was designing the character, he made John Stewart Black, and they said to him, well, why is he Black? Like they wanted to have another white Green Lantern because this was after Hal Jordan, this was after Guy Gardner. And he said, so the first worthy person in the entire world is this white Anglo-Saxon American Air Force pilot. Cool, sure, happenstance. The next most worthy person in all of the planet Earth is a white Irish American. There is no way the third most worthy person on the planet would be white. Just none. And that stuck with me as a kid when I read that. Because I was like, 1, Jon Stewart's a dope character. And 2, like people fought, like DC fought about him being Black. And it's like, Black people exist. Like BIPOC people exist. Like we don't just exist in one place. And like maybe you can have, a Muslim French character in your esports title, right? Like it doesn't have to be white people are from Europe, Black people are from America and Africa and the Caribbean, so on and so forth. It's something that's like been really frustrating me lately.
I agree. I completely agree. Like as someone who has Afro-Latin heritage, you can talk about my surname probably. Like it's really annoying. So Lucio really annoyed me because they gave him an American accent and they sometimes just code every Black person as American. I'm like, he should speak Portuguese because he's Brazilian. And there's this lack of understanding around, people from Cuba, what they look like, people from Puerto Rico, what they can look like, or people from Dominican Republic. Like Haiti, of course, is predominantly Black as well, but there are other areas in Latin America that have Black people, part of my family. Like it's there, and people just don't do the research, and that's why I really like to consult, because I pride myself on having a global view, because I know the different people that can come from different places and where they can move to. And because I come from a metropolitan country, I have 2 backgrounds in my heritage, and that's why I feel like companies again need to talk to us more, because they are creating narratives without the understanding of who this character even is. But I digress. Carry on.
Sorry.
No, it was valuable. It's valuable. Especially with the Afro Latinx portion. You know, there's so much part of Colombia which is Afro Latinx. It's most of our music is built on Black heritage,
Yeah.
and for me, when people just like totally pretend it's not there, it's like, what are you doing? These people are our people. We are people together, and we cannot ignore that for the sake of whatever makes you comfortable. It just
100%.
agreed entirely. Anyone else on this slide on this topic here? Okay, cool. We'll move on. Topic 3, alignment.
Jay just left. Oh, never mind. Jay's back.
Oh, I think you're muted.
Sorry, don't know what happened there. Sorry about that.
There's sometimes a notion of what about us? Do you feel it's true that sometimes groups are forgotten, and how can we remedy that? I know it shouldn't be on us as literally the people doing the emotional labor, but there are times where people are like, wait, when I run a Latinx event, they're like, wait, what about this portion? And so I think it's important on my end to remember that, again, Latinx, it's diverse as hell, right? So I try to do my due diligence to make sure that when we're running an event, when we're doing a panel, when we're doing anything, that I'm trying to make sure I include as many voices as possible. I invite as many people as possible. We try to work with as many groups as possible. So I try not to forget people, but oftentimes I come from one perspective, I come from one glance, and I have to learn. So that's my question here to you is, what do we do to help remedy that situation as people of color, as BIPOCs?
I think the first thing that we have to recognize is that sometimes you just can't include everyone, right? Like for the past 3 years, I've done a Women of Esports panel, and I try so hard to, like, once I took over it 2 years ago, I try so hard to make it as like racially diverse and like cover as many different parts of esports, not just players and coaches, but people who work behind the scenes, people who work in like physical health in esports. But like at some point, like you kind of have to just like, if someone says like, hey, you forgot this identity, when I did my trans Lifeline Street Fighter tournament, people were like, how come there's no trans commentators? And I was like, look, I put this event together in like 12 hours. So I worked with the commentators I knew would work for free and wouldn't make me feel bad about working for free. And when I was talking to sponsors, I know that like Jay and everybody probably knows this, when you're talking to like sponsors, you need like a team put together. You can't be like, oh, I'm doing this event, but like give me like a week and I'll tell you everybody who's working on it, right? Like you gotta have those people put together. And when Cloud9 was asking me like, oh, who is involved on the broadcast, because like they gotta meet Cloud9 standards, I was like, here's 4 people, I'm done. And it's like sometimes like you just gotta give yourself permission to like not be inclusive. I think that and not intentionally not inclusive, but just like it just happens, because I think it falls a lot on us as queer people and as BIPOC people, that like we feel more burden to be way more inclusive than like our like white Caucasian peers. And but like we don't see them fretting, right, about not having diverse panels, not having diverse companies. And the fact, I think the self-awareness that that's a problem that we're trying to tackle, I think is the best remedy, right? It's not like we're doing it intentionally. And just like you were saying, Christina, like when people bring it up to you, you are like, oh, you're right, maybe I could have included this other person, right? I think that it's the openness and the acceptance that like, hey, it's hard, right? There's so many identities. I would love to, when I regret doing transitional combat without having more trans people involved in the broadcast side of it. But like, I live and learn, right? Now I know a lot more trans people who are commentators in the FGC. And like the next project that we're doing, we're going to be using them. But like, you just got to accept it. You go, okay, that's a mistake. That's the thing you guys want. That's what I'm going to do for you folks. Like, I'm going to make sure that the next project will be better, but like, please understand that here's the reasons why this project happened the way it was.
Yeah. You can say, okay, Steph, go
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think I'm the same. Like I always say to people, I'm stretched 5 ways, and I'm trying to do the best that I can with what I do. Like I'm never trying to intentionally leave some people out. And if I have left people out or I haven't covered a base, my thing is like, okay, let me plan a way where I can bring that person on to speak for themselves. So I can utilize my platform to empower them to speak. I don't like over speaking, which is part of the reason why I only speak on what I know, because there's people out there who've been fighting for a lot of things that I can't speak to, right? So I will try and allow you to come on the platform. You have the experience, this is your lane. I'll curate a panel, you talk about it. And I'll put that in the plan, my mental plan, my strategy plan for the next year or so that I can say, you know what, I've done it and I'll continue to do it. And now I'm aware of this moving forward. But again, like you don't know what you don't know, or you can't actually do everything at the same time. It's very, very difficult. So I would just say, like Amanda said, that self-awareness is so, so key. And if you don't have self-awareness, that's when that disingenuous, inauthentic attempts come in. Whereas for me, I'm always trying to be authentic and genuine. So it might not happen at the time where you want it, but I'm going to do it. And I'm going to be as genuine as I can with it, as much as I can. And I'm going to pay you for your time, because I always make sure everyone gets paid when they speak on my platform or they do a panel or something like that. That's the main thing for me, is that you get that money and the capital to put into whatever you want to buy or your home life, so that you can get paid for your experience. And I think that's how I tackle it, because I'm definitely going to leave people out. It's just the nature of time. It's just the nature of planning and events. But yeah, that's how I try to tackle it.
I think it's going from Amanda and Jay, because I 100% agree. You can't please everyone at the end of the day, and with an industry that's already left us out, we just have to do what we can to protect and to help our people first. My thing is that I will with me, I'm very unintentional and very unapologetic with what I say, and it's always been my mission to always prioritize my people first, because they haven't got the opportunities, they haven't been able to, get the things they've, been able to get because the opportunities weren't there. So my thing is prioritizing, and I, not to be rude or anything, I don't care, because, we struggled for so long trying to get to this position, and, it's now to kind of maintain that position. With my platform, it's a very mixed platform. So, there's a lot of ignorance and a lot of stereotypes and all that type of stuff. And I try to make sure that the platform that I have, a lot of men do a lot of unlearning, because, there's a lot of sexism in the games industry. So I try to make sure that I purposely made my platform, mixed, so they're able to kind of unlearn stereotypes, the ignorance, learn that there's more people that play games and it's not just a men's hobby and stuff. And also just ensuring that the space that they come into is very, very diverse, especially some of the lingo that I use, or some of the the things that I say, so people feel more welcoming. I think it's also important to understand that you're not that you're going to make mistakes, but because it's an ongoing process, not everyone is going to be in the door straight away, but you're working towards everyone again eating together. So I think in order to tackle that, for me personally, it's just trying to educate myself every single day. I may not be part of the LGBT community, but I know that that community is part of NASAG, and I know that they support me just as much as I support them. So I want to do everything I can to kind of include them, and in order to do that is listening to them, seeing what I can do to create more safer spaces, seeing where they want their voices to be heard, as well as the Black community, as well as the people of color, the ethnic minority, making sure that everyone, because everyone has their own different issues, but it's just about how you tackle them on. And yeah, it's my understanding.
Yeah, similarly, yeah, I definitely agree with the terms of having finite resources. We can't always include everyone, and that's something that we think about a lot in DMG, because when we run long form programs, we do have a limit of how many people we can admit to the program, because if we go over capacity, then we can't give everyone the resources they need. So if we can accept 20, we always want to hey, we wish we could accept the 50 people that applied, but we can only accept 20, because once we go past that number, then people aren't going to be supported in the way that we want them to be.
Agreed. Anyone else? Cool. So I think we're running a little bit short on time. So there's I wanted to give people the opportunity to talk to some of the organizations that they work with or are a part of, that are helpful in this space. And I really hope, just a general note to end all these topics, for companies or whoever's listening, like the most important things I think that can be taken away here, and feel free to add in as well, everyone, is listen, right? Listen to people, be willing to admit mistakes. Like all of us here have to do that too. And understand the emotional labor that you're asking for when you ask a person of color or BIPOC person, like what to do something, right? You're asking a lot of them. And so maybe try to like look some things up first. Like, you know, Google is filled with tons of resources when you need anything, books, reading, etc. A ton of people are in this space trying to make those things happen, and then ask people for, you know, further information as needed. I think it's so important to remember that like this is a huge like learning space, and this is an opportunity to grow. And so when you look at this thing, look at it as a place to grow, look at it as a place to be better for not just yourself, but for the people around you, people who deserve that even playing field. And anyone else can add in any last notes or thoughts. I'm just going to run through all the companies that we want to talk about, or groups that we want to kind of give a little bit of a platform to. Okay, cool. So orgs to follow. Would you like to speak to this? Yeah.
Sure. So this is my org, Black Girl Gamers. We are a community of almost 7,000 women across the globe. We are age inclusive, LGBTQI inclusive. We are, as I mentioned, global. So we have a variety of different Black women in there. We're one of the only orgs as well to do stats on our gaming experiences and put that out there in terms of Black women and what we experienced. We do events. We recently partnered with Twitch for the Black Girl Gamers Summit. Again, we partnered with Facebook and Nasaga for Gamer Girls Night In. We've held panels. We also do internal events for our community, ones that no one else knows about, to help widen our community's reach and impact and influence. And we offer not the only thing with Black Girl Gamers is I didn't want it just to be a safe space, but a progressive one. So always moving forward, always pushing the narrative, and always being loud and strong, as I mentioned before, to impact change. And I think we've done that. I think, you know, we've done really well in terms of what we're hoping to achieve, but there's a lot more to be done, and I'm still working on it, and I still have plans. But as I mentioned before, we have events, consulting, workshops, and content as well.
Thank you so much. Santo?
Yeah, so Things Making Games, we're a nonprofit arts organization, and we support queer and gender marginalized designer, artists, or anyone who wants to engage with games or games adjacent media. We are primarily located in Toronto, so we do service, most of our members are Toronto-based. We do have members internationally as well. So we have like somewhere over, I think, 2,000 members plus. I might be getting that wrong because our membership has gone up a lot since we have been going remote. So we are holding still like online events that people can join, and we tend to also run workshops and things like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Latinx in Gaming. That's our 501c3 non-for-profit. We are here to elevate Latinos in the gaming industry across the board, be it they want to be content creators, they want to work in esports, they want to, I don't know, be in marketing. We are a small community, we're growing. We're always open to accepting anybody to be a part of us, just even to learn. And we're going to be doing a Hispanic Heritage Month event in October. It's filled with a bunch of really cool content creation panels. There's going to be game demos. So yeah, please check us out. And NNE Saga, if you want to speak to it.
And last but not least, Nasaga. So I am UK's upcoming diverse and inclusive gaming and entertainment platforms. We've focused pretty much on gaming, comics, and anime, movies, entertainment, all that good stuff. Our thing is, you know, championed, again, diversity and inclusion. We are a mixed platform, so men, women, non-binary, the LGBT, IKA community. We, you know, focus on creating safe spaces for the games industry. Within the games industry, we host gaming tournaments. We partnered with Black Girl Gamers and Facebook in January for Gamer Girls Night In. We also just partnered with GameSpot for saving for the next gen. And, you know, our thing is just making sure that we have a voice within the games, comics, and anime industry. We also do, you know, again, tournament, community-based events, and we do a lot of D&I like workshops. And personally for me, I'm a content creator and streamer. And, you know, our thing is about just making sure that, again, our voices are heard, and we want to be able to change the narrative and the face of the games industry.
Absolutely. And Amanda and Jimmy, if you have any orgs that you would like to speak to, feel free, and maybe we can include slides for them later.
That's a good question. Oh wait, you know what? There's actually one sec. We actually just had on our show someone from Girls Make Games, which is a summer camp program. So I talked about that recently a little bit. I just found out and got to talk to someone from Girls Make Games, and it's this amazing summer camp for girls across the United States to learn how to design and develop their own games. Seems like an absolutely wonderful opportunity, and it's something that, of course, in the new digital age that we are in, is just provides an amazing opportunity. So Layla Shabir joined us on the download to show us the sort of the virtual camp finalists, and you can always check out their games online as well. But it seems just like an awesome initiative. I don't have anything to personally do with it, but every time I find out about a new company like this, it makes me really, really, of course, excited. And you can find them on Twitter at Girls Make Games or girlsmakegames.com.
Thank you. Amanda, do you have any orgs that you would like to speak to?
No, because Jimmy stole mine.
No.
Oh, no way. That's funny.
So there's a chapter out here, and one of my friends used to be one of their camp counselors. So
That's super cool. Thank you. Any final words before we end the panel? I just want to make sure we get everybody's final thoughts. Anything else?
Thank you for having us, first and foremost.
Yeah.
It's been an honor. You know, it's been an absolute honor. It's been an amazing experience speaking with all you guys, especially everyone doing something really important with the games industry. I guess a final few words is just to say that we exist. You know, we're in these spaces. If you don't allow us in these spaces, you know, we will continue to grow until you guys come knocking, and we will have the power to say no. And it's just a thing of just, I'm hopeful that things change for, you know, the long term, and for, you know, a permanent change as well. So yeah.
I just want to say that I'm grateful to each and every one of you for the work that you do. Like the work has to be shared, and everyone has to obviously have their lane and work in it and do the work. And I hope that we all can work together at some point and do something, even if it's on different instances, because I think that unity and that progression needs to be had, and we can definitely do it. So I really wanted to thank you all for I know how hard it can be. So I know you all deserve kudos right now. So all of you, just pat yourself on the back, treat yourself to a good meal, treat yourself to something nice, because it's not easy.
I just want to say, well, one, it's been great being on the panel. I got to meet some new people. I got to talk with people I don't usually get to talk with. But for the people listening to this panel or watching it, allow yourself to make mistakes. I think one of the things that keeps people from doing more diverse initiatives is they're afraid of making mistakes. And they're also, you know, they're like, well, I can't afford Jay, or I can't afford Stephanie, or I can't afford Amanda. So like, I guess I'll just, and I don't want to make a mistake, so I'm just not going to do anything. And it's like, no, like, you'd be surprised. Some of it, like, personally, I work on a sliding scale. So like, if you tell me what your budget really is, I'll make it work. It might not be, you know, super intense, but we'll get something done. But be willing to make mistakes, because that's how you learn. I think we forget that from childhood, right? Like we learn from making a lot of mistakes and messing up. And when we become adults, we're like, oh no, mistakes are bad. Nope, they're learning. It's just how you learn.
They could also pay you monthly, but you know, I'm just gonna shut up.
Thank you so much for putting all this together and for everyone sharing their thoughts. I think it's really valuable to have so many different perspectives on a topic like this, especially with how broad it can get. And I guess in general, if you're a person watching this who has the resources, please give your money to these organizations and pay BIPOC for their work. Buy our games because we are the future. Like we are making the game industry and other industries more interesting, and without us, like you would not have most of your entertainment.
I would also thank you everyone. Obviously, everyone had some really great points and insights. I think as gaming is still relatively a new industry compared to a lot of other ones in the world, and especially as diverse representation in industries like this is even newer and growing day by day, it's definitely something where there is no shame in asking for help. There's no shame in asking for advice. It's one of those moments in time where if you don't reach out and start to create communities and build bonds of trust, then you're just going to build a bad foundation for what you're trying to do moving forward. And I think it's important to understand that everyone that is, fighting for this fight and struggling towards this together is oftentimes doing things for the literal very first time it's ever been done in the history of mankind. So don't feel bad if you don't have the answers. A lot of people don't have the answers out there, but the way that we get towards it is by combining our voices together, learning how to trust each other, and work towards a unified goal.
Thank you, everyone. This was great. Well, thank you,
All right,
everyone, so
love.
much.
Love you and leave you. Have a good evening.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles for 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, while the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches for 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single-player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The Hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the Hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. At times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyperbrawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
Hello, PAX Online! Welcome to the first virtualized PAX. This is very weird. We're all in tiny windows on my computer. I am Dylan Alvento. I'm the co-founder of Wargames. I'm moderating this panel. This panel is How to Fund Your Video Game. I have a bunch of amazing professionals with me that are going to talk about each of their wonderful expertises. Yes, Nigel and Anya, yes, professionals. Let's quickly, I'm going to introduce everyone talking on our panel. First off, to my left here is Nigel Lowry at Devolver. How are you doing, Nigel?
Great. Thanks for having me.
Of course. To my right is Becca Saltzman, CEO of Finji. Hi, Becca.
Hello, Dylan.
Hello. And then down here, we have Anya Combs, Director of Games at Kickstarter.
Hello.
And then making his first PAX debut, well, I guess that's a lie now because he said he went to PAX Australia. Callum Underwood, Portfolio Manager at Kowloon Knights. How you doing, Callum?
Hello. I don't know why I waved. There we go.
We are going to talk about game funding today. I guess I'll clarify that now. Since in games there are a bunch of different ways for indie developers specifically to kind of find ways to help finance their game. You have publishers, you have game funds as like a distinct entity. We're going to use funding and funds a lot in this talk, I'm sure. But to clarify that, funding, when we talk about funding, that's kind of like the action of getting financing for your game. If we describe something as a fund, that's more so like a entity that helps get you financing. So like Indie Fund or Kowloon Knights, organizations like that. And then obviously we have crowdfunding like Kickstarter and Indiegogo and other places like that. But to start off, let's start it with a kind of a slow ball here in terms of a question. I kind of want everyone to discuss like what their entity, what their company does in terms of like helping people kind of fund their games and the resources they provide. So Nigel, do you want to start with Devolver?
Yeah, sure. Devolver is a publisher, whatever that really means in 2020 anymore. We fund games fully, partially, and that could range anywhere between $0 for people that we've worked with before that bring their own funding to in the millions, depending on how large of the team it is. And we will put forth the dev advances. We put forth marketing, localization, production, music licensing, everything that's on the table that the developer needs. I guess in probably the most traditional sense of folks that are on this panel. Maybe it's weird to say, but maybe we're the most related to the old guard actually of publishing, because we will fund things, but we have no development resources ourselves. We don't have any crowdfunding ourselves. It's just money that we don't bring outside investors in ourselves. It's just Devolver will put up the funding that way, and then work with the developer in every facet that they need, depending on what it is they need. So in a world of constantly changing publishing, I'd say that we're maybe the most weird to say that maybe the most traditional in that sense, because I think you'll find out here in a second, the rest of the folks on the panel have some really new and creative ways of funding games. But yeah, that's what we do here at Devolver.
Awesome. Becca, do you want to talk about what Finji does? And I think Nigel helped, set it up in terms of like, how is Finji separate from like the more traditional ways of maybe Devolver or older publishers?
Yeah, Finji's actually super weird. So Finji as a studio is actually an independent development studio. So we make games. We have our lead engineer, we have 2 QA representatives, we have audio, we have art, like internal to Finji. But in addition to that, because we have to make and publish our own games, we will publish other people's games. We're very, very, very low volume. We usually take on kind of like 1 big release a year. I've done 2 before, and it's difficult, especially when one of those is your own. So yeah, because of my particular job, because I do self-publish my own titles, I have all of the connections out of necessity to kind of all of the larger storefronts in existence. So like I work directly with Nintendo and Sony and Microsoft, also Epic and Steam and Humble and even itch.io. All of these are biz dev relationships that I have for my own titles. So I use those to represent other titles as well. For funding, Finji internal, we are completely bootstrapped for the most part. And our main goal generally is to sort of find the biggest fan when it comes to a storefront to stand in the corner with us. So for example, if we take Overland, we were an Apple Arcade launch title, and kind of Apple was our main partner. They were kind of the most excited about the game. With Tunic, that's an Xbox console launch exclusive. So that is our sort of biggest fan in our corner. And this is a term that we're going to probably talk about, but those are called co-marketing partners. And those are usually larger companies that are the most excited to help back a title to launch. A lot of Finji's funding is a mix of all of these things. So we have past titles. which have revenue that comes in. We have our co-marketing agreements. Sometimes those do involve some funding options. We also use outside investments depending on the title that comes in. Finji itself has only done one loan in the past on our internal development, but I mean, I have indie fund games. I have like other investments on past titles from external, like when you fund a game, you're trying to figure out the best, we call it the best possible package to fund a game. Finji also does a lot of bridge funds internally for our titles. So if things take slightly too long, I pull directly from Finji's budget to get titles to launch.
Awesome. Anya, in case people don't know about Kickstarter yet, do you want to give a light overview of Kickstarter's crowdfunding kind of platform and like what it provides, and maybe like in case people don't know what it doesn't provide in terms of like, you know, helping video games specifically kind of crowdfund and then get to market?
Yeah, now for something completely different. So Kickstarter is a crowdfunding company. We are an all or nothing crowdfunding company. Specifically what that means is if you ask for $50,000, if you are able to raise $50,000 and anything above that, you keep all of it. If you do not raise $50,000, then there is no exchange of money. We are also not an equity-based platform. We really believe in keeping things as independent as possible. We don't want people to necessarily be beholden to stakeholders. If that's something you're interested in, there are other crowdfunding sites and opportunities, but we hold pretty strong to those morals. We are based in Brooklyn, New York. Everyone thinks we're in San Francisco. We are not. We are one of the few tech companies not based in the Bay Area. So it makes us a little bit different in that sense too. Obviously everybody is remote right now, but we have people based in formerly San Francisco, Portland, Europe, Canada, kind of all over, but our main headquarters are in New York City. We are able to provide crowdfunding. That's like our main sort of thing, right? So $20 gets you a game at the end of the day. That can take up to 6 months to make, that can take up to 3 years to make. It's kind of up to the developer. We do our best to do as much communication as we possibly can with developers. We do our best to have as much communication between developers and backers, but it is sort of a relationship that is up to the backer and the developer. We call people creators just because we have more than just games, even though games is roughly about, games is about a third of everything that's brought in. There's about $5.2 million US dollars pledged to Kickstarter as a whole, and about 1.2 billion of that is just specifically for games. So it's a pretty large community. So in addition to funding, we also have access to about roughly 3.2 million backers specifically just in the games category. So there's a huge community of people that are willing to kind of go on this fun, wild game creation journey with you.
Awesome. And Callum, talk to us about Kowloon Nights and game funds and kind of like how they stand separate from what people might traditionally expect from a publisher.
Yeah, so the end result of working with Kowloon Nights versus someone like Devolver or a developer should kind of be the same in that your game still is marketed, you still have PR, you still do QA, you do porting, you do testing and submissions and so on and so forth. But we're specifically a fund rather than a publisher, which means we are a very small company. We have about 5 staff, a handful of advisors. We have a lot of games. We announced 30 signed games a while ago. We're above that now. We don't have to worry about things that publishers have to worry about so much. To echo kind of Becca's comment, we could launch a few games on a single day and not really worry because it's not actually us as the people at the fund directly helping the developers. So we provide project investment, so not equity. What I mean by that is we give money for the game. If the game makes money, we get money back. We don't take any part of the company or anything like that, which is equity investment. But we're providing the capital or the funds for the developers to pay themselves and their salaries and contractors and so forth, but also to cover everything else. So the main difference that we'll see between somebody pitching to Kowloon Knights versus pitching to a more traditional publisher is with a traditional publisher, usually, and again, I'll probably mention this a lot of times, every publisher is different, but usually you're expecting the publisher to handle certain services, again, the biz dev relationships, the PR, the marketing, and they'll have internal teams. Sure, they can outsource some of that, but really there's people at that company managing it. Whereas we exist to serve the pretty niche and pretty narrow subsection of developers that either have a lot of experience in or really want to self-publish and go down their own path of doing things. That might be developers who've worked with publishers in the past and had very good relationships, but want to do things for themselves. It might be, commonly we see people who are leaving AAA to found their own studios and have been through the shipping cycle a few times and know what they need to do, but not exactly how to do it and just need the funds to do that. And we focus on around $500,000 to $5 million per title, which is also, for those of you new to games funding, somewhat niche. Most of the pitches I usually see per year are kind of under 1 million in terms of volume, and it gets smaller as you kind of go up from that. But there's still many, many devs that live within that space. So yeah, we're a fund, not a publisher, which means we give you all the money to pay people to do the things you need to do for your game, and we don't do it ourselves. And there's certain terms and kind of ways of us doing business that reflect that fact. Like one of the key ones I think is that the developer takes the payment from the platform rather than us. So if you have your game on Steam, you make money on Steam, the developer will get that money into their account and then pay us, rather than the other way around, which can help with cash flow issues or things like that. But there's a few things we do differently because very specifically we're a fund. That's not to say that we're better than publishers whatsoever. I think it's very important developers understand what they want from a partner, and some of those really, really need a publisher or want a publisher or just want to do their thing and have someone else handle it. And some of those really want to do things themselves. Some of those people are better at that than others.
Right.
What I find really interesting, I'm actually going to bounce onto that. Most developers often end up with both. They have both publisher and investment, and Kowloon is the investment, and then they need the help with the biz dev side of things. I find very few people who are able to do both without having quite a large staff to sort of handle both pieces of it. So yeah.
It depends what you mean by publisher. So I agree,
Yes.
but this is something I've been talking to Felix actually, who works with you. What I think is the gap between requiring a publisher and just taking a bunch of money and doing it yourselves. Because you're right, a team of two who did Sea Salt, which was a Kowloon funded game, right? That's a small indie game. It did okay, did well, it made money, but those two people you can't require those two people to do everything it takes to ship a successful indie game. So they use capital to pay other people and other agencies. So they had a marketing agency, they had a PR agency, they had a QA house, they had a porting house. And I think the gap between them is either if you're big enough to do it yourselves, which a good few of our studios are, they have 30 to 50 staff in the studio, or they're a much larger team that has a smaller team working on a game and can support with others, is like a studio manager function at a smaller company. So it is somebody who uses that budget to go and work with partners and work with agencies and so things. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It could be a publisher, or they could use those money to pay people to do that. And I think there's we've had a lot of conversations actually with publishers about co-investing along with publishers, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. When it doesn't work out, it usually comes down to generally the publishers that you'll normally hear of have certain business models that assume they're fully funding or assume they're doing something certain. And for a developer to already be giving away a portion of their revenue to Kowloon for taking all of the risk on the money, there's just not enough left for the developer. And so we all end up walking away, or we walk away. So yeah, I totally agree. But I think with Kowloon, it actually tends to not be the publisher who's the other person. It's they hire people to manage that from the studio, or they're able to manage it themselves, which is even more of a niche than before.
And there's also one last thing is, that gap is, I think, is being filled with the past few years. There's people that are with a lot of experience that have become consultants and really helped guide smaller studios. So you're not, they may go find a marketing agency or whatever, but the people that did Dead Cells and some other folks, I think Untitled Goose Game, they've been working with people like Nick Sutner, or I forget the gentleman that worked with Dead Cells, and they have a lot of experience and help. They're not part of the team, but they're guiding these teams along and helping them either find funding or what they should be doing with marketing or how they should handle working with people like Apple or Xbox. So there's just so many options that are popping up, and there are gaps there, but they're getting filled with some pretty smart people too. It's just about finding, this is what we're talking today, finding out what your team needs or you as a solo developer need, and be comfortable with that.
And folks like Pop Agenda Co as well. Like, it's even blurring the lines of what is a marketing agency versus what is a publisher versus what is a biz dev consultant. And it's exactly what you said. People who've been doing it long enough and are smart enough and connected enough and friendly enough, like they end up filling those gaps because you can just fill your knowledge from other people. So I agree. I think that's the hardest part, honestly, of trying to describe publishing in a general sense. And we discussed this a little bit before the call, is just that it varies so much from even game to game, never mind company to company, that it's really hard to make grand sweeping statements about it. And you can only really speak to the truth that you yourself know.
It does sort of seem like the games industry is almost sort of trying to follow like a Hollywood model, but because the games industry does not want to model, we don't want to model ourselves after movies or music or anything like that. So like traditionally, right, what we're basically talking about, these people coming in for like Untitled Goose Game and Dead Cells, is essentially an agent, right? Someone to sort of like take care of you, or like a manager. But we don't have those systems set up within the games industry. I know that I think like CAA, Creative Artists Agency, and a couple others, there are like games agents, but because we are so protective of our space as like games industry people, like we just don't trust suits.
Well, and on top of that, like the agencies that you're describing don't like, we even talked about this just slightly before, like we're going to have to define a bunch of things that we talk about. And even within like CAA or UTA or any of those, like they're good for drumming up business, and they're good for representing you for like more celebrity sort of things, or they represent esports, but they don't do the day-to-day business that we're doing. They'll help you through a contract, but once they're past that, like if you're like, okay, well, how should I put together my store page? Or like they that's so outside of their day-to-day business. And I think it's really interesting what Callum from Kowloon, that was really funny in my brain.
It's okay, I'll give you that. All right.
What I think is really interesting, because I didn't actually mention this when I described Finji, but what you described, sort of, we are technically a publisher, but from the beginning, we refer to ourselves as like the weird indie games label for publishing. Because what Adam and I view ourselves as, and why our percentage is historically very low for games publishing, is because we view ourselves as a development assistant and biz dev arm of your team.
See, we would fit together much better than traditional publishers. And I've had many calls with publishers. Even myself, when I worked at a publisher, I would have calls with Kowloon, and we always ended up going, there's so much crossover in what we do that we just can't. And what you don't want, and every publisher runs their business differently, but something that I always came back to is it's very difficult to, if you have a slate of games, let's say, if you're launching 5 games a year, and for 4 of those games you're getting 30% as the publisher, and one of those games you're getting 5%. It's very hard to just keep those all in your brain at the same time, knowing that one means significantly less money for you or for the dev than the others. So that's why things like Finji, I see Finji more like a Pop Agenda Co, a Nick Sutner type of thing, because you're focusing on a specific thing and doing it very well. And that fits better with people like Kowloon, who focus on a very specific thing. I would also argue Devolver focus on a very specific thing, but that's just the type of games and devs that they work with rather than anything else. So yeah, I agree. Let's collab.
All right. Well, that went in a bunch of different directions, and crap, I wrote down so many things. No, it's good. What's great about this group of people is that you all have kind of like a distinct understanding of like where you all reside in this landscape, and I'm trying to understand, trying to aid the person that like has no idea, like doesn't even see the landscape or doesn't know what the topography is or doesn't know what a map looks like, and it's hard for me to find the proper question. But I mean, like, so I'm just going to kind of briefly go over, like, you know, in a traditional sense, kind of like the steps of, you know, if you approach a publisher, if you approach someone like Finji, or if you like decide to do a Kickstarter. But like, and this knowledge has kind of been like diffused a lot and has been put out there. But it's like, assuming, and we're gonna go in with a couple assumptions. We assume you have a game to show. We're gonna assume that the game is like a certain amount of long, like it has enough that it's playable. It's in a playable state. We are assuming that you have a contact at, whether it's Devolver or some other publisher, or you like, you know who to talk to. Which, I mean, some of that information is basically like, and everyone briefly mentioned it here, like a lot of the groundwork and like starting these conversations is literally like having a conversation, right? Like, I mean, everyone on this call I have met in like really different circumstances. I think Becca, I just kind of cold called you, like we reached out to you to discuss something. Callum, I think we became mutuals on Twitter. Anya, we were introduced through a mutual friend. Najo, I just met for the first time here. But like, I think the intimidating part is like doing that first step and kind of like how you reach out to someone. So like, say you have a game, you have something to show, you have a prototype, you think you have a pretty good elevator pitch to bring it either to a crowdfunding platform or to a publisher or whatever. Like, what else does someone need to have? Like, what else does someone, and there's a bevy of different things, but like kind of want to go over what is the packet of materials that you are expecting when someone wants to approach you about getting funding for their game?
I think the Kickstarter side is probably going to be vastly different from everything else, just because it's a totally different world. But yeah, there's a couple things quickly. So you need to have 30 seconds of gameplay. It's just required. It's kind of the only way, you know, it's the easiest way for people to kind of see what's going on. There's a list of things, but I would say if I had to have the two most important things, 30 seconds of gameplay, and you need to have a community that already exists. If you're coming to Kickstarter to like build a community from the ground up, it's going to be a miserable experience. So you definitely need to have an existing community of some kind.
What is gameplay to Kickstarter?
Gameplay is 30 seconds of what is as close to what the final project is going to look like.
I didn't know that. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, like if that's like a vertical slice, or if it's, you know, a demo of some kind. And it's just from the perspective of like, it doesn't have to be final, right? But if you're just using boxes and those boxes are ultimately going to be like humanoid characters, it's impossible for a backer to understand. That relationship is very different, where your backers are not like your publishing partners of any kind, right? They don't necessarily understand the lingo. They don't necessarily understand what actually goes into a game. In their eyes, they're like, but I just want the thing of what you told me you were going to make. Right. So sometimes,
I mean, even most publishers need a demo. I just didn't know. I didn't know that Kickstarter also required you to be that far along.
And
yeah. We can engage with assets and like prototype versus vertical slice, which those are two different things. Prototype is like my mechanics work and my systems work. And like vertical slice is like, I could take this to a PAX show floor and show it to fans, like two totally different things. Also, apologize. My neighbor is mowing their lawn. It's really obnoxious.
My neighbor's dog is barking. So yeah, my God. In the same boat.
It like started as soon as this call started. Okay, so there's like these two different things, and that's like very game development lingo. Prototype, vertical slice, they're even different lengths. But a publisher, depending on the publisher, to be perfectly honest, but especially publishers who engage with the development process from start to finish can 100% engage with a prototype, because we can look at assets, we can look at 3D models, we can like see, especially in system-based games, we can like see the pieces and how they move. That's not to say every person at the publisher can, but there's always at least one. And that's even the case at consoles. Like the farther you move up, as far as like getting a project, it's often the more polished things need to look. You could send us basically garbage that moves across the screen, boxes, and we'd be like, yeah, no, we totally understand what's going on. But that's not how most people work, because most people that you talk to don't also make games.
Yeah.
And I think it's on those lines, it's important to remember, you know, you're working on your game, you're pitching to whoever this partner is, but it's also, it's still competitive. So that partner is looking at other things, right? So we definitely have signed games based on, you know, write-ups and just static art or GIFs. But certainly if you have 10 games in front of you and one of them has a vertical slice or a prototype, as Becca referenced, and yours is paper or really rudimentary kind of gameplay, it may be a very good idea, but it might be hard for that particular partner in that particular moment to say, yeah, I like this idea, but this one I really can digest and know where it's going and believe that they can accomplish what they're saying they can accomplish, because they put it here in front of me. So, you know, it also just, I hate to tell developers just come back when you have something playable, because that isn't necessary, at least for us. And I don't think it's necessary for everybody, but in that competitive space of pitching, which it is, it's a competition, whether you like it or not, people might have something that's more polished, that's just easier for the person that's giving you money and resources and time to look at and say, yeah, this is something I can digest or sell to the rest of my team. I may get it. I may love what you're doing, but then I have to go to other people on my team that just doesn't connect with immediately. Mm-hmm. If you have something playable or something, even in video form, that helps, you know, sell the rest of the team. So, you know, this entire talk, I'm sure, is going to be fraught with, well, it all depends and caveats, right?
Yeah.
But that's just there's no getting around it. We started this whole thing with discussing what is a publisher or what is a partner or what does this even mean? And that's the point. And it's not a binary thing. It's just, there's shades of gray and there's spectrums, and you have to figure out where you fit and who might, to Becca's point earlier, who might be your ambassador, who might be your champion, who is going to take that torch with you and run to the finish line. And so I think a lot of it, just, you know, it's situational, but it's never going to be easy. Anyone that tells you this pitching process is going to be easy is lying to you. But yeah, having something to us, just to finish the thought, to us, we tell people we need to be able to see the fun in the game. That's the most important part. If that's a video, that's a playable, if that's you know, an animatic where you're mocking up other games and then pointing out what you're going to do with it, your game, that might be enough. And it's also based on the relationship. If I've worked with you before, whatever, sure, so, you know, we'll sign, you know, we love you, whatever you want to do next. If we've never worked with you before, or you've never had a game kind of commercially released, there is a little more requirement, at least on our end, to have a little more proof in that pudding, if you will, right? So it depends, and this is why we have these different partners, different representations on this panel, because it's different from different partners.
That's a good point, though, about the scale of the experience. So usually when I'm looking at games that are being pitched, I'm figuring out, like, there's always the business angle. Like, will this game make enough money for the developer and us to make money? You know, that otherwise you will go out of business and not be able to help anyone else. Is this the right team to make the game, and can they pull it off? And if I signed a paper pitch recently, actually. So a paper pitch, for those who don't know, is I have an idea for a game. Here is a bunch of text about it. Here are some images of what it might look like. And this was interesting to me because it had 0 assets. Like, usually paper pitches I've signed in the past at least have concept art and they've put something on paper. This had nothing. It was just an idea. But the team, I had very good references from the team from other people. They'd shipped stuff before. They showed me the game that's shipping at the end of this year. Like, I know this team can ship games and they have a certain look and feel about it. And I love the idea enough that prototype funding makes sense. Everyone does prototype funding a little bit differently. The way that Kowloon does it is we don't really look at prototype funding in a different manner to other games. Let's say if a game is going to cost $1 million to make, and they already have a prototype, and the $1 million is from then on, fine. We just, you know, we sign it and away we go. And we don't have milestones at Kowloon. That's also pretty different. But if they want to make a prototype, we'll say, okay, the first $200,000 is to make a prototype. But then we have a milestone, which is like we think this is cool and you think this is cool, let's continue funding the rest. But it's not a $200,000 deal. It's still $1 million deal because you're expecting to pay for the whole thing. But yeah, to get a paper pitch signed, I'd be so impressed if someone managed that without having shipped stuff before, without having a team who's shipped stuff before, and a team who's worked together before as well. It's all good and well and good playing fantasy football with team members, but if you never shipped a game before, that's also a risk. And then again, as Nigel said, if you've worked together, it's much, much easier. Like we often do repeat funding for people we've worked with. And the problem with all of this is this all reduces risk for everyone involved, and that's great, and good games get made, but this is exclusive and elitist, and it makes it very, very difficult for anyone leaving school or who hasn't made games before to like everything that we've just said, even Kickstarter, you need a prototype to get funding. Like, how do you make a prototype? How do you get funds to do that? Do you do it in your spare time? How do you find a team? And that's we could do a whole nother panel about that.
Right.
I think that's something that generally the games industry needs to work on over the next 2 or 3 years. Because I think it's one of the biggest blockers to like diversity and inclusion is just people getting even beyond that first stage.
Well, and I kind of want to summarize that point that you all were making, that basically like the burden of proof, the amount of burden of proof depends on like what your prior experience is. So like if people that are watching this, and if they're like new to the industry or trying to make their first project and go about like trying to find a partner for it, like requires more proof. And
unless they have but if they have a prototype and it's fun, I don't care who they are. Like Kowloon is different, right? We want people who can self-publish, but at Super Hot Presents, or where I used to work for Raw Fury, and I'm sure Devolver, etc., like if they have a prototype that blows you away, like that is the rarest. Let me swore. I stopped myself. That is the rarest thing in this industry, to see a prototype that blows you away. So if they haven't made games before, you can work that out.
Right, but I think that's
totally
the adequate
ways around this though. Like, so because we obviously work with like students, we mentor lots of people. Like having that prototype of your game, like you're probably not going to get signed if it's your first game on a paper prototype. However, if you have been making things and putting them up on itch, like you have just been, like your hobby forever has just been creating things. Like there's a lot more confidence going into that. Plus you've already been building an audience for the weirdo stuff that you're making. Like there's so many ways into independent development. You've created a following for yourself. Like you could show up with a prototype that is kind of ugly. That might just be blocks moving around on a screen. That might be really, really small. And like, because you have made stuff, a publisher can look at that and be like, man, you've got the chops. Like you can do this. And what you need right now is mentorship and funding. Like there's a lot of ways into this for people that are really just trying to break into the industry. That's not to say it's going to be easy, because you have to build that social, like you have to put yourself out there. You have to be on forums talking to other people who will champion your work, that will talk about your work. That like, that's how you build a Twitter following. Like, we didn't come up with this on our own. It was because we were putting ourselves out there, like, back in the day on TigSource. Like, it's just a piece of this. You're joining Discords about game making. The people that you're talking to about making games are going to talk about your projects on their social media as well. Like, and all of these things add up to be able to sort of get through the noise.
Yeah. There's another interesting thing you brought up, or you pressed upon the importance of like, and I think Nigel in that GDC talk he gave a couple years ago used the term brutal honesty, or just like, critical feedback, right? Like, I think sometimes we treat pitching as the first opportunity to get feedback, as opposed to like should be the umpteenth time. Like right. You should, like Becca said, like as you progress through a project, you should be getting more and more feedback. And I think as someone that hasn't engaged with that a lot, I think like at least it helps either build your confidence in what you're making and maybe like solidify how to discuss that with a funding partner, versus like seeing where the cracks are and like being able to.
I'm always hesitant to suggest to people to ask other game developers, because
right, yes,
everyone has their own vision and knows their own stuff, right? But I think you just touched on it. It's one big example I use is I got pitched a rhythm game once. Now I'm not a rhythm game aficionado, but I can play rhythm games. And the was simplified incredibly. The way that rhythm games work is you have a certain window of time in which to like hit a button, and then it like gives you a perfect or so. And the window of time in a normal game might be this. In this game, it was like this. So it was super difficult, and I was getting really frustrated playing it. And I told the developer this, and they said, "Oh yeah, we didn't know that. Like, we can fix that though, of course." And my like, I was immediately on the back foot because I thought you were making and pitching a rhythm game. You should have known this already. And so when I tell devs to ask other developers, it's not to like change your game based on what they say. It's to anticipate similar feedback from other people, right? And then be able to answer those questions and like why you decided to do that, etc.
You're asking, does this work? Is this broken? Am I missing something? Can you poke a hole in this design? Can you see where it's going to break later? It's not to actually, I mean, even within Finji, like I mentioned, like we help with the design process. That is not Adam going like, this is what I think you should do. Because that's crazy. I don't want to make Tunic. Andrew's making Tunic. But Andrew does need a design mentor, which is Andrew coming in and being like, here are the things that I'm doing. Here's the part that I just built. Where are the problems that you see as a player of my game and as a designer, so you understand how it works? And having a designer that you trust, you can't just take this to anybody. A lot of people, especially designers, are so wrapped up in their own opinions about things that they can't look at something. And what the sentence we use literally internally all the time is this the most Tunic decision we can make here? Does this make it the most Tunic-y? Is this the most chicory version of this game?
I think there's one distinction here, though, that I think just kind of needs to be made, because I don't want people to think that your playtesting should only come from like fellow developers. That's the only thing that I would want to just sort of caution here. Like, you should definitely have a good sort of diverse set of like playtesters.
Yes.
That was something that I learned deeply at Nickelodeon. The playtesting that was done at Nickelodeon was insane. And it totally changed my perspective on playtesting. It was really, really fascinating. But yeah, like two different perspectives. There's like player playtesting where you're like, I'm going to have, different ages, genders, and spectrums versus I'm going to have my community playtest my game. And you should definitely expect two different results.
Yep. You're asking different questions between those two audiences.
Right. Since you brought up community again, did anyone else have anything else to add to that? I was just making sure.
No, you're good.
Okay. You talked about community. Becca is fighting with the lawnmower over there.
The leaf blower, obviously. Come on.
Right. Anya, you mentioned community a couple of times, like coming into Kickstarter with like a pre-existing community, and I'm thinking about the developers of Backbone, that kind of like pixel noir game that just got they just put out like kind of their pitch deck on Twitter like a week or so ago, and it was interesting that they include things like a Twitter follower account, Discord amounts, which makes sense. Like, it's something like, obviously it's like, hey, we have a pre-established community, but I think that's even like now you're even asking like, all right, developer, not only do you need to create this fun prototype that's going to blow me away, but also like, have you been creating this prototype long enough to have built a following and have all this? Like, I think people would love the opportunity to have their own ingrained community. I think it's also like another intimidating thing. And do you think like that's necessarily something that has to exist depending on the different vectors for funding people go with?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll definitely let these three experts speak to the publishing side of things. But
Thanks, Linda. We got to take turns on this.
Yeah. For Kickstarter, at least, like, it's an interesting opportunity with Kickstarter where we see roughly like your first project is mostly going to be like a 30-70 split. And so what I mean by that is about 70% of your pledges are going to come in through the community that you bring in, and about 30% of that will come from Kickstarter. Those numbers fluctuate. This is not like hard, fast numbers. These are very much like, this is typical. But what we also see that's really interesting is that the more that you actually run projects on Kickstarter, one, you fund quicker, and that number fluctuates where that 70% suddenly becomes 60, then it's 50, and it just kind of gets lower and lower and lower. So you've built essentially like two different communities. I would say, though, the way that I sort of encourage people to look at this is, if there's anybody out there that's like, I will just launch my game and people will come find it, you are in for a very sad and hard and rude awakening. You kind of need people to kind of like get excited about the thing that you're building. This is a weird way to describe it, but I think about it in the sense of in the before times when we could go outside, and you went to like a movie theater, right? Let's say there's like 7 different movies. The ones that you're gonna recognize are the things that you saw commercials for, right? You're like, oh, there's another Fast and Furious movie. I super want to see another movie about family. Like that's like, you know, the easiest way to kind of think about it. But if there's movies that you didn't think about or like didn't know anything about, what's the incentive to go spend money on a movie that you've never even heard about?
I was going to say, sorry to interrupt. Everything we just talked about all relates to exactly what Anya just said. Like if you have a community, that means you've put it out there, right, in front of people, and those people have given you feedback, and maybe that has adjusted the game. And it also shows that you have a little bit of like, maybe you haven't made a game before or a commercial game before, but now you have some skins on the wall, right, to say, hey, I do have people, you know, publisher or partner, whoever, that are interested in this game, and they've given me feedback. You've not worked in a silo and just kind of come out and said, here, because that feedback, if you do that, going back to the last point, if you just kind of come out, there's some brutal honesty, right, that happens. And you don't want that first time you heard it to be from the partner you're pitching for, you know, $100,000, right? And that partner could be the public through Kickstarter. That partner might be Callum at a fund. That might be Becca. That might be myself. That might be whoever. You want to hear it from your friends and family, and then other developers, and then maybe the public that you released an itch.io, you know, demo to. You don't want that to be the first time you have it. So having a community is all related to testing or feedback. It's related to being able to prove out your concept that people are interested in. Because one of the things I think over the past 10 years that has really solidified in my mind is that transition from hobbyist or game designer for fun to one that wants to make this some sort of commercial endeavor, whatever range that might be, meaning just to make rent or to become a millionaire or, you know, buy a yacht or whatever it is you want to do. There's a jump there, and you need to be willing to, I think, at a certain point, accept the commercial things, the baggage that comes along with that, because we are all for games, and we have published many a game that us and the developer do because we think it's important for art's sake, not because it's a commercial endeavor, right? That being said, like going back to music, like people can play the guitar and enjoy playing the guitar and making music and not think that they're going to make money off it. That's amazing. And probably more people do that than that. But if you're going to make games art. If you want to make games, make your games. If you decided that I'm going to make games because I need to feed my family or make rent or this is something, you will have to start looking at these commercial things and putting it out there and understanding feedback and all the things we're talking about today. I think that sometimes get lost because I think people are surprised, like, my art is beautiful. I'm like, yes, your art is beautiful. Your art is amazing. I love what it's doing. But asking consumers or a partner or whoever to put down money for that is definitely different. And you have to find a partner. There are partners, and including us, that will look at something and go, this just has to happen, right? Whether it makes money or not. But you have to be understanding, like, there's not that many of them that will do that.
Or it's like
a large amount of money.
It's sort of like a lawyer taking something on pro bono.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of us take something for pro bono because we feel deeply in our soul that this has to exist. And whatever this thing is doing is going to influence so many things in the future. I have one of those in our back catalog. It was absolutely important that this thing had to be launched. It absolutely has only made me $200 in the last 5 years. And I don't care, because what it did and what it built was so important for the games industry, for it to just exist. And that's fine. I put space in our schedule for that. I went into that project knowing it, and so did the devs.
It's so interesting to me because I feel like the games industry, we pride ourselves on being so different, but we consistently follow other types of art, right? Like I feel like the games industry is just continuously following on the same path as the music industry in so many different ways. The biggest one being this term indie is so coveted and it's so precious and it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, it's so ubiquitous now too. So
yeah. So I feel like the word indie conjures up this vision of this like starving artist, and yet Double Fine, previously was an indie company. And I don't know if
is Mediatonic an indie company, Nigel?
Not at all.
Genuine? No. I think indie now to some people means you're not EA or Activision, and to other people it means you live in your parents' house and make games on a spare computer. Like you're right.
It's why they've started using triple I.
Yeah, and double A.
Now
I
we're
like double A.
triple indie.
Yeah.
We're three
But I
indies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
Okay. Does
think
that just mean I have 3 more people on staff? I don't know.
But I think, Colin, to your point, like that's why this whole concept of money, like the discussion of money is so like it feels icky, but it shouldn't, because at the end of the day, like, look, capitalism sucks and I would love to burn it all down. But like until that happens, we have to kind of accept that this is just what our bullshit, our crappy reality is.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Get the swear jar out.
At least
I should have brought it out of my basement. I have one down there. Thank you, PAX.
So I totally get it. Trust me, I live in New York City. Like the fact that they are not canceling rent in the city and there's so many artists that are starving and they're going to kick us out of our homes is a nightmare. It's a living nightmare that we're living in. But there are ways to get money, right? And like there has to be sort of a reality discussion around money that we just don't want to have. So if you're going into this and you're like, I just feel like my art needs to be made, that's awesome. You don't get to complain if you don't make money then.
Yeah. Game budgets, I mean, they're high. Like running a development studio when you have 11 people and they have, I mean, and we're small, that need health insurance. Like, you know, we're running pretty high 6 figures a year just to run our studio. And it has to come from somewhere. Like, it's why we're looking, going back to my very, very first thing I said, we're looking for sort of the biggest, most excited fan in our corner when it comes to biz dev partnerships. Because in order to push enough copies to make sure that my wild set of creative devs that are based all over the world can make another game, because that's literally our only goal, is we want our creators to continue to make things, because you don't go into game dev if you want to do something else. You have to make games. Like writers write because they have to write. Game developers make games because seriously, those engineers could go work at a bank for $200,000 a year instead of the usually pretty garbage engineering salaries in game development. There's a reason why games cost so much. AAA budgets are crazy. How many engineers they have on staff? Like at AAA, like those budgets make me have heart palpitations to make a game.
I get nervous watching Cyberpunk gameplay. I'm like, how's this stuff happening? How's it happening in front of me?
These are like hundreds upon hundreds of people across continents making games. Like games are, you can't compare them to movies as far as budgets. The staff required to make a game is astronomical. Just the people required. Even Andrew on Tunic is not by himself anymore because it would never come out. He'd be working on that for 20 years. The game's enormous. We had to give him a staff, and that's what we've been working on.
I don't know examples of actual solo auteurs of the past few years though. Like actual, like maybe there are.
I do know a couple.
Anya's one apparently.
Undertale, Toby.
Yeah, but even Toby had collaborators. Like some of the
that's
bosses.
What I mean. Like, I mean, truly, like did not collaborate. Like, not people say Notch, but he had Jeb and people on that game. Like, sure, from conception maybe, but
because it doesn't.
That's also something that's not talked about.
Right, because it doesn't fit the myth. It doesn't fit.
It really doesn't. Right. Knowing that, going into a pitch process, talking to people who actually do understand, like all of us, we all understand the money required to make a game, but we also understand the money or the number of copies required to earn back the money to make a game. And like for the people we're talking to right now, know when you go into that meeting, when you get that meeting, that the people you're talking to understand budgeting and finance. We understand cash. We know how many copies it'll take to sell your $19.99 indie title. We know how much the porting will cost. And when you are talking to them, understand that the materials you set in front of them matter, because we have to look at them and be like, I got to sell, 62,554 copies of your title to earn back the budget that you're asking for.
Yep.
And like, I know those numbers. Like, I know that for Overland. I knew how much I had to sell for Night in the Woods. I know what it's going to be at Tunic at launch. Like, I know exactly how many copies I have to sell within like 2% or whatever, depending on regional exchange rates in the future, whatever. But like, that's the thing that I'm looking at. I mean, like, this title's amazing. It's cool. Oh, they need like 1.3 million. Where am I going to come up with 1.3 million dollars? Can they hit a console hardware year? Is there a budget floating around out there? Is there like an investor who thinks this game is as cool as I do? Can I sell that to them? Maybe. I don't know. Or am I going to have to put together a package from 4 different people to fund this?
Yeah.
Like that's literally what the people on the other side of the table are thinking all the time. Dear audience out there at PAX Online for the first time. Like, the suits are thinking in numbers, and we're thinking, oh, this is really cool. Can I do it personally? Is my reach that big? Can I do this? Could I champion this?
And what you're not hearing in that discussion is how much money can I make? Right? Like that.
Yeah, like it's not about recoup. Like you recoup. Sure, I've managed to.
Yeah.
Because most of the time when you talk to a publisher about recoup, right? If I give $1 million for a game at a publisher, I need to recoup $1 million. I need to get back $1 million before I am at zero. But I'm not really at zero because I have to pay my own staff, which are usually not included in costs and time and effort. And you probably need to make like 1.3 before really on a company-wide basis you've recouped. Which I also don't think is taught. Like, you have to make profit. Like, this is what we do at Kowloon. We have a every single game we look at, we put it into a model that's like, here's what we need to recoup. Here's what we need to 1x profit. Here's what we need to 2x profit, and just see like what the numbers are. And those numbers for games that cost $15, $20, $25, like that's their price point at market. It's a lot of copies at that point. You know what I mean? It can make a huge difference going from $19.99 to $24.99. Like when you take on average 50% of a Steam sale, right? Like you sell it, your price point is $10. You get on average over time, including discounts and refunds and price discrepancy in countries and conversion rates. Like you get about $5 on average, and that's like most people are either thinking $10 or they're thinking $7 because they take out Steam's 30%, then I get the rest. Like it's pretty hardcore when you have to think about the units, and every one of us at some point looks at the units and has to make a decision of like, is this doable? Or is this guaranteed to make a loss? And if it's guaranteed to make a loss, it goes into a different part of my brain. Whereas like, is this something we have to do and we should do because it has other value to the company? Like, is this a strategic partnership with a game we know is going to blow up and we'll probably lose a bit of money, but we know it will be a big advert for the company? Like maybe that's a thing you do instead. But the number of units in order to make profit is like something for every game, and it's terrifying for a lot of games, especially in markets where like visual novels, again, like you can make money in visual novels, but the majority of visual novels and the majority of like local multiplayer games don't make hundreds of thousands of copies. And if you need 600,000 copies of a game before you even recoup, it's really hard for
I can count on like one hand how many, I lied, maybe one hand in my feet who've even hit that kind of copies this year. Like 100,000 is kind of not the minimum floor anymore for success in order to earn back the budgets required to make games. I'm sure Nigel actually has this number sort of internal to Devolver. We like at Finji, I kind of know about exactly how many copies I can sell on reputation alone. Devolver's reputation number is much bigger than mine. Guaranteed. It's much
probably running out of time, but I kind of disagree. I actually think that, I don't know, there's some level for sure, but the game itself, we've had, I don't know, we can't.
But you have a level. A lot of publishers don't have a level.
True, that's fair.
Your audience, like I talk to devs all the time. Like, you guys you should talk to Devolver. It's such a Devolver game because you have that, and I think it's very cool. We love Devolver, obviously.
Well,
you guys are good friends.
Well, that's pretty much time for us. I really, I think this conversation went in a lot of really good directions. I think I really appreciate at the end us talking about kind of like specific like units and numbers, especially the 50% number, because I think that's again, something people don't really understand. Like, you are not making back, like, yes, Steam or whatever platform takes 30%, but that doesn't mean you get the remaining 70 is like, you got to think of refunds, you got to think of sales tax, you got to think of your partnerships and what percentage they're taking, whether it's a 100% recoup or some other percentage you've agreed on. But
the majority of your sales aren't going to, or majority of your units sold are not going to be at full price generally.
Right.
They're going to be at some discount.
But yeah, so we're at time. I just want everyone to kind of like plug their stuff, plug themselves, see where people can reach out for them. All right, Callum.
I forgot about this part of your podcast where you get to plug yourself.
Yeah,
it's my most hated part.
Oh, come on.
No.
All right, well, Callum will go last then. Nigel, do you want to discuss, like, where people can find either Devolver or you or any of the fine things?
Sure. The two best places is old school website. We just have a little form and an email. We send it out. There's a group of people that get it. So please submit there as much information as you can. And Twitter, we just look at GIFs and videos and things like that all the time. So absolutely, those two places are the easiest ways to reach us out, at least these days.
How about you, Becca? Where can people reach out to folks at Finji?
So we have our website, which is finji.co. It's finji.co. As far as pitches, we do take them, but our schedule, like I mentioned earlier, we're very, very, very low volume, and we're actually booked all through next year. So the kind of projects we're looking at would be far beyond that, partly because we are ramping up just our own Finji internal development because we're done with Overland. But yeah, usually that comes to hello@finji.co, and that actually goes directly into my inbox. So it might take me half a lifetime to respond to it. But I do try to get through them. I get a lot of email. Yeah. So
I've gotten the fast Becca email. I've gotten the slow Becca email, but she will get back to you. Anya, where can people find you?
You can check out Kickstarter.com. It's a whole bunch of stuff there.
Never heard of it.
If you want to get in touch with me, it's ANYA@Kickstarter.com. I'm on Twitter at ANYAYNA because I thought it was really clever making a palindrome 7 years ago.
I like it.
Yeah. And Callum, how about you?
For Kowloon Nights, if you want to self-publish or partner with someone like Finji and Kowloon, just kowloonnights.com. There's a form there. It probably asks for the same stuff that Devolver asks for. We love it if it includes a video, so we can just see straight away, or a GIF or something like that. Actually, something if you have a different, what you would call a difficult game, either difficult gameplay or deep systems, a video of you playing it would be really helpful, so we can see what high level play looks like. That's one of the things, we're noobs to the game. You can also email me at callum@kowloonnights.com. I reply to every email eventually. Since I'm plugging myself, I also run a company called Robot Teddy, robotteddy.org. We work with Superhot and Bone Loaf on Gang Beasts, and we are not agents, but we're Nick Sutner-like, if we can term that phrase, where we work with nice devs on cool stuff.
Nick Sutner-esque.
Yeah. Sutner-esque, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed listening to these fine folks talk about ways that you can get funding for your games. Obviously, this is up on the PAX stream if you're watching it as it goes live. If you want to listen to more talks, I've done a bunch of different panels and podcasts with 3 of the 4 guests here on developing, publishing, stuff like that, and that's all at ward-games.com. And then if you so choose to follow me, I guess I'm on Twitter at Dylan Olvento, and you can figure out how to spell that. Well, we have lower thirds, so just look at the lower third and figure it out that way. But yeah, thanks guys, and
thanks Dylan.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
And everyone enjoy the rest of their PAX Online.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in The Invisible Hand.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side, as well as her strength, and her femininity, as well as her violence, and her endless optimism, as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champion, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games. I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like Evelyn playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.
Experience the essence of role-playing by being a game detective in a cyberpunk world.
Hello, my name is Krzysztof Wojdyła and I am a PR specialist at Unsure Studios. I would love to share more details about our game, GameDeck. GameDeck is a single-player, non-combat, cyberpunk isometric RPG based on a book series under the same name, written by Marcin Przybyłek. As a private detective, GameDeck, players are solving crimes committed inside virtual worlds. Every decision player makes will have consequences, alter the character traits, and impact the game's course. We are currently knee-deep in production, and a lot can change before the game's release. We are using Unreal Engine 4, and the scheduled release window is Q4 2020. We've recently announced the Nintendo Switch version of the game coming in 2021. GameDeck emulates the nature of tabletop RPG by focusing on multiple, choice-dependent character-building scenarios. The game adapts to the player playstyle. We want to celebrate the creativity and individuality of our players and offer them as many options for each quest as possible, as well as use those in-game decisions to engineer the character of the player's avatar. Let's take a quick look at the game setting. Once again, our primary reference is a GameDeck verse, the world created by Marcin Przybyłek in Warsaw City, the 22nd century. The world's natural environment has mutated and become hostile to humanity, and humans are forced to live in the cities fortified from an aggressive ecosystem outside. But in the fight for resources, the trapped population is divided into the haves or have-nots. Many chose to escape into Virtualia, virtual games that enable them to forget the world's horrors and fulfill their fantasies, however dark they may be. The idea of virtual worlds in GameDeck allows us to create various settings for our cases. For example, players will explore the recreation of the Wild West farm, stylized as a free-to-play game called Harvest Time, or a dark and kinky world filled with intrigues and not entirely appropriate activities, twisted and perverted. Thanks to our successful Kickstarter campaign, we will add the world based on a 7 The Days Long Gone game made by Fool's Theory and AMGN Pro, or a Cthulhu Virtualium based on Lovecraft's novels. So, how the gameplay look like? As you can see in the video, the player gets a case to solve and heads to virtual reality using couches. Inside the game, the player needs to interact with NPCs and other player characters to interrogate them and gather information. Exploration is a huge part of Game Deck. Clues can be found anywhere in the game world. Access to a dialogue option depends on the player's previous choices and acquired knowledge. The Codex is a holistic map that links NPCs, companies, locations, and other case-relevant objects. It contains a deduction field mechanic where a player can unscramble facts and evidence to conclude a case. An essential part of a deduction in Game Deck is the absence of a fail state. Instead, case revelations present moral dilemmas. Players can base their conclusions on personal ethics, lawful integrity, or a sense of poetic justice. A game deck will remain neutral to their choice. However, the character within it will respond to the player decisions according to their own ethical and personal beliefs. The character will be crafted through a series of questions at the beginning of the game. It will allow the game to choose the most relevant aspects and backgrounds for a character. Those will have an influence on the early steps of your investigations but are not set in stone. Players will be able to choose their own playstyle and further define the detective using aspects and professions. It's entirely up to you how the story will unfold. Remember, you are the sum of your choices.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in The Invisible Hand.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side, as well as her strength, and her femininity, as well as her violence, and her endless optimism, as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champion, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games, I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like Evelyn playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.